So,
you know what it's like, guys. You gotta get it in your basket.
We're going to do the price that we agreed with yesterday, and now I'm going to run.
Okay, yeah.
But you've only got, I mean, you've got to do it quick.
Got 3 minutes, haven't we, of the show?
$19.99.
What?
Half price for the lot. So 100 sheets is what now? 20p a sheet?
20p, yeah, 20p.
Oh, my days.
Or 10p for an A5.
Oh, my.
And you can never not have enough mirroring.
Okay.
There'll be one more deal. That's coming up in 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, okay.
All I'm going to say is the trimmer, you will never get that price ever again.
Wow.
So maybe we'll put it on pre-order, Kat, and then they can start getting the trimmer. But you'll never get it
So 5 o'clock, you're going to be tuning back in for the show anyway. Thank you very much, Liam.
I like your meetings.
Yes, this is where your 1P&P works so well as well, because look at the weight of that. And then you've already got the decollage collection, you've probably got the butterfly collection as well. You might be getting the trimmer later.
Yeah,
you know, there's so much to get. That's amazing, isn't it? So half price, so it basically means all your gold is free. You're only paying for your silver. We do, luckily, because I can see the weights on the phone lines, have a big stock allocation for this. Wendy has multi-bought straight away. Just to let you know, Lois will be answered shortly, then Elizabeth, then Margaret, then Moira, then our new crafters, then Pauline.
Wendy in Virginia wants 2.
Yeah, I mean, I would, wouldn't you?
2 bundles.
Absolutely. We do, of course, ship across to the USA, so if you're there, don't worry about that with Hunky Dory. But today, and today only, this will be there until stock sells out or until midnight, and then the price will go back up to that original price of £40. I love it when that happens, don't you, when a deal like this comes on. And you don't even know it's going to happen.
I'm all for a deal for it. If it you know, it's so good to give our audience, our customers, a bargain. And this, I don't like the word bargain, but this is a bargain.
It is, though, isn't it? Yeah, it really is.
And such a useful one.
Yes.
Useful product.
And do you know what I'd be thinking? That's 20 quid back into my pocket.
Yeah.
So I've got £20 back into my pocket. That is sort of almost half the price of my decollage collection.
Yeah.
Or you're looking at almost your full price for your Butterfly Ultimate collection.
Yeah.
I'm never thinking I've saved. I'm just thinking where else can I spend it?
That's right. Or I would think, shall I go for 2? Because that was what I would have been paying normally.
Anyway.
And I'll get double.
Yeah, it's true. And then it's there, isn't it? Because you're always going to use these.
Still at $3.95 postage.
Yeah.
The delivery driver's got to...
yeah, pick them up. He might like it. He might get lots of big muscles. So do make sure that you are checking out your baskets if you want this. We are, as you know, super, super busy today. You've seen us having a lot of sellouts. We've got a lot of people wanting to come through and get 2 sets of these, 4 sets of these as well. Well done to Margaret, Linda, Julie, Pamela, Karen and Amanda. New crafters in Wiltshire. We've got Jane. We've got Nottingham.
Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Just had to ask Gwen, is it Wednesday? Yes.
It's no good asking me, I don't know who I am most of the time.
Good afternoon, one and all. It's the last day of January. Yes. Spring is on the way.
Another month, yeah.
Longest month of the year, isn't it, January?
Yeah.
Yeah, feels like it. And hopefully payday for quite a few of you as well. Well, welcome to Wednesday, and thank you to John on Sewing Street. Thank you to Carol on Jewellery Maker. And we're with you right the way through until 8 o'clock myself, first of all, and then Hayley at 5 o'clock this afternoon. What have we got in store? We've got lots of treats. Lots of treats, lots of temptations coming your way, including what I'm calling diamond daubers at 2 o'clock. They're not real diamond, they're glass, but they look like diamonds. And they are amazing. That's with Under the Rainbow, after Creative Expressions with Gwen. Then we've got the Ruda Memoir collection. Oh, did I say it right? Oh, look at me. Yeah, we've got more beautiful stamps with Creative Expressions and Gwen at 3 o'clock for your journaling and your book decorating, that sort of thing. Yeah. After that, we've got Crafter's Companion, the Easter collection with Michelle. Michelle's back in the house. Then we have, with Hayley, the wax seal kit with Michelle at 5. New Daubers again, if we have any left, with Under the Rainbow at 6. And more crafting with Michelle at 7. So that's the way we look here at HobbyMaker. I'm Dave, by the way, if you've never watched before. Great to have your company. Lots of ways of getting involved in buying. You can buy on the website, hobbymaker.co.uk. You can buy on the app by tapping the app that's free to download on your phone or your tablet. And you can call the free phone call centre 0800 001 4433. They'll set an account up for you if you haven't already got one. Now, we always like, when you're in town, we like to come on with a showstopper.
We try.
We try.
Yes, haven't done one lately, so this is the first one for a while.
Because you put these shows together yourself, don't you?
It's such fun. Yes, I get to pick and choose exactly what comes along with
Gwen
me.
does. And she saw this and thought, do you know what? I want some of this. I want some of this. From the lovely Sue Wilson, great, lovely lady, great designer. These dies are going to be at a brand new low price. They are heart-shaped nesting dies with beautiful cutaway decoration. You've got these little cubes going around the edge, which makes it look almost like little light bulbs, doesn't it, really?
Yes, and you can thread through those. Oh. So you could ribbon weave or twine, and yes.
Now, you can see they should be £16.50, which is a brilliant price anyway, when you see how much metal you've got. And we're not that far away from Valentine's Day, 2 weeks away. But, of course, hearts are appropriate all through the year, aren't they, for anniversaries, engagements, whatever it might be. Love your mum, love your dad, love your children, whatever. £16.50 for 5 dies. Now, this has been £16.50 in the past. We've got a 30-second clock, and whenever you see one of those, you know that something special is about to happen. If you would be prepared to pay £16.50 for these, just put them in your basket and check out. We'll get the names on the screen as well. Becky's going to change the screen for me so I can see who's coming through. But, yeah, in about 10 seconds or so, we're going to lower the price to an all-time new low. GV2873, put it in your basket and check out. You're putting it in your baskets, you know what's going to happen. 3, 2, 1, boom. Let's do it. First deal of the afternoon. Look at this. £12.99.
I'm genuinely shocked.
£12.99 for 5 nesting dies that will make frames, apertures.
That's brilliant. Yes. Frames, apertures, panels for matting and layering.
Sky's the limit.
Stack them all together.
Hello, Julie. Hello, John. Hello, Michelle. Hello, Amanda. Hello, Elizabeth.
I don't want you to miss out on this. We don't have a huge amount of them.
No, the quantity we've got is probably nowhere near enough. Start your afternoon with a bargain. If you've just been paid, treat yourself. It's been a skint January for me, I think for most people.
Yes.
Yeah. Look at that. Isn't that great? GV2873.
Shall we have a look how they work?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
So I've taken one of the I've put mine onto magnetic sheets. Yours sadly don't come like that, but that's how I store mine. It's much easier. And I've taken one of the sizes out, and I'm just going to quickly pass this through the machine. These will all, even the largest one, go through a small A5 machine. So if that's all you've got, that's absolutely fine.
Brilliant.
And when we take this off, we will have 2 things to look at. So we've got the aperture there.
Beautiful.
Which gives us a straight edge.
It's a lovely fat heart as well, isn't it?
Yes, I love the shape of it.
Yeah,
yes. And then you have this with all those little squares, which come out quite easily. You might need to just prod a couple. But they do fall out quite nicely. So you get your heart with your patterned edge. So 2 things straight away to work with, and you've got 5 sizes to do the same thing with. Now, if you were to cut 2 sizes at the same time and together, like that, then you're going to get this.
Ooh, I like that.
So you get the straight edge from the inside and the patterned edge from the outside. So you can create beautiful frames. And I love that they're not perfectly symmetrical with each other. You've got that slighter, wider bow here coming down to a narrow point. You can adjust that by moving the inner die up a little or down a little, depending if you want this wider. Just move the inner die up a little so you can change how that looks.
Love it. Well, not surprisingly, over half the stock has already gone. We have quite a big quantity, but nowhere near enough to last us the day. So if you do want to grab this now, £12.99. I love the idea that Gwen came up with about threading baker's twine or threading thin ribbon through the openings as well. And it actually gives you the effect of it being stitched. It's very, very beautiful. And again, it's a die set you'll use again and again and again. Hearts are always appropriate for virtually everything. So GV2873, only £12.99. That's more than your P&P paid for the day. You'll be charged £3.95 postage. You won't get charged that until midnight tonight, because that's when all your orders get collated, and you get a confirmation email overnight as well. And then you can shop the rest of the day P&P free. How about that? So this is more than paid for your postage, if you think about it, what you've saved. £12.99, GV2873 is the product code. I'll let you know if that sells out. OK, now the main focus of the show are these stamps. Do you love the outside? Do you love maybe a bit of camping, a bit of hiking, a bit of glamping? Or maybe you just like to watch it on the telly, the nature programmes, that sort of thing. Well, these are from a fantastic artist called Jane Bellio. And she's from Croatia, but lived in Canada for a long time.
She's from Croatia, was brought up in Canada, and now lives back in Croatia.
But she's brought a bit of Canada back with her.
So she has very much the Canadian background of the camping, the outdoor life, the hunting, the fishing, that sort of thing.
Look at these characters, the moose, the raccoon, the birds, you're my tweetheart. You got lots of sentiments in there as well. You are plantastic. Really lovely.
Jane hand draws all of these. She's a true artist. And what I love about characters like this, it's one thing to draw them once, But to draw them again in a different profile with the same characteristics, you know it's the same character. That's such a clever thing to be able to do.
It is.
And she brings such life and character to these little animals. And they've all got a backstory, so they're all based on people she knows or family members.
Well, she's got a bear.
So the bear is Marco, who I think, if I get this right...
Oh, she's not got a bear in the family.
Her eldest son.
Right.
Might be her youngest son. The moose is Jakob, who is one of her sons as well. The bear there is Mabel, who's based on her mum.
Okay.
So, you know, it goes on.
Hopefully she was happy about that.
I would imagine so, because Mabel's a lovely character.
Let me just show you some of the cards that have been made. And I do love the fact the packaging has got the coloured-in images on the front. So if you aren't really confident in colouring, you can copy those and do exactly the same if you want to. Oh, I know.
Tab.
I realised that.
Low.
You grow, girl.
I love it.
This is like Becky in a new car because you just passed the driving test. It's you.
Hopefully it's got more than 2 wheels.
Yeah. Well, it started off with 4. It's only got 2 now, hasn't it? And here is that one. Is that which one's what character is that again?
That's Mabel.
Mabel. Here we got the little rabbit. Easter's not that far away.
Rosie Rabbit.
Rosie Rabbit.
And
so that's the first collection.
Aren't
you
they
can,
lovely?
yeah, they're great. You can buy them on their own, but we're going to do a deal with all 3 of them. I'll quickly show you the second set. This is Gone Fishing.
Now keep it tidy over there, Dave.
You know what I'm
I
like.
have to sort him out every time.
Sort me out.
I wish I could.
Someone needs to. Okay. I am known for getting in a bit of a mess. Right. I love the raccoon. The raccoon is so cute, and there he is in the actual boat fishing.
That's Rocco.
Rocco the raccoon.
He's Italian.
Oh, I love it.
Loves pasta.
I'm hooked on you. You're the best. That's so clever.
Isn't it gorgeous?
How have they got that glow? That's really well done.
Clever bit of shading and painting.
Yeah. And that's the sort of thing you can do. That's the sort of, oh, look at that.
This is Sheila. Now, she is a watercolour artist, and that is just so atmospheric, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Look at the reflection of the firelight. I just think it's amazing.
If you're watching Sheila, that is gorgeous. We love that a lot. Oh, look at that. So you can really
that's Sheila again.
Make scenes, tell stories. Yeah. So that one's called Gone Fishing. And the third one is this one, which is Bird Song Blooms. There's the stamps. And here comes some of the finished cards. There you go.
They're so happy, these birds, aren't they? They're just lovely.
Not a care in the world.
Absolutely gorgeous.
There we go.
And the colourful nature that the girls have used is just stunning. It brings them really to life.
But
then you can go...
Totally the opposite.
White monochrome.
Yeah.
Love that. I love white on craft.
And then look at this. Just using an inky background or something like that. You're my tweetheart is one of the sentiments in there. Gorgeous. They really, really are. And then take the birds out and then look at the florals.
Yes, some beautiful florals. And what's really clever, Jane's given you the full branch and then she's given you all the elements singly. So you can decoupage, you can build different sprays of flowers or bouquets, that sort of thing. Look at that branch just with leaves. Love that.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And again, there they are, a little bit of a conflab on the wires. Angie Davis has done this one.
Using that beautiful heart as a backdrop.
What about using the flowers as a background with a main sentiment as the focal point in the middle? Again, this next one's monochrome or vellum. Oh, I love the white embossing.
Yes, that's gorgeous, isn't it?
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Very striking.
OK, now we haven't even brought you the deal price yet. If you go for them individually, of course, they'll be a little bit more. If you go for them as a set of 3, that's when we can give you the best deal. I've not seen these stamps before. I love them. $34.99. How many stamps do you get in total? Is there a total content?
Oh, lots.
There's loads.
Lots.
You're my tweetheart. Happy birthday. With love. Hugs. Gone fishing. Happy birthday. You're the best. I'm hooked on you. You are plantastic. I believe in you. I'm rooting for you. You grow, girl. All the sentiments, but the characters are what I love. $34.99 for all 3 sets. VS2862. If you do want them individually, we can let you have them for $12.99 each. So you save a few pounds by buying all 3 together.
And they're big. They're A5 sets.
Yeah, they work out to $11.66 each if you get the deal of 3.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Really good. Very, very busy. Jane in Suffolk, Chris in Greater Manchester, Fiona in Belfast, Vivian in the Highlands. Go for it. Fill your boots, enjoy them, and enjoy colouring them in as well.
Yes.
Shall we have a play?
Yes.
Let's do it.
So I'm going to start with the birds, and this is the one I'm going to show you how to do.
Oh, lovely.
So I brought you various colouring options today because obviously with stamps like these, that's sort of what you're going to be doing with them.
And you're using the heart that we've got as our showstopper. Yes, using the
heart as a background and keeping everything quite simple apart from the colour on the birds there. So I'm focusing today on this particular demo with the Koi watercolour brush pens because I've brought those. I've brought other things which I'm going to show you in the other demos if I get a chance to do them. But I just want to show you because sometimes you think, oh, colouring, it's not my thing, or, you know, it takes ages. It doesn't have to. If you've got the right equipment, it can be really, really quick. So I'm going to be using a water brush. I have brought you these before from Creative Expressions. You might find them on our web shop. And I'm working on watercolour cardstock here. So what I'm going to do is lay down, this is obviously a yellow, but you can do whatever colour you like. And I'm just going to put the full concentration of ink around the inside centre of that flower.
And these pens are top quality. They're made by Centura.
Yes, they've got, let me just show you the nib on this. It's really beautiful. It's a brush nib. If we can get a close-up on that.
There you go.
And it's slightly flexible. It's not rock hard. So if you like doing brush lettering, these are really good for that as well. But they are a watercolour ink in there, so they're really lovely for blending with. So now I can go in, and what I do is go over that concentrated colour with my water brush and then begin to move it out. And automatically you get shade.
Do you have to use watercolour card?
No, you don't, but it works best.
Right.
It will work on smooth stamping card as well. And then, as you can see, you get that inner darker shade just by moving the ink slightly.
Like you would do with a real flower?
Yes, you get that. And if you've, like I've pulled too much out from that one, so I can go back in and just add a little more. And then I just clean my brush tip off on some paper or a tissue. And then if I want to, I can add a little more detail into the centre of this. Ideally, I'd let it dry. In fact, I'll do it on this one. Just put the pen right upon its tip and just flick. So you can add a lot more detail. You can also go in with pencils, if you like using pencils, whatever your chosen implement. But I do love these brush markers, they're ace.
You're in total control of that pen and the brush, aren't you?
Yes.
Very easy to use.
Yes.
And very juicy too.
Yes, the colours are really vibrant, they're really super. So that's lovely because it gives you the concentration right down to the faintest shade. So you can see that flower looks completely different now than it did before. So let me show you a few colouring and shading tricks. So I know I want to put my branch like this. So effectively the light is going to be higher than it. So the underneath is going to be the darkest section.
Right.
So I've got my brown brush tip and I'm just going to run the line along the bottom edge of the branch.
You've got a very steady hand.
Thank you. I do practice. And then, again, just moving that ink slightly. What you'll find is the line disappears. Sometimes on a different cardstock, you might find that harder to shift. So that's why I like using watercolour card, because it sits on the top for longer.
Yep.
Just ease that along.
Now it looks dimensional, looks round.
And now, without much effort at all, you've got shade. So that wasn't hard. Didn't have to think about that much. Let's have a look at a couple of leaves. We've got two fabulous greens in this set. So let's go in. I'm going to do this slightly differently. I'm going to colour the whole leaf in one colour. All right? And then I'm going to, again, I'm looking at the underneath of the leaf. So I'm going to go where the darkest point is, which is tucked under another leaf. You're going to have some shadow. And then down the bottom edge of the leaf, I'm going to put the darker shade.
I mean, if you're colouring with hard nib pens at the moment, give these Centura Koi pens a go because the difference is amazing.
It really is. And those of you who know me know by now, I always work with watercolour rather than alcohol. It's just something I've grown up with, and I do prefer it. I find it much, much easier. I know alcohol markers are fantastic, and lots of people love them, and that's absolutely fine. That's your choice. But I just find I spend ages working backwards and forwards between the three colours to get the one shade, whereas with a watercolour marker, I can do it like that.
I find it more forgiving as well.
Yeah.
not as scary if you're new to colouring. And today they're only $24.99 for all 12 of the pens, and you can't really get better than Sakura pens. They are top of the tree.
They are.
They're only a couple of pound each, aren't they?
Japanese technology.
Yep.
Superb. So this little flower, it's harder to get shade because you haven't as much space. So I'm just doing sort of tiny dots with my pen nib, and then I'm going to just flick that colour out.
I can find I'm chilled out watching you, so it must be really relaxing to do it.
What makes a change? So just work that ink to where you're happy, and you don't even have to fill. You can leave little white tips on the petals if that's your preference. It's entirely up to you, and you can work that ink to get the effect you like, even in a tiny area.
And this stamp, by the way, is in the Birdsong Blooms. It doesn't really matter if you're going for all three of them, but if you just want that Birdsong Blooms stamp set on its own, that's got this beautiful branch in it.
Yeah, so that's how I've coloured, obviously Persevere. I just want to show you one more colour because this is so pretty, this very pale, almost a shell pink. Great for flesh tone as well, this. And I've done the same thing, so I've gone in from the bottom of the flower and just kind of flick the pen up a little bit, nothing too technical. Now I could leave it like that with a white tip, that's quite pretty, or I can take that pink and it will be so delicate and it just makes the most wonderful flower. And you get seamless blending, there's no line where you've moved the ink.
And the Birdsong Blooms on its own is the most popular of the singles, actually. So lots of you putting that in your basket. Hayley, Sue, Julie, Crafter.
Excuse me. So that, obviously, I've completed that. And there's the finished one. You can look at that and you can see how lovely that branch is. And then moving on to the birds. What I want to do with the birds is bring in some Sakura again. But this time I've brought for you 3 metallic jelly rolls and 3 stardust jelly rolls. Now, again, we don't have many of these at all, and they always absolutely fly out. So, again, if you're interested, don't hang about. So the jelly rolls are, sorry, the metallics are like a creamy metallic finish, sort of pearlescent. And then the stardust, which are these ones, the ones that come in a little box, they're sparkly. So really, really pretty. So I'm going to start by doing a bluebird. Now again, thinking about where the light might be, you know, coming at the bird, I'm going to just go around the edge and just move my pen in little strokes and go along the top of his neck. Like
if you want these jelly roll pens, we've got them in the metallic, and we've got them in the purple, the blue, and the dark blue. Those 3 together are only £11.99. We've got really limited stock on these if you want them, so you've got to be quick if you want those. CY2887 is the product code, and they come in a little box, a little bit like that. Okay, cool.
So what I tend to do when I'm working with these pens, because they've got a tiny roller ball in the tip, and they have a valve here that controls the flow of ink. When I've finished using it, I just wipe the tip and put the lid back on, and that just prevents it from crusting over. And then I can bring this ink. I could even create brush marks to look like little feathers if I wish. But then as I move it further away from where I started, I'm going to get that lovely shading.
So the jelly roll pens are water-based as well?
They're water-based, but these are speciality finishers. So as I say, the metallics have got this sort of creamy pearlescent. Let's just let the centre of his face be slightly lighter. Okay, so now we've got lots of shade, and we've also got texture now in there as well. And then if I come in with one of the stardust, let's go with this one.
And this is the way to colour, because it's absolutely mess-free, isn't it?
Yeah. So these are going to give you a really beautiful sparkle. So I'll just pop some colour down on his tail feather and then bring that out as well, so that we've got that lovely shade. And of course you can mix the colours. I could go back in there with a slightly different colour and completely change how that looks. There we go.
Oh, so I've just learned something actually, Gwen. You know, I showed you the 3 blue dark blue, purple, you're actually going to get 6 pens. You're going to get the yellow and the gold. I'll show them in a second when I get them back in the studio, but you are going to get 6 pens for $11.99, which is amazing.
I didn't like to say, but I didn't think that was quite right, but I thought, I'm not going to argue.
So you're going to get all 6. So you get 3 of the Stardust glitters, and you get yellow, orange, and you get a red. And you're going to get your metallics in the purple, the blue, and the dark blue as well. All 6 of those for $11.99.
That's fabulous.
Excellent.
Because that's like £2 a pen.
Yeah, really good. And again, that's also Secura too, so top quality.
So there we go. That's got a really subtle sparkle. I don't know if we can pick that up on the camera.
Yeah, I can see it.
The shimmer.
Yeah.
It's stunning. So little tiny particles of glitter in there. So there you go. You can play to your heart's content and colour in all those little elements. But let's move on to constructing the actual card now.
Now, we are getting busy for the Jelly Roll pens if you want those. $11.99 for 6. And we've got limited stock now. Nearly half the stock is gone. Hayley, Robert, Jane, Michelle, Janet, Michael, Jill, Angela. Check your baskets out.
So remember I showed you earlier the hearts and how to cut a frame. So I've cut one full size with the larger size, and then I've cut the frame using 2 sizes next to each other. And what I want to do is stack these together so that I create a framed heart. But I want to put some texture on this one, and we've brought for you today some lovely embossing folders. So I have this one, which is hearts on a string. And this is one of our 3D embossing folders. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to pop my heart into there and then pass this through the machine. Now I might need to change my plate, but at the moment I've got my base plate and just one clear plate.
Okay. So obviously a 3D embossing folder is slightly thicker than a 2D.
Yeah, and you do have to fiddle a bit with them to just find out what your machine is capable of. Let me see if that's done enough. No, it hasn't. So I need a slightly thicker plate. I always like to do this for you because doing it live helps you to understand what's needed. So I'm going to put the... I've got a Sizzix plate here, which is slightly thicker than my clear plate off my machine.
Okay.
But if you haven't got that, don't worry. Use your clear plate and a piece of cardboard shim, and that will help as well. Ooh, this counter's a bit high for guys. Gets me shoulder every time. All right, so now we've got this lovely embossed pattern on the heart. Isn't that pretty?
That's so deeply embossed as well.
Yes, it really is. And obviously you could use the other side as well if you like a debossed effect. So then I'm going to attach these 2 together. So let me grab my glue. Okay.
I love those nesting dies, I really do. That's our showstopper, and the stock is going very quickly on those.
Yeah, and we've got Valentine's Day around the corner, we've got Mother's Day after that, or wedding season, I mean, or just like you said, Dave, to tell somebody that you love them or you're thinking of them. And just line up those little squares on the edge of that beautiful die-cut heart.
Lovely tone on tone, just like that.
Yes, I mean, obviously you could add colour, you could add some of our lovely gilding polish or an ink across the highlights of that pattern, but I just decided to let the flowers and birds speak for themselves. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be the background to my floral spray. And then on this piece, I want to do a little bit of stenciling, because I've also brought you some stencils. You know I love my stencils.
You have.
And we have a set of 6 of our fabulous mini stencils. So we've got all of these for you to look at. And I'm going to use this one. I can't remember what they're all called. I do apologise.
One's called Strong, Respect, Positive. Which one have you got there?
The little floral...
Flourish.
Ditzy florals.
Oh, hang on. No, that's called Positive, that one.
Positive.
Yeah.
There you go. That's nice, isn't it?
I'll give the details after we've done the demo, so don't worry about that.
So I'm just going to use this in a random fashion. I'm not doing it across the whole background. I'm using the Colour Cloud Chic Grey Blue, which I will have on the 3 o'clock show. So keep an eye out for that. I'm not going to go into too much detail right now. I'm just going to add a little bit of inked stenciling here and there on this background, just to bring in a little more colour. It's quite random. Don't overthink it. Just pop your stencil down.
These stencils are so handy. They're such a good size.
They really are great for doing this, and you don't have to bother about sticking them down. Just bear in mind not to go outside the edge.
Yeah.
If that's something you tend to do, then perhaps put some tape round. But I just move them about and dot it here and there. love it.
Where you just want
quick.
a bit of pattern in the background, they're perfect.
Yeah, but you don't want it to sort of take over. There we go. That you can just wash with water, very simple to do. And now I've got my lovely backdrop. So my heart is going to go on there. But I still felt that it was lacking a little bit of colour. So I'm going to bring in a foam applicator. I'm going to go back to my ink. And I'm actually going to ink round the edge of the heart. And that's going to give it some definition and separation from the background.
Perfect.
Not too much, you don't have to go mad with it.
Is this your coconut white cardstock?
It is,
right,
yes.
Okay. And that'll be on the website if you want it.
Fabulous colour. It's a slightly soft white.
Kind of creamy white.
It's beautiful. I wouldn't even say it's cream. It's like calico,
Okay.
Just an off-white, but it's lovely. Yeah, and then I'm also going to add a blue edge to my main panel for the card. And it adds a frame without adding extra bulk or...
And you're using the colour clouds, which are also on the website if you want those.
Yeah, they featured in yesterday's show and they will be in this afternoon's show. But if you want to get ahead, certainly have a look on the web because they'll be there. And they are.
We do them in sets of 3, don't we, I think?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. All right, so there's my panel. Now, if we look at the difference now with that little edge of blue...
makes a difference.
It's just brought it alive, hasn't it? And then I would add my floral spray, obviously fully coloured. My 2 birds, you can pop those as and where you like them. I'll have this one down here. They're saying hello to each other. Let's have it like that. And then onto your main card, and there's your finished one.
Beautiful.
And I've added You're My Tweetheart with an ink pad that's coming up at 3 o'clock that you must not miss.
Absolutely. Well, that You're My Tweetheart is actually in the Birdsong Blooms on its own, with Happy Birthday, with love and hugs. But really, really lovely. This is in the lead singularly. If you want the big bundle, though, you're going to get, of course, the birds. You're going to get the Gone Fishing. And you're also going to get the plant nursery. Now, already 10% of the big stock has gone of the bundle. That's the most affordable way. It works out to $11.66 per pack. But if you love the great outdoors and you love all the wildlife and storytelling as well, I love the moose and the raccoon and the bear. They're all wonderful characters. And they're all, if I turn it round, you can see they're all outline stamps. So they're very, very simple and easy to colour in. And of course, the koi pens are the perfect way of colouring them in. And you can use it with water as well and blend and paint with it if you want to as well. VS2862 gets you all 3 packs and you can be making amazing pictures just like this. Maybe you go fishing with your son or you go fishing with your granddad or your father or your mother or whatever.
Daughter.
Or your daughter, yeah, exactly. I was just getting to the ladies. But yeah, it's a lovely way of telling stories. And because of that, we've actually got the masket, the liquid masket in the show as well. We'll get onto that a bit later on. So you can have things in front of things and characters in front of things. And now the mini stencil bundle that, obviously Gwen used one of them. Let me just pop that there for a second. Now you're going to get a set of 6. And they're just a lovely size. They're great to have. They're not going to take up any room. Strong is what that one's called. You've then got your Respect, maximum respect. You've got Positive, that's the one that Gwen used in the demonstration. Next one is Grateful. Then you've got your Flourish, and then the last one is Calm. And of course that is an interlinking pattern, really lovely. Size-wise, does it say what size they are? Yeah, 3 inches by 4 inches.
I think, is that ATC size?
I think you're right, actually. Yeah.
So if you like ATCs, perfect. And I love that they've got a little hole in the corner so you can put them on a book ring and just hang them on a hook so you're not going to lose them because they are quite diddy.
Yep.
And we do lots and lots of these.
OK. Well, let's do a deal for these today then. 6 of these there, 3 by 4 inches, and you're looking at $9.99, and it's EB2834 for all of these. You know, you think about it, you know, you can do large surface areas with small stencils, just move it around. Very, very easy to use, and there's all sorts of techniques you can use. You can even emboss with stencils made from Mylar, which is what these are made from. So for under a tenner, to get 6 stencils, 1 P&P for the whole day of $3.95, you can't go wrong, really. EB2834, and they're all stencils you'll use. I mean, they're all very useful.
Yes, I have mine to hand all the time. If I just, like I've just shown you on that background, and sometimes I make a project and I think it needs a bit of something, and just a bit of texture with a stencil can do it.
Well, 20% of the stock gone already. We're busy. Angela's in Hayley in Northamptonshire's just checked out. Vivian in Highland. Janet in Nottinghamshire. Caroline in Dorset. Helen in Cumbria. If you fancy those, treat yourself for under a tenner. EB2834 is the product code there. Have we still got any stock of our showstopper? Has that gone, or is it still available? Because if you just switched on, we've got 6 left. The next 6 people to check this out. Remember, it should be $12.99. No, we went down to $12.99. It should be £16.99, I think. $16.50 down to $12.99. Showstopper from Sue Wilson. Gorgeous, different sizes of hearts for nesting, apertures, frame making, all that sort of thing. But you've got that beautiful square cutaway detail around each one.
And it's not an old set.
No.
It's not an old set, it's a relatively new set, and it sells really well. We didn't need to reduce the price, we just wanted to bring you a treat.
Just wanted a bit of a cheat for midweek. There we go. GV2873, it is our showstopper. It's going to sell out any minute now, so please check out your baskets if you could. Now, can we go to the embossing folders? Let's do those. Now, this is the embossing folder that Gwen used in the demonstration. It's gorgeous, it really is. And it's called Hearts on a String, 3D embossing folder. It's 190 mil by 145, so that's 19 centimetres by 14.5 centimetres. And we've got to team it up with a bit of bubble. The bubble burst. And that's a 3D as well. I mean, these are going to be really useful. I mean, those bubbles, it could be bath time, it could be underwater, it could be all sorts of things. It could be bubbles, you know, like blowing bubbles, whatever you want it to be. But as a background... It's
gorgeous. Yes, and the bubbles are really deep.
Yes.
So they look fabulous if you scoot across the top with a gilding polish, or I've got, again, in this afternoon's show at 3, I've got some Gilded Touch, which is a gilding cream. So if you've got any of those sorts of products, scoot across the top and highlight those bubbles. They're going to look gorgeous.
Well, these are flying out already, and we'll get this to you as quickly as possible. If you are thinking of what cards you're going to be making for Valentine's Day, then the hearts on a string are going to be great. Both of them for £11.99. They're £6 each, that's all. Crazy. I mean, you'd pay more than that for a 2D embossing folder, wouldn't you? Normally. Yeah, so to get 3D embossing folders for £6 each, which is what it works out to. Loads of you coming in right now. Yep, screen full of names. I thought that would be the case because they're really handy and useful designs.
And again, the heart on the string, you could repeat the pattern. You know, you don't emboss the whole width. You just go 3/4 of the way, then you move your card and you carry on and match up the pattern. But also, you could replace those little hearts. You could stick little blossoms where the hearts are and change it completely. So that's a really cool one.
But I think you can even see, just by looking at the actual embossing folder itself, how three-dimensional those bubbles are.
Yeah.
Really, really effective. Imagine that on like mirrored card or a satin card or a pearlescent card. It would look gorgeous.
Yeah, really stunning.
Flying, absolutely flying. Good choice, Gwen, these. Everyone loves them.
Well, I brought the hearts to go with this sort of birdie Valentine-y collection, and I brought the bubbles to go with the hunting fishing collection. I thought they fit quite nicely.
Absolutely, they do. Yeah,
it was a plan, Dave.
DV2862. Bit of a queue on the phone lines at the moment. Remember, it's a free phone number. Even if you use your mobile, it's still free. The call centre upstairs here in the building will get to you as quickly as possible. Shouldn't be too long before they answer your call. Yes. I was going to ask you that, actually. I'm excited about this because I've not seen this at HobbyMaker before. I've seen it before, but elsewhere. A masking, you know, masking sheets, we bring you those quite a lot. This is actually doing the same job as masking sheet, but it's a liquid.
Yes, so this is a masking fluid in the watercolour world known as Frisket, and it masks out areas of your picture so that you can then colour over them without worrying and then peel it away. It just rubs off. It's like a rubberised material. And you just roll it with your finger and it peels off, leaving the underneath bit pristine.
So it means that you can make things appear to be behind something or in front of something?
Yes, or you can mask something out. So, for instance, if you wanted to do, say, a coloured background and foreground, but you wanted snow on the tips of some hills, paint over where you want the snow to be with this, colour your sky, colour your grass, peel this off and you'd have white snow.
Right. Brilliant. It is such a good
product.
Fabulous. And look at the price. It's only £5.25.
That's really good for a masking fluid, actually.
Yeah, really good. NF2874 from Pink Ink Designs, as you can see. So if you fancy getting that, we're going to show you how to use it, I think, now.
Yes, I'd love to. So, if I can find my spare bit of card, you can apply it with a brush, but don't use your best brush. because it will ruin it. Wash it out with warm soapy water as soon as you've finished and keep that brush just for that job.
Okay.
But I actually like to use something with the point on, and I have my gadget. People always ask me about this. It's one of my old dental tools. And it just has a little rounded point on the end. So you could use a cocktail stick, or equally you could use a small ball tool. It just depends what technique you're wanting to employ. So let me move that so you can see what I'm doing better. So I'm going to do 2 or 3 things here. Let me just grab a stamp. What have I done with it? Ooh, I've lost
the occasions I've actually used this in the past, you just rub it with your finger when you want to remove it.
Yes. Or if you've got one of those crepey type rubbers, you can rub it off with that.
I think Debbie Moore has brought us those. So.
Yeah, I think they call them sticky stuff removers or something like that. Wrong ink pad, Gwen, concentrate. All right, so I'm just going to stamp a tree on here. And I'm just going to let that dry a little moment. I'm also going to stamp... No, I won't do that. I'll just do that. Right, so what I want to do, I'm going to create some... Could be stars, could be snowflakes in the sky of this, whatever it's going to be. So I just dip whatever my implement is. And it doesn't level. So if you make a circle, it'll stay round.
Okay.
So it doesn't like flatten out and move about.
How long do you have to leave it to dry?
Not very long. It'll go from this sort of creamy colour, which is hard to see because it's the same colour as the card. It'll go to kind of a pale yellow, so you'll know it's processed. And I'm also going to paint the tips of this tree. And the thing about masking is you don't usually have to cover the whole thing that you're protecting. You know, if you're doing a dimensional stamping scene and you want certain things to be behind others, you might only need to do 1/2 of it and then you're going to stamp over that half. So you don't have to fill the whole design. But it is quite quick and it's very easy.
I mean, to get this level of precision with masking sheets would be virtually impossible.
Well, you can, but it's time consuming because you have to cut them out.
Yeah.
Then you've got to get them in the right position. That's the thing I find hardest with masking paper and masking sheets, is getting it in the right place. The only thing about the masking sheets is that you can reuse them over and over again, whereas this is at one use and then you remove it.
You get a lot in the pot.
It's 50 mil, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
50
big,
mil.
and you use such a tiny amount. And also, if you've got really delicate little areas, I don't know, like a twig or something that you want to cover up, cutting that from masking paper would be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah. So if you've got masking paper already, but you just love the accuracy and the precision you can get with the liquid masket, and this works alongside it. It doesn't kind of do away with the need of using masking.
No, I think they both have their place, absolutely. I do use both. Right, so that's how you actually cover up what it is you want to protect. And then you need to let that dry. So I've got one here that I've already done.
I can see it's gone like a yellowy colour.
Yes, it's gone like a yellowy, and it's almost, perhaps you can almost see through it more. It's not as opaque. So I'm going to bring in one of our paint palettes, which we haven't talked about yet, but we have got on the show, and a brush and some water. I'm just going to get my...
And this one's the essential palette that you're using.
Yes.
Yep.
So these are our beautiful watercolour palettes. They are watercolour, high quality. This one is the Essentials, which is matte. The other two I've got for you today are iridescent, pearlescent. And you just activate them with water like you would any watercolour. Just work that until it's a creamy consistency. And now what I'm going to do is do a dark sky.
Gorgeous colour.
It's fab, isn't it? Proper like, ultramarine.
So you can see that the actual masket solution is repelling the paint. You can see where the dots are.
Yeah. So that's that. Obviously, these are just very quick examples. I'm just going to heat that to warm it, to dry it a bit quicker. Right, just give that a moment to dry thoroughly. And I'm going to bring back... this that I did with 2 trees. So I've masked out the left-hand side of this tree. You can see it quite clearly there, can't you? and the right-hand side of this tree. And I want to put a tree that's going to be in the background.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to pick the smaller tree from the Gone Fishing set.
Do you have to be careful that you don't make the basket too thick?
Yes, because if it's got too much dimension, you can't get your stamp
that's what
down.
I'm thinking,
yeah, good point that, Dave. So ink up your background or further into the background stamp. And doing this with a scene gives you real dimension.
And using the same ink that you did the other two in, which is...
it's a VersaFine Clair.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't matter whether you'd emboss the image, heat emboss the image, and then do this. Anything like that is secondary almost. So now if those were 3 trees that I'd stamped just in the normal fashion, it looks a bit like a dog's back leg because they're all intermingled and you can't tell what's what. But if I can just get this rolling, and you literally do just need your finger to roll it away, and then you can just, if you can get hold of it, you can peel it. It's quite satisfying as well. It really is. And look, that's kept that tree clean. And now the 3rd tree that I stamped is behind the first tree. So when you're masking, you need to think in reverse almost. The first thing you're going to stamp is what's going to be at the front of your picture.
Oh, well, Angela in Merseyside loves this so much, she's gone for 2. It's the first time we've actually had the liquid basket on air, as far as I'm aware. So
look, that looked awful before because it was all confused. You didn't know which tree was which. And now...
Look at that. The middle tree is behind the 2 at front.
So you can build a whole perspective of a forest. And you can do this with characters. If you've got 2 characters sitting in the boat, for instance, on this set, there isn't room for them, so they'd overlap. But if you mask one of them out, stamp the other one, and then take the masking off.
Next to the other, yeah. Well, that masket will work brilliantly with those 3 stamp sets. We're approaching half the stock of the masket gone. We knew when we saw this on the show today that it would go very, very quickly because it's the first time we've actually had it on air, as far as I'm aware. £5.25. Lots of you are multi-ordering. Michelle's gone for 2. Angela in Merseyside's gone for 2. Lorraine in Somerset has gone for 2. £10.50 it would be if you want 2 of them, and that should last you a long, long time.
Yes.
But remember to put the lid on.
Put the lid on, keep it sealed tight, and keep it somewhere cool and preferably dark if you can. Let me just show you these now.
Like you say, it's so satisfying.
It really is. Literally, just rub it with your finger. Look at those. They could be stars, they could be snowflakes, they could be bubbles.
Own snowflake backgrounds if you want to. And, yeah, just put what's left over.
Look at that. And it's so clean and so sharp. It's different from when we do this sort of thing and we do the background and then spritz water on and mop it up. That's very different.
That's more random.
It's more diffused, but this is really crisp. I love that.
I do too. And if you've got masket paper, which probably everyone has, this will work in conjunction with it for really kind of fine detail, but you can use it on bigger projects as well. If you want one house in front of another, if you want maybe, like with these stamp sets we've got here, if you want maybe a couple of the bears side by side, just mask off one of them, stamp again, and then one will be sat the other side of the bear. So. Now, the different paint palettes. The palette that Gwen used in the demonstration is this one. This is your essentials, OK? Now, I've got a couple of these palettes at home. I love them to bits.
Have you?
This one is a matte. And all of these little individual palettes in the tray, you can lift out. So you can change what colours you put in the palette if you want to mix them around a little bit. Now, there it is. That's your essential. So that's the matte one. Beautiful. Yep, you can interchange them. Make your own palette. They all literally come out. $19.99 is your price for this. This is always a bestseller. You've got a little protective film of acetate on the top there that comes away. And then, yeah, all of these little palettes of paint just lift out like that. So you can move the colours around, or if you've got more than one palette, because there are about 11 in the range, you can customise your palette that you're taking out to maybe an outdoor painting class or something like that. But they're great. They really are cool. $19.99 for that one. Always a bestseller, and it's FE2820. We've also got the iridescence. Now, I've got the Carnival Brights and I've got the greens and purples. This is your greens and purples. So if they're colours that you're using an awful lot, or you're doing lots of maybe sea images or seascapes or countryside, lots of different shades of green. You've got at least, 4 shades of green in there? And probably 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5 shades of blue through to purple and a pink and a lovely lilac in there as well. Isn't it gorgeous? You can really see the pearlescence in there as well, can't you? So that's
very high mica content. Very strong
great
concentration. So they shimmer, they dance when you paint with them. They're lovely.
Beautiful. $19.99 for that one. MI2896. And then the Carnival, if you want absolute riot of colour, Carnival is the one to go for. Carnival Brights, they call this. And again, you can see the pearlescence in there really well. So you've got white pearl, cosmic skin, holly leaf, bright holly, Persian sea, purple violet, rose hue, candy floss, scarlet sunrise, orange gold, yellow sun, and midnight black. Pearlescent black, how gorgeous. So that's $19.99. This is the one we got least of, okay? So if you do want that one, and you can see that basically all the palettes, if I put the essentials up there so you can see, all of them are exactly the same shape and size. So you can take some paints out from one palette and make your own designer palette if you want to. But that's your Carnival Brights, and it's £19.99. DN2807 is the product code for that one. Right, I think we covered everything, haven't we? Yeah, do another demo.
Yeah,
right.
So I want to look at the flowers and plants
okay,
set.
Great.
What's it called, that one?
That one is... Let's have a look. That one there. Plant Nursery.
That's it. Sorry
there
about
you go.
that.
That's right. There's your Plant Nursery. If that's the one you want on its own, you can buy it individually, but the set of 3 is, of course, the best value for money. You're plantastic. I believe in you. I'm rooting for you. Kind of play on words. But there's the bears and the rabbit. That could be an Easter rabbit if you wanted it to be. Beautiful.
Yes, and I love these sets because you can sit down, you can just play. It's almost like building your own scenes, or, you know, it's a bit like playing with Doll's House, that sort of thing. It's just lovely. But what I want to show you first, I did mention briefly about extending these stencils to make a larger pattern. So I want to do that with this one. And I've got my heart already cut with that lovely Sue Wilson set. So I'm just going to start in the centre, and I'm going to make sure that I'm covering from tip to top. And then I'm going to use the same ink again, and I'm going to ink through. Now, I need to be careful that I don't go over this edge here and make a mess on the rest of my heart, because I want to be able to extend the pattern into that bit. So if that's something that you find you do, you lapse concentration and you just go willy-nilly, I've done it myself, do it all the time, just put some tape down, and then you reduce that risk.
It's a lovely pattern, isn't it?
It's really stunning. Okay, so that's that. And then what you do, you just move it aside and match up the pattern.
Ah, that's the way you do it.
Yep, really easy to do because it's such a geometric design. And then continue. And you will need to work up a little bit as well here, because it's not high enough to reach the top. So again, just pattern match. And obviously it's one of those things, the more you do it, the easier it becomes. All right, and then obviously do the same on that side and fill up the whole of the heart with that lovely pattern. So I've got one I've already done, and I've already applied it to my card here. Okay. Pretty, that, isn't it?
That is really pretty.
Really pretty.
Actually makes it look almost puffed.
Yes, like a quilted heart almost, yes. And then I've brought some Sue Wilson dies. We haven't looked at those, have we? Did we talk about those?
Oh, no, we haven't. The sentiments.
So I've brought some sentiments, which I felt suited quite nicely. And I've got a few here.
You get a set of 4 sentiments. Thanks a bunch. We're in this together. You're my favourite person. Happy birthday to an amazing friend, and all things grow with love.
Which is the one I'm going to use, because we're talking about plants. So I've die cut one in white, and I've put some of the pearlescent paint onto a piece of card, and I'm now going to cut my second one. I've just got a little bit of card.
Can I just lift this and show the camera?
Yes, of course.
Because this will show you the pearlescence that we're talking about. Look at that. And that's from, I think that one is from Greens and Purples.
Oh, can't remember. Hang on.
Yeah, it is. It's that colour.
Actually,
there.
it's not. Sorry, Dave. No, it's this one. So it's from set 2, Carnival Brights, and it's called Persian Sea.
Ah, it's that one there then.
It's a little bit brighter.
There you go, that one.
A little bit brighter.
Lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Of course, if you water it down, it goes a slightly paler
Yes,
colour. So.
yes, but you still don't lose the pearlescence. It's fab.
Good.
So I'm just going to cut my second one out of that. Obviously, I've got a huge machine here. You can put this through a little tiny machine.
How many machines do you own?
Oh, don't ask.
That's why I wanted to, because I knew what the answer would be.
Probably about half a dozen.
Thought so.
All manual, though.
Oh,
apart from the one I got from HobbyMaker. That's a fabulous one.
Oh, you bought our one?
Well, yeah.
The Gempori one. Yeah, very nice.
And I absolutely love it. But I just use my manual ones so much more. And I've got various different makes, different sizes. And I do use certain ones for different things. I find they work better for certain things. So, yeah.
I suppose each machine is slightly different.
Well, I mean, it is my job.
True.
You know, I've got my own shop, for those of you who don't know. So I'm a retailer. So I need to know about these things and how they work so I can help my customers. So, yeah. All right. So what I was going to do with that, I won't do it because it takes a little minute or two, is just stack one on top of the other. And I like to do this with sentiments because it gives them a bit more oomph. Technical word. Mm-hmm. It just gives them that bit more lift so they stand up a little bit more. So that's my sentiment. Mm-hmm. And then I've taken a few of the stamps from that beautiful set, and we've got Mabel in a denim apron, and we've got some plants that I've done, and various bits and pieces, but you can choose whichever you want to use. Now these I've been colouring with the paint palettes. I just want to finish off this gorgeous little pot in the hanging pot. Mm-hmm. So let's bring in a blue. I think we'll go for this pale. You can see mine's well used. It's nearly gone through the bottom.
So this set, remember, that we're using is Plant Nursery. If you want that on its own, it's coming up on the screen for you. There it is, $12.99. If you buy the set of 3, though, it works out to $11.66 each, so you're saving about £1.30 on each one.
So I've just spritz some water into that little blue there, the palette, and mixing it into a creamy consistency. And then I'm going to just paint my pot. I'm going to leave a little bit lighter centre where the light's hitting it to make it look more rounded. So what I'm going to do is clean the rest of the paint off my brush. Mm-hmm. It's quicker to do it like that because the paint's so concentrated. And then I can just bring that colour into the centre, but it will be softer. So we
do you find those palettes last a long time?
Yes, yes, mine do. But I'm quite sparing with them. I tend to do more smaller items with them. I do backgrounds. But Diane, one of our lovely design team, she's gone through about 3 or 4 of these and used them all up because she loves them that much. So there we go. And I'll just quickly show you how I did Mabel. Again, I went back to my koi pens. So because these are all water-based items, you can mix them. It really doesn't matter what you put where. They'll all work. Just bear in mind, if you've done one colour and you do something else, it's going to move the first colour because they're water-based, yes. So they're going to move.
Yeah.
So I've put a dark line on the inside of Mabel's arm and her shoulder strap, and then I'm pulling that colour out to give her a shaded arm. How easy is that?
Yeah,
very,
simple.
very easy.
Just think where the light's going, where it's hitting.
Yeah, or where there's most likely to be a shadow. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, on her neck here, there'll be a slight shadow where her apron might be just gaping a little bit, and then under her nose. So I've just put the lines in there first, and then I'm going to bring the two together. And shade, keep going around the face as well at the same time, don't stop. But look at that. And then here, what are you doing? Do you know?
Me making a mess? Never. Never.
Just under her apron, there, and then we can bring that down. You don't need a lot of colour to colour a whole section. See, just from that one line, I've been able to colour the whole of her leg and foot. But we've still got that shaded line where one meets the other. So, that's that. And it is very relaxing.
That could also be a get well soon card, because that, if you leave it white, would be a bandage, wouldn't it?
Yes, it could. So on her little head kerchief, I've painted it with one of the blues from the paint palettes, and then I've got a white pen here. This is another Sakura pen. We haven't got these in the show, sadly.
as soon as we have the white pens in stock, they just go. So
Can't
we'll
keep
try and get
them.
more for
Yeah.
you.
So just get the ink flowing and just roll it on some paper. The trick with these pens is to use them slowly.
Yeah. Don't apply too much pressure either.
If you scribble like you do when you're colouring, they don't let the ink out fast enough. So I'm sort of popping a dot, but I'm actually just wiggling the pen and pushing it down a little bit more. And that gives me a really lovely little circular dot. So now she's got a fabulous spotty headscarf. But again, you have to let the blue paint dry first before you go in with that pen. Otherwise it'll just all meld together. So there's our Mabel. We've also got plant pots painted in various colours, and you could add some detail to make it look like more of a ceramic pot perhaps. Let's just add in some lines. So it's like a ribbed pot now. You know, you could do Beautiful. That sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Honestly, when you get going, you'll just have such fun. And then it was a matter of arranging everything. So I decided I wanted the sentiment to go down the middle, like that. Mabel's going to be over here, and she's holding this little vase of flowers, or little pot of flowers, which, you know, she could be going to give to somebody. We've got this fabulous tropical-looking plant. Mm-hmm. I don't know about you, but in the 80s, when I was a student, everybody had a rubber plant in the flat.
Yeah, my mum and dad did.
It was a thing, you had to have your rubber plant. So that could be that. And then the little hanging basket, I love that. Obviously, you can pop things up on foam pads. When everything's stuck down, it'll sit better. But that's it, really.
That's beautiful.
And there's the finished item.
There's
All
Mabel.
things grow with love, which they do.
Well, let me remind you of at least 3 things. Now, those sentiments we talked about, although there are 4 sets, you actually get 5 sentiments. Mm-hmm. So you get Thanks a Bunch, which is, they're all lovely fonts, again, designed by Sue Wilson. This is the one where you get 2. We're in this together. You're my favourite person. Then we've got Happy Birthday to an amazing friend. And then All Things Grow with Love. Okay, so you've got 5 dies for £14 and 99 pence, which is pretty amazing value, I think. AN2881. Now, the embossing folders, quickly, they've been very, very popular. You've got your hearts on a wire, or hearts on a string, sorry, and bubble burst. My favourite's the bubble burst. That's just so much fun. It could be bubbles in a champagne glass in a bottle or something like that, couldn't it? Or bath time or anything at all. £11.99 gets you both, only £6 each for a 3D embossing folder. And they're big embossing folders as well. And they'll be designs you'll use again and again and again. DV2862. And of course, the star of the show has been these, the fantastic stamp sets. Now, you can buy them on their own. Jane Dulio is the fantastic artist behind this. Now, that set, as you can see, has got the tent, it's got the trees that Gwen used in the demonstration. You've got the moose, the raccoon, the bear. The bear could be sat in the old the boat there, go on fishing. Fantastic. Use the masket solution as well to kind of make sure the bear sits in the boat and that sort of thing. Then you've got, of course, the birds. The bird song Blooms. And then the last one is this one, which is the plant nursery. So if you want all 3, you get all of them for £11.66 each, £34.99 for all 3, VS2862. I'll see you at 3 then.
Can I show you this?
Yeah, quickly. Yeah.
Because this is showing the bubble burst embossing folder, and we're in this together.
Amazing. All right, more from Gwen then. Totally different show coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Next, though, we've got the most exotic and glamorous daubers you've ever seen in your life from Simon & Periwink's.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Have you ever seen daubers as glamorous as those? Can we look at them again, Michael? Michael's on knobs and buttons next door. Look at these. I've called these, I've christened these the diamond daubers. They're glass. They're not diamonds. But wow. What have you done?
Lovely, aren't they?
These are absolutely incredible. I've never seen blending daubers like it. Now, bearing in mind, in your craft room, your blending tools are out all the time. You never put them away. Or I doubt if you do. You'd never want to put those away. You just sit there staring at them, admiring them, looking at them. They are little works of art. They are magical. They really, really are. Look, each one faceted glass, not acrylic or plastic or anything like that. They're faceted glass handles, but you've got a selection of different applicators you can put on the bottom. We've got a mega bundle which is going to come with 10 of the daubers. You've also got the carousel that the daubers sit in included. You're also going to get 10 of the domed blending sponges underneath. You're also going to get a selection of 5 of the flat blending attachments and sponges. You're also going to get a selection of sanding discs. 10. And you get 2 acrylic plates, which will attach to the dauber as well. And that you can use for stamping.
Yes.
This is genius, Simon. Absolutely genius. Now, I know when I was with Adam a couple of months ago, I think it was, we were kind of saying, watch out, this is coming soon. And I know one person who ordered from that show actually had one of these included in their order at random. Whoever you were, I'm sure you were delighted when you saw them. This is something very, very special. I've never seen daubers like it before, blending brushes like it before. I mean, they're all colour coordinated as well, which is another bonus. So you've got green, you've got brown, you've got black, you've got white, you've got yellow, you've got orange. So they're kind of colour families. So you make sure that you're picking up the right one for the right ink you're going to use.
Yeah.
Have they taken you a long time to develop these?
Originally, I was going to do them in MDF, and when I first got the laser, I wanted to do something, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. And then we did the pressure tools, the stamp press pressure tools, and as soon as I seen those handles, I just fell in love with them, and I thought they need to go on the daubers, and I didn't want to do that sort of handle with an MDF dauber, so I decided I wanted to do it in colour, wanted to do acrylic, and then it all sort of like came together then. And the reason that I chose these daubers to go ahead with was because you don't have to hold them like a standard dauber.
No.
What I found with the pressure tool is you can actually slide your fingers between, if you wanted to do it like that, if you've got problems with your hands.
It's like you're wearing a ring.
Gorgeous.
Bling-tastic.
Yeah, so I wanted something that you can hold in different ways. If you want to hold them not too long, so you can put it in your hand like that if you want to put a bit more pressure on. So there's loads of different ways of using them. So you don't have to use them like a standard dauber, and they do help with dexterity issues if you've got, like I have arthritis in my hand, so sometimes it hurts if I'm holding something like that constantly. So I've got the option then to still use them, but between my fingers.
Can I also show you, in the middle, the knob that you actually turn it with, that's a compartment. You can actually store all your other blending pads in the middle of this as well, so it's a storage caddy as well. It's gorgeous. And then you can use this actually as a pressure tool. If you're stamping and you want to put a pressure down, you can actually use the lid of the container as a pressure tool too. So there are so many functions and so many uses for this from Pearly Winks. Now, the price should be $114.98 if you were to buy them individually, the caddy or the sponges or the daubers. Today, we're bringing you a very special launch price. These, we have a quantity, but we don't have many. You'll be in a very elite club of ownership if you go for these today. We can let you have them for $89.99. Bearing in mind there's 10 daubers, I mean, you can pay £7 or £8 for an acrylic dauber, can't you?
Yeah. And they are a really substantial dauber. They've got a weight to them. They're not too heavy, but they do have a weight to them, and that's because we've gone with the glass and we've not gone with acrylic handles. So we've kept the I can't think of the word.
The luxury.
The luxury element in there for you.
Okay. $89.99 for all 10, with the extra heads, of course, as well, and the caddy as well. You know, they're in your room, they're in your life every day that you're in your craft room or you're crafting. Why not have something that's beautiful and gorgeous to look at and admire and be proud of owning? $89.99. And when you need to buy new attachments and new heads for them, of course, or new pads for them, they're readily available. You don't have to change, of course, the actual dauber itself, just change the pads you're using as and when you need to. But they're all domed pads on the ones that you're going to be getting. So there's no rough edges or sharp edges. You're not going to get lines or anything like that. Everything's been thought through by Simon at Pearly Winks, and it's on 3 split pays. So all you have to pay today, if you want to treat yourself to the most glamorous daubers and blenders I've ever seen in my entire career, $29.99 is all you pay today on split pay, plus your P&P of $3.95, and then the next payment in 4 weeks, the final payment in 8 weeks' time. But who doesn't love a bit of bling?
I can't stop looking at that little little VT there.
I know.
I just keep looking at it.
Well, loads of you coming in already. Linda in Devon is in. Hello, Michelle in Northumberland as well, coming through for these. I've never seen anything quite like them before. Treat yourself to the ultimate in luxury when it comes to blending tools. And that icing on the cake for me is the fact that you've colour coordinated them. So if you're using a red or a purple or whatever, you know exactly which dauber to use. So you're not kind of cross-contaminating or anything like that. Nearly 10% of the stock has gone. We have got them available individually. If you just want to buy one in one colour, if you just want to buy a black one or a white one or a yellow one or a purple one or whatever, they're all available individually at $7.99. And you will get one of the acrylic blocks and you get a dome sponge as well.
Yes, so you get, with the singles, you get a dome foam, and you also get one of the acrylic blocks. So you don't get the flat foams and you don't get the sanding discs with those.
But if you go for the full collection, let's face it, why not? Because it is on 3 split pays as well, and most people are going for the full collection. I love the fact that they can be domed blenders, they can be flat blenders, they can be sanders, and they can be acrylics. So these little acrylic discs, that's for your smaller stamps. So you can now stamp with these beautiful daubers as well. Now, already nearly 20% of our entire stock is gone. It's only 2:10. PD8157. So Kath has checked out, Margaret's checked out, Susan's checked out, Linda's checked out. Hello, Elaine, Phyllis, Samantha, Chrissy, Michelle in Northumberland. For what you pay for ordinary acrylic daubers that aren't the most attractive looking in the world, you've got something that you could be proud to have in your craft room, proud to own, proud to use. It's going to fill you with joy every time you reach over to pick one up and use it.
I love you, isn't it? It's my favourite thing in my craft room because it doesn't just serve as daubers. You have got the acrylic blocks in there, so I can use that for my stamping. I usually attach mine to my white block for the simple reason I don't really use white ink very much or clear ink. So I have my clear block on the bottom ready to go. So if I've got any worker stamps or I just need to fill in any little gaps, I've got that ready to go. I also use the lid of the compartment. Yep. I use that on my stamping, on my stamp press as a pressure tool. Yep, yep. So you've got that inbuilt, and then you've actually got a little storage compartment.
You've actually got like a felt base on the bottom of the lid. So if you are struggling stamping and that sort of thing, yeah, that will just glide over your stamping press or your acrylic block, and it's so much easier to apply pressure using something like that rather than trying to do it with your fingertips. And can I just show you as well, all these extra blending discs that you've got can go in there. The sanding discs can go in there. The acrylic discs for your stamping can go in there. Then the lid can go on. You are sorted. And if you aren't the most glamorous crafter, owning something as beautiful as this, look at the sparkle. These are glass faceted diamonds. The diamond daubers is what I've nicknamed them. Now, what was the update? Sorry. 30% of the stock available to us is gone at just after 2:10. I just knew you would love these. I knew you would as soon as I saw them, and as soon as you hold them and feel them, they feel what they are, totally luxury. Now, individually, this one is the most popular. Well, it is the colour of creativity, purple. Purple's in the lead individually if you just want to try one. But, of course, when this one arrives, you'll be kicking yourself you didn't go for the whole thing. Yeah. To have everything coordinating. I mean, I know crafters, some crafters don't worry, but I know quite a few crafters that like to have their craft room all coordinated. Maybe that they're loyal to a brand. Maybe you're loyal to Pearlywinks, or maybe you're loyal to Hunky Dory or Sizzix with their tools and that sort of thing. You love to have everything to match. Then this is a chance to have the most glamorous Dauber collection. Wow, what a lot of interest in this. I knew it'd be popular. Just had a feeling.
It is beautiful.
It's on three-way split pay as well. And, you pick them up and you can tell the quality of them. They're not, wafer light and, cheap and cheerful. They're just really well manufactured, really well put together and manufactured in the UK.
We make them ourselves, yeah.
Wow. Hats off to you. And
the only thing that we don't make, well, obviously we don't make the handles ourselves, but we put it all together. We cut everything out on our laser. And obviously it's on the Lazy Susan. We don't make the Lazy Susans ourselves, but everything's cut in-house.
And just as a word, again, don't worry, as and when you need to change your blending heads, which you will need to do, as you would do on any Dauber, these are all standard sizes, so you can easily get hold of replacements. But once you've got the most glamorous Daubers in the world, isn't that just incredible? I love it. It's an ornament as well as being a tool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. Pop it on your dressing table.
Absolutely. I tell you what, you are going to be the envy of your street, the envy of your craft class, the envy of your workshop. Wow, the screen is full. Come on through. We've got quite a large quantity, but I don't think we've got enough to last the hour, the way it's going at the moment. Right, put them through their paces, Simon.
Right. So I'm just going to use the inks that we've got on the show, the Intense inks. I've put them into a little palette there. I've made my own palette up. I've stamped pads, and I'm just going to get some of the ink on my brush, and then I'm just going to give a little border. I'm just going to do a little bookmark.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've seen those domed heads before.
So the domed heads are really good because I used to use the circle heads, but then I went on to the domed heads, and the domed heads are actually better for, you don't get that, do you know, like sometimes when, I'm going to show you because otherwise, where you get that sort of mark,
yeah,
you don't really get that with the domed heads because it's a dome.
It's a dome, there's not like a right angle edge to it.
Yeah.
And also, having the sanding disc is handy as well. If you're sanding back maybe something that you've embossed, doing that in your fingers with sandpaper, it's very, very coarse, probably a bit rough on the skin. Put the sanding disc on your Dauber and away you go. And again, you can easily get replacements of those as well. Hello?
The sanding's really good as well. If you've got anything, if you back onto MDF, it's really good to just file the edge down so you get that perfect.
Oh, if you put paper onto MDF, and you will get a perfect edge, like the Dreamies do quite a lot, then perfect.
And I'm just going to bring some blue in as well.
Can't beat a bit of glamour in your craft room. I'm so pleased everyone's loving them, but they are something special. They're ornamental, they're practical, there's multi-uses, and they're on split pay, and you're paying really no more than what you pay for an ordinary acrylic dauber, but these are not ordinary daubers. Far from it. Half stock gone if everybody checks out their baskets, and why wouldn't they?
Right, so I've got my acrylic block on.
Yep.
Top there. Just going to get some ink.
The hook and loop's
everything's already onto it,
yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just going to stamp some butterflies on there.
Great for background stamping.
So this is using our inks as well. Yep. So it's just another way of using our inks because not everyone likes to spray away. Not everyone likes to use the inks in the conventional way that you would use an ink. Yes, I've made this palette with, so it's some stamping, blending foam, which is on our brand shop, or it should be, unless we're sold out. And then you put some ink onto it.
The intense into it. But of course, these are going to work with any ink pads, ink pads that are pre-made out there are available, but you can make your own using the Intense, which we'll get to fairly soon.
So the reason that I'm using our inks, sorry, I didn't want that one. I wanted one that's
you can.
The other way. So the reason that I'm using our inks is because I can. And also, it's just another way of using them. As I said, not everyone really likes.
I wouldn't have thought of using your inks to stamp with. Why not, though?
Because it's a spray. Yeah. And not a lot of people do think of using our inks in that particular way.
So it's basically blending foam in a plastic container and then spritzed with the Intense and then use it as an ink pad.
Yes.
Right?
Really?
I mean, you can't spray with an ink pad, but you can put the spray from the Intense onto foam and use it as an ink pad. So it means you don't have to buy like 3 or 4 different products. Just your inks does it all, basically.
Exactly. And the good thing about it is, I'll just that's.
Can you use the daubers for bigger stamps than the actual size of the dauber itself, or not really?
I wouldn't.
So it's got to be the size of the dauber or less.
Yeah, personally I wouldn't, because you're not going to get that pressure. So if I was to put, say, I'll show you what I mean. You might, so this one slightly overhangs.
You might get away with it with that size.
That's not going to fit in there. Let me just get some ink on. Yeah, so you wouldn't get the... It might still...
That works, yeah.
It's slightly over.
But that's only a little bit, only a few mil over the size.
So I wouldn't go any bigger than that.
Right. I love these. The brand new launch. We've been teasing you of this for quite some time, for a good, month, 6 weeks, something like that. And they're here. They're arriving today. They've arrived today, and they're yours if you like them. All 10 of the daubers. And if you've just tuned in, let me explain what you're going to get again. You're going to get 10 daubers. They're all colour coordinated. If I just lift one off the caddy and show you, you can see that one's got an orange disc underneath the actual glass, and they are glass handles. So they've all got their own colour family, so you know exactly at a glance which one's which you'd reach for your greens, which you'd reach for your blacks, your purples, all of that. And every single one of those handles is cut glass, not acrylic. And I call them the diamond daubers. Obviously they're not diamonds, but they look like it. And that is your pressure tool. That is your pressure tool, so you can put that over the top of your stamping platform when you want to apply pressure. And then inside, we've got enough storage for all of the extra heads you're going to be getting. Remember, you get 2 of the acrylic heads for your stamping, like Simon's just shown you. You get 5 of the standard flat blending pads, and then you get 10 of your sanding discs as well. So if you are putting paper onto MDF, maybe papering boxes or something like that, you can of course get a perfect edge, but also for sanding back things like embossing folders and that sort of thing, things that you've embossed, that would be good for that as well. The whole thing is costing you no more than what you pay for probably a lot of the acrylic blending tools out there. The caddy is basically free, isn't it?
Yes.
If you're buying the set of 10.
Yeah, so the way that we've done it, we've worked out so that the caddy itself is a free item.
Love it. and it's on 3 split pays as well. Now, the intense inks that Simon was using in that demonstration to make his very own ink pads, which I didn't realise you could do actually, you're going to get 4 in the set. You're going to get this beautiful, look at that, that's a Grecian blue, isn't it? Like Greek shutters, beautiful. Then you've got the yellow, then you've got the pink, and then that is a black, isn't it?
It's a grey, but it is, if you were to layer it up, it would go black. So if you did like 2 coats, it'd go black. Okay. But it's not a black, which is why we've called it a grey.
Excellent. So you can spritz with them for great effect. You can, of course, now make your own ink pads out of them as well. $11.97 gets you all of them. And this is where Pearly Winks really started, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. So we started 5 years ago with, I think we had 4 colour inks. We had a red, a black and a blue. And they weren't anywhere near as intense as these ones. Right. We've literally put as much colour in as we possibly can without making them... If you put too much colour in, what happens is it affects your paper. Yep. So we've put as much in as we can without it affecting the paper or the cardstock, which is why you get a really, really intense colour with them. And you can do so much with them. £11.97 is all it is for all 4 of them. ZV8195. Now, I know we're going to go on to the stencils now as well. Now, the daubers on their own. Now, the white one is incredibly popular. Now, obviously, white is generic, so we thought that would be possibly one of the most popular ones. So there's the white one. If you want that on its own, it's only $7.99, I think. $7.99. It will come with one of the dome sponges. And one of the acrylic blocks.
And one of the acrylic blocks. So you can use it as a stamping tool as well. If you want to buy maybe you don't want to have the different coloured tops, it's entirely up to you. If you just want a set of maybe 5 or 6 of them in white, you can do that and just pay the 1p&p, of course, as well. So, yeah, there's something for everybody. I think it's perfect, the fact that you've got all these different coloured tops to the actual daubers, because you've then got colour-specific blending, haven't you? But if you just want them all the same, if you just want them all black, if you just want them all white, or you just want to cherry-pick your favourite colours, they're $7.99 each. And, of course, extra pads and that sort of thing you'll find on our website as well. But, yeah, it's going very, very quickly, actually. Now, the stencils, shall we go through them now, or do you want to... Let's do the florals first.
Yeah.
Now, these are brand-new stencils. These are going to fly as well. Did you get all 4? I can't remember.
They're individual stencils. Right. What we've done is we've included the name of the stencil, whichever it is. So if it's a lily, it's got lily.
Look at this. And using your intense sprays, put the stencil down. It's almost like a stencil in reverse, isn't it?
Yeah. So I call this sort of stencil a reverse stencil because you're actually not stenciling the lines, you're actually stenciling the outside of the lines. So I call it a reverse stencil.
Think about wall art, think about furniture renovation. Again, in a frame would look great on the wall as a picture. But this is $8.99, is that all?
$8.99, and it's almost A4 in size. And what we've done is, on the actual word itself, we have put the little notch in, and this slip onto... We've got the large words on the show as well. So if you wanted to expand on your collection, you've got the option to do that.
So you're not going to get one jump ring with that as well?
So you won't get your jump ring with that.
You just get the whole.
But with your big words, you do get your jump ring.
Okay, we'll get onto those in a minute. There's the lily stencil if you'd like that. Okay, great to use with the sprays, great to use with all sorts of other methods, of course, as well. And you can also emboss with this. Run it through your embossing and die cutting machine. It will emboss an imprint into your cardstock too. You get the word lily as well. So that's only $8.99. The next one we've got for you, always popular, is the peony. There's your peony. And these are big. They're a really good size. Imagine them on the wall, imagine them on tops of boxes, furniture. If you're looking to renovate something that you got from maybe the local recycling centre or something like that, these are going to be so easy to use. And just using a bit of it. Mother's Day card there. Beautiful. And I love how crisp and how accurate the image is. Beautiful. And you get the word peony as well. Look at that. That's amazing. $8.99. It's a big stencil for that sort of money. Really, really good value. 2 more, and then we'll go on to a little demo. The poppy. Now, whenever we do anything poppy related in like card collections, it's always one of the most popular.
Yeah, I love poppies. Poppies are really pretty.
And they mean so much, don't they? So there's your poppy with the word as well. And this is the sort of thing you can create. Wow. They're amazing price. $8.99 for your poppy. AC8183. And then the last one is just generic flowers. So this is like a bouquet.
I think that one's got a bit of everything on it.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it's got the generic word flowers. There you go. I mean, you can't send flowers very easily. Well, you can with the kind of the companies that do it, but you can't send flowers to a care home or a nursing home or a hospital. They're not allowed. But something like that on the wall or on a bedside cabinet would do a great job. $8.99 for your generic flowers, RK8183. Okay, now the main bundle of the most exciting daubers I think we've ever had on air. These are they, and you get all of these extra blending pads, sanding pads, and acrylic pads as well. They are for your stamping. They all attach onto the bottom of the dauber. But today is the launch, and a very popular launch as well, of the brand new, I call them the diamond daubers. They are glass, but they're made to look like diamonds, and they look incredible. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Individual colours, yeah. White's popular. We've got black that's popular, the generic kind of ones. Which one? Green is very popular as well. Okay, that's good. But yeah, you can buy just your chosen few if you've got a budget of maybe buying a couple or something like that. But if you go for the set of 10 with all the extra pads, you're going to get the caddy absolutely free. And the caddy is storage too. You can put your favourite sweets in there if you want to, but I put all the pads in there myself. That's what I do with it. But it's really well done. And it's on a lazy Susan, so it's easy to spin around. But imagine just having all that sparkle in your eye line when you're sat there crafting. And every time you reach for a blender or a dauber, you just get a little bit of bling, a little bit of luxury. $89.99 with 3 split payments. PD8157. You're on to a winner with that one, Slimes.
It is beautiful, gotta say. Right, so with the stencils, I'm just going to quickly spritz through, and then I'm going to do another demo showing you like how to use the dauber.
Okay.
So all I've done on my stencil is I've just put some mount spray. I think Xyla do come on here, and it's the Xyla brand that I use. I think they probably got it on the brand shop. It's just some repositionable spray, so it allows me to keep the stencil stay stuck down, basically.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to get my sprays. I'm just going to quickly...
Well, I know if you can't find that brand on our website, we have actually got stick and spray from Crafter's Companion. That's the temporary adhesive as well, so that will be on the website if you want that.
So I'm just spritzing, I'm not doing any particular thing on that.
Look how intense the colours are.
So the colours are really intense. I'm just going to get another piece of card. Well, I'm actually using mount board on this because it's really thirsty, so it soaks up all the extra ink.
Oh, it's a twofer.
It's a twofer.
Oh, look at this. And are they intense, easy to wash off?
They're really easy. So
just a bowl of soapy water.
Pop those there. So that's just one way of doing it. You don't even have to use soapy water, to be honest with you, Dave.
Microfiber cloth or HobbyMaker cloths.
Oops, just remember to sort of like follow the shape. Don't do what I've just done. It won't tear because it is a thick mylar, and it's tear resistant and heat resistant. I'm not going to say it's heat proof, it's heat resistant.
To be honest, if you kept that stencil in one place and didn't move it around, you've got actually 3 effects from one application of the intense.
Yeah.
So you've got that, you've got this, and then you've also got that, all from one application.
Yeah. So if you did want to get it back to new, yes, definitely use soapy water, but I just literally wipe it.
What was that one you used? Is that the flower one?
So this one was the peony.
Peony, right, okay. Oh, by the way, we have got the large words as well, which I know have been in the past proved really, really popular. I'll quickly show you these, actually, because I know we did refer to them. I've got the words first. This is amazing. Amazing. We've also got beautiful. There's a song there. We've got inspiring. We've got happiness. Another song. We've got happy birthday. Love. Then we've got family. And then last, we've got friend. Now, they come on the jump ring. So if you are buying these stencils, indeed, they will and you can actually kind of collect them and put them on there. You get 8 stencils, 8 inspiring words, and the jump ring for only $14.99. Now, when we had them last time, really popular, you can use your texture paste through them. You can spritz using the Intense through them as well if you want to. You can use your blending inks through them. It's entirely your call. But the lot for $14.99, and they're a lovely big size as well, aren't they?
Yeah, we've been asked for ages to do big words in stamp form or stencil form. And as we've got a laser, we can cut them ourselves. We thought we'd do them in stencil form, because you don't really get big words in stencils.
No, you don't.
And they can be used for home decor as well. So
yeah, if you've got any like canvases and stuff like that, that would look fantastic. And they're all kind of inspirational words and uplifting words. Love it. So they've been popular in the past. We've got them back for you today. They're only $14.99 with all those kind of really positive words that when you look at them on the wall or you look at them on a card or something like that. I mean, yeah, fantastic. And the fonts are great too.
Yeah, we've tried to use curvaceous sort of fonts in them ones because it's not your standard stencil font. Your standard stencil font's quite boxy, but we wanted to do something a little bit different and give it a bit of a curve to it.
It doesn't look like a stencil.
No.
When you use it.
No, and I think because the way that we've done them, we've done the gaps on them or the bridges on them really thin, so that if you do need to go through it with a pen, like just to join it up, you don't. It's just literally a little touch, just to join those words up.
Look at these, aren't they great? And yeah, they are they're big words, but they're not too big that you can't use them on card making, of course, as well as pictures and wall art and stuff like that. $14.99 for the big words, and then we've also got one more set of words as well. Oh, hang on, yeah, we have. Yeah. Now this one is a slightly different font. And these are kind of members of the family, aren't they? So you've got grandma and granddad. This is your family. You've got son and daughter. Ooh, wrong way around. You've got, now this is great, foster carer. That's what you are, isn't it?
Yes, so Adam and myself are foster carers, and we can never, ever find it anywhere. So we thought we'd bring that.
Brother, sister, grandma, granddad. Mum and dad obviously is in there. Also you've got husband. You've got great, wife, nana, and an and as well. So all your relationships are sorted there, all for families, and that's again $14.99. It does come on the jump ring too. So $14.99 NB8161 if you want those. Maybe you bought the other ones last time. You'll buy these today, and of course the other stencils can go on the jump ring if you want to keep them all together. It's entirely up to you. Right, what do you want to show us next, Simon?
So I'm going to show you using the blending daubers through a stencil. So I'm going to start off with my red. We all like a red poppy.
We do.
And I'm just going to go through. What I'm making sure is there's some spiky bits on it as well. Try not to push too hard on the spiky bits, because if you've not used the mounting spray, it will lift.
Right.
Well,
that's why mounting spray is a really good idea. Yeah.
You don't have to use it, but it is an extra bonus.
Look how seamless that blend is using the domed.
So I would use the domed ones for this sort of technique to go through a stencil, purely because it goes down in a dome shape, so it's a bit easier than using the flat one.
There are no edges.
Because there's no edges on it. And I'm just going over the outside of the stencil, just so that it covers both sides, inside and out.
I'm so glad you're loving the daubers, the diamond daubers, as I've nicknamed them.
Diamond daubers. Right, and then I'm going to go in with a blue just on these. I don't need to like forget-me-nots.
Do you know what though? If you're not really a colourist, this is so easy. Anyone can do this.
Oh yeah.
And you'll get great results.
Definitely, it's super easy and it's super quick as well. And then the green.
Let me just say hello to all of you that have checked out at the moment. Sue, Jean in Staffordshire, Jane in Derbyshire, Doreen in Berkshire, Crafter in West Lothian, Phyllis in Bristol, Elaine in Warwickshire, Samantha in Cornwall, Kath in Greater Manchester, Margaret in Lincolnshire. You're in great company, everybody. The names go off my screen. There's more people that have checked out, many more people that have checked out for these daubers. You've really kind of hit something here. Why not have tools that are luxurious, not just practical?
So I've just picked up my lid. Because as I was doing it, I noticed that I had some red on my fingers from the stencil, and I dragged it down into the green. And I forgot that I had this tool.
Yeah, and hold your stenciling as well as help you with your stamping.
So it's just to, so I don't get ink all over my fingers and ruin my work, because if there's ink on it, I am going to put my finger in it, and I am going to put it somewhere that I don't want it.
I'm exactly the same.
So this just basically keeps it in place, and it's just an extra use for your tool.
Now, the moment of truth, the reveal of the poppy. Oh, wow. That is amazing. It's like a, yeah, it is a bit like a neon sign, but in white rather than the colour being the, yeah, I love that.
And then I just use my poppy word, try not to go near that hole.
Oh, that's art, but it's the easiest way to create art, isn't it? Using the daubers, using ink, we used Memento then in that case, but equally we've used the ink tent sprays as well. Both ways really effective of using the stencils. Wow.
So, and if you wanted to go around the edge, you could go around the edge as well, but a couple of minutes, that's all it takes. You can chop into that as well. To make it a bit smaller, maybe make some bookmarks out of it or something.
Well, they're not far off A4 in size. I mean, that's an A4 sheet of cardstock, and it's a perfect size stencil for that. So you could easily get a really inexpensive A4 frame and put that in it, and just have all of them on the wall in the conservatory or up the hallway or something like that.
Yeah, pop a couple of diamantes on it as well. Make it a bit blingy.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the star of the show today, without a shadow of a doubt, and imagine being sat at your desk. Imagine sitting at your desk looking down at faceted handles, glass faceted handles that look like diamonds. That's what you've got to look forward to coming to your craft room very, very soon from Simon and Adam and everyone at Pearly Winks. Let me just remind you what you're going to get today in the collection. Now, if you buy them on their own, they're $7.99 each. You've got basically £80 worth of daubers on their own, okay? Then you're going to get all the extra discs, the blending discs. They come already with 10 round domed blending sponges on them, all right? They all just literally come away. They peel off with the hook and eye fastening. That's already attached on the bottom of the dauber. You've then got a coloured disc on the top underneath the actual handle. So that will be for all of your reds, that will be for all of your purples and lavenders and lilacs, that will be for all your oranges and so on. So you've got all the colours associated that you'll be using throughout the day and throughout the week and throughout the year. You've got the carousel. And what it works out to is if you buy the bundle today at $89.99, the carousel is free, and it's a Lazy Susan. It's got like a ball-bearing system in it. And, of course, the lid lifts off. That's the fantastic thing about it. So you've actually got a chamber in there that you can put your other pads into. But also, this is covered with felt on the bottom. So if you do want to, if you've got like a stamping platform like this, for example, and you want to put a bit of pressure on the stamp in the middle, it's easier to do that using this than trying to do that with your fingers if you've got like arthritic fingers or dexterity issues. It just gives you even pressure. And you can buy tools that just do that. Well, the lid of that is going to do that for you. But then you've got that little chamber inside where all your extra blending discs can go. So you get 10 of the sanding discs. So if you're sanding off paper, off MDF, or you're sanding back embossed sheets of cardstock so you see the white core, you can use it for all sorts of things. You get 10 of those, and they just fit on the base of the daubers too. You then get 5 of the standard flat round blending sponges, and then you get 2 of the acrylic ones, and they are for your smaller stamps. So to do stamp backgrounds with tiny stamps, always a very popular thing to do. You can put your stamps on there. Even if they're a little bit bigger than the disc, they should still work, as we showed everybody. The whole thing should be well over £100 today. It is under 90, and it's the first time. It should be £114.98, but you've got it here today for £89.99. We've taken £25 off the price, and you're getting the carousel absolutely free. But certain tools live out on your desk all the time. Daubers are kind of one of them, aren't they, really?
Yeah, especially when they look like that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. They are just beautiful. If you love your jewellery, then why not have a little bit of glamour in your blending tools as well? Why not? They've been a runaway success, so busy for this. They are not acrylic. The handles are glass. They're top quality. They've got a lovely weight to them. And more of you are coming through. Hello, Glenys in Cambridgeshire. Check your basket out, Glenys. Anne in Greater Manchester. Mandy in Suffolk. Amanda in West Yorkshire. Gillian in Lincolnshire. Primrose in Hampshire. Michelle in Northumberland. Loving a bit of glam, and a bit of absolute glamour. Look at those. Aren't they gorgeous? They are beautiful. That's not the carousel you get, obviously, but they're the ones that Simon's using in the show. What you get is this, the black rotating carousel. $89.99. We've got 3 split pays on it for you as well, so it's only $29.99 today. I mean, you know, if you divide basically $89.99 by 10, you're looking at basically £9 per Dauber, and that's not counting, of course, the carousel, and that's not counting the extra blending pads you've got as well. So really, what you paid for, say, an acrylic Dauber would be, what, $7.99, something like that? For the same sort of price, you've got faceted glass. I mean, they should be $8.99, but we're doing them for $7.99. If you take off the price of the carousel, it's less than £7 each for each of those Daubers. And you'll pay more than £7 for a Dauber, surely, in acrylic. And you've got such luxury. That's the thing. And if you're going to buy a Dauber, you don't need one. You need multiple, because for different colours.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
You pleased the way it's going?
Yes.
What a great reaction. You're loving the new Daubers from Pearlywinks, all manufactured in the UK as well. Simon and Adam have got 2 companies with us, Under the Rainbow and Pearlywinks, and they produce some amazing things, some imaginative things, some very different problem-solving tools. But this isn't necessarily problem-solving, because you've probably already got Daubers anyway, but this is giving you glamour to your blending brushes and your blending tools. How about that? I'm trying to find a way of actually kind of angling it so you can see it from above, but don't want them to all fall out. But isn't that beautiful? Oh, where's the overhead? Above Simon. Let me put it here so you can see it from above. The beauty from above. Look at this. Look. That's what you'll be looking at when you're sat at your desk, looking down at the glamour of your diamond Daubers, as I've called them. They are glass, not diamonds, obviously. Can you imagine how much that would be if they were real diamonds? And when you do put them in your hands, you can kind of secure them between your fingers, and it looks like you've actually got a diamond ring on. So, really glamorous. Loving it. You'll be the envy of all your crafting friends with these, won't you?
Definitely.
Absolutely. OK, right, more demos, Simon, if that's all right.
Right, so I've just put this stencil on because it is a really fine stencil, and I didn't think it was going to work on it, to be honest with you, because it was so fine. And the domes, obviously, it's a dome, and I just didn't think it was going to get in there. But
it does.
But it does.
Good.
So I'll just use these ones just to show you quickly. So I'll show you in a bigger one. Mm-hmm. So you can see it goes right to the edges.
Oh, it does.
But I won't just show you in a big one. I'll show you in a smaller one as well. Okay. And these are super duper fine. These ones. So I actually thought I was going to have to go in with a blending brush with this, one of the micro blending brushes.
So they are quite squidgy then. You can get into really quite fine detail.
So this is something that's coming next month. This is one of my rotation stencils. I think it's next month this one's coming.
Okay.
So just to line it up.
And everything Pearlywinks, by the way, is on our website. They've got a brand shop. All the suppliers to HobbyMaker have got brand shops on our website if you want to have a little look. And of course, you can buy even if you're not on air, because you're on air, what, once a month?
Yep, so once a month, 2 hours. I think next month we're only on for an hour because I've got lots on. But then back to normal 2 hours.
Okay. But when they're not here, go to the brand shop on our website. Oh, look at this. This is a little tease of what's coming soon, next time.
I think this is next time. So it just shows you the intricacy of it and how intricate you can get, because these points are literally millimetres, not even a millimetre, and it gets right into that groove. So it was just basically to show you just how close you can get into there.
I'm excited for you. I'm really excited for you. Remember, with split pay, that is something that as a business, HobbyMaker can offer you. It's not a case of it goes through a finance company or anything like that, or a lending company. It's just basically us saying, if you give us a third of it today, $29.99, Simon and Adam will send your order out straight away. You'll get it in a few days. And then we automatically, with the card you use today, take the next payment this time next month. So it will be probably the 1st of March, I would have thought, because it's only a 29-day month next month, isn't it? And then a month after that. So that's the way that split pay works. There's no fee. There's absolutely no interest whatsoever. It's held that price, that discounted price, and you're getting glamour and luxury on the way in the form of daubers like I've never, ever seen before. And we did tease them a little bit when Adam was on and you were here last time. And there was a lot of interest. Lots of people were emailing the studio and messaging our producers saying, oh, when are they coming? When are they coming? Well, they're here. They're here right now. Are you buying them for yourself? Are you buying them as a treat maybe for someone else in the family? Who in your family is a fantastic crafter and who loves a bit of, whether it's fashion jewellery, costume jewellery, the real thing, very nice. What about having something as glamorous as maybe what someone wears on their hands in their craft room? And when you think it out and work it out, you're paying really for beautiful diamond daubers, as I've nicknamed them, what you pay for acrylic daubers. And you're getting basically the caddy with the daubers free of charge if you buy the offer today, because we're saving about £35 off the price. And you don't just get the domed pads, you also get the round pads and the sanding pads and the 2 acrylic pads for your smaller stamps as well. But it's a thing of beauty, it really is. And don't forget, the lid comes off. It becomes a tool for adding pressure, for stamping, but also a chamber where you can put all your spare heads as well, your blending tools heads in there. I love it, absolutely love it. And you're loving it too? Yes.
Super cute. So I'm simply going to use your daubers as I would just through any sort of stencil. Oops, I've not stuck that one down. Not that you need to stick it down. Oh yeah.
You can use your pressure tool. Do you borrow mine? You keep forgetting you got that, don't you?
Yeah.
See, that pressure tool's really handy for things like that.
Yeah, and
because if you've got mucky fingers, like you said, you always get your fingerprints on what you're working on.
Yeah, if my hand's going to go in the ink, it's going to go in. If the ink's there, it's going to go in. My hand's going to go in it.
Now, that colour is in the Intense Inks.
Yes, it is.
That is your, what was that one called? Have we got names? Just pink, OK.
Just pink. Kept it nice and simple.
Grey, pink, yellow, blue. Can you mix them together?
You can mix them together. So, as I said before, these are our primary colours that we would use. So all of our colours stem basically from these colours, so you can make any of the colours from our range. Well, any of our colours basically.
Look at
make
that.
from that.
Look how vibrant that pink is. See why they call them Intense.
So all I've done, so I've used the actual colours that we've made up to do this palette. So I've got my purples, I've got my green, because we do a bigger selection of these.
Right.
But you can get all of these colours by mixing those.
Fantastic.
So I'm just going to go in and add a bit of purple. So if that's not purple enough, and you want more of a purple, you can go in.
Oh, mix pink with it.
And change your colour over the top. So if, say, right, I'll show you basically. So I'll get the blue.
Yeah.
I'll go through with the blue. So I need to put some more blue in this, because...
That's a great thing. As you're using the sprays on crafting foam in that container, as it runs out, you normally would have to go and buy another ink pad. Just spray some more ink into it.
Yeah, and just remember... I'll write down. So it started off at that blue, and then I've just added some purple, some pink to it, and it's gone purple.
You're going to have so much fun. If you've gone for the daubers, why not think about going for the Intense as well? They're only $11.97 for all 4 of them, and those are the colours you're going to get. We've got a little swatch to show you just how vibrant they are. They are stunning. The blue is why I instantly think of Greece when I see that colour blue, and blue lagoons and blue swimming pools, seas. Then you've got my producer Laura suddenly thought, why does Why does the blue remind Dave of Grease the musical? No, 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 no. Grease the country. Absolutely. And then you've got the yellow, then you've got your pink, and then you've got your grey as well. Ah, Dan on camera thought the same as well. Grease is the word. No, not the film, not the movie or the stage show, but the place. ZVB, oh no, hang on. ZV8195. ZV8195 is your product code. And you can pour them out and mix them in palettes and paint with them if you want.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So now what I'm doing is I'm still using that. I've gone through with the yellow, and I'm just going to go through with some blue. I need to put some more blue and yellow on, to be honest.
And that makes a green, obviously. Oh, by the way, the ultimate collection of the diamond daubers that I've called it, half stock gone now.
So you can see the colours match. If I wanted to add a bit of pink to the bottom.
Oh, I like it.
You start getting your oranges. And your reds come through on that as well. So all the inks will mix together. If you've got any of our other inks, not inks, any of our sprays, like our overlay sprays, pearl sprays, they can be mixed with them.
If anyone wants those, they'll be on your brand shop?
They are on our brand shop, yeah.
OK, so just go to hobbymaker.co.uk and look for Pearly Winks. Click on the brand shop, and everything that's there that's not in this show will be available if it's in stock. And you can order it straight away.
Is there anything you would like me to do?
You got the lily.
I've got the lily.
Should we do the lily?
Yeah.
Don't forget these stencils. I've never seen stencils quite like these, actually. You do get the word along with the actual flower stencil. And it's almost like a stencil in reverse. Normally, you kind of add ink into the opening on a stencil. But what you're doing here is you're putting ink around the actual image. And it creates like a negative release or relief, which is really cool. Great to use your intents with, but also great to use your ink pads with, and your daubers, of course, they come into their own. But you do recommend, because they are obviously quite intricate, use like an aerosol temporary spray adhesive, like Stick and Spray from Crafter's Companion, or the one that you said was the Zila mount spray.
Yes, I believe they come in. I don't know if it's on their brand shop, but that's just the brand that I've used.
OK, so this one's Lily. You've also got, remember, the Peony, which is this one. Then you've got your generic flowers, which is that one. And then the other one is your poppy, which is there. Making a mess again, Simon, sorry. That's what I do.
It's all right, Dave, don't worry, I've got to tidy it up. It's fine, make as much mess as you want.
Cheers. Don't encourage me, don't tell him. Yeah. Went over there saying, don't tell him that, don't tell him that. Don't miss out on these daubers. They are going very, very fast. And, of course, lots of people watch this show when they get in, maybe later in the day or in the evening. So if you're watching us on a repeat or on demand on our app or something, I hope there's still stock for you, because this is live at 5 to 3, and over half the stock has now gone. These are not acrylic. These are glass, faceted, handled daubers with colour-coordinated discs underneath the handle, so you know exactly what dauber to reach for, depending on the colour that you're actually using in the ink pad.
Right, so all I've just done quickly, I'll just quickly show you. I've just quickly spritzed, I'll do it like that, a couple of spritzes onto my blending foam, just to reactivate it.
Oh, wow.
And you can see the colours come straight through.
And that's what foam have you put in that?
It's blending foam. We've got it on our brand shop.
OK.
Oh, we should have it on the brand shop.
I like that idea, making your own ink pads with the intents. Didn't know you could do
that. If you put sort of like spritzed, I don't know where, I don't think I brought mine with me, but some of the diamond pearl over the top of that, you'd end up with the sparkly colours as well. Yeah, wow. Because the diamond would sit on top. You might need to activate that a little bit more, because obviously it's a micro product.
Do you know what? If you and Adam could bring us boxes like that with the foam already in it, I reckon people would want that together with your intents.
I was actually going to bring the boxes when we brought the blending foam, but when I went back to buy the actual boxes, they didn't have any more in, and I was so gutted, because quite a few people asked for.
In all the years I've been on Crafting Telly, I've never ever thought of using your sprays in that way, making my own ink pads with them.
No, and it is. It's just another way of using them. We like to try and think of different ways and how we can basically appeal to people that might not necessarily want to do the messy stuff. Like, I'm not a messy crafter.
You've got 2, 4, 6. You've got 8 different colours in that little plastic box there. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. So there it is. Look. What a clever idea. Spray from the Intense onto crafting foam, and you've got your own homemade ink pad.
And as long as you keep the lid closed when you're not using it, it doesn't dry out, and you don't need to keep refilling it every 5 minutes.
Or maybe you've already got a container or 2 like this at home. You're thinking, well, I've got some crafting foam. All I need is the Intense to make my own ink pads now. So we've got the set of 4, remember, and they are just over £11. I can't remember the exact price. Let me just check.
£11.97, I think.
£11.97. Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
And the 30mm, if you're using them basically like this, they'll last ages and ages and ages.
I mean, I don't know how much ink actually goes into a physical ink pad. I mean, you don't know, do you? Because it's already encased in the pad. But here you can see exactly how much or how little you're using.
We've tried to do that as well, but I just can't figure it out. The ink pad, I can't figure out what the tubs are called.
It doesn't tell you,
because
does
I would love to do. I'd love to do our own ink pads. It's something that I don't really want to outsource, because Pearly Inks is predominantly inks, and it always has been inks.
Yeah.
And it's just, that's one thing that we've not managed to crack with the inks. We've bought blendable inks out, we've bought all sorts of different types of inks out. But the ink pads, I just can't figure out what the actual case is called.
Right.
But I can figure the rest, I've figured the rest of it out.
Look at this. Look at that. So it's like a reverse stencil. You're not stenciling in the image, you're stenciling around, or inking around it. And of course, when you remove the stencil, you've then got the white outline of the lilies. Lilies has always been one of my favourite flowers, so I'd certainly go for one of those. But do remember, do use a spray adhesive, temporary, not permanent, otherwise you won't get it off your paper. But that means that, of course, it's not going to lift off the paper when you're doing the blending and that sort of thing. And then you've got the extra word lily. Just in case you're in any doubt as to what the flower is, there it is. And if you do want to fill in where there's a little gap for the stencil, obviously, you can easily do that with a fine liner or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. I'll quickly show you. I've got a black fine liner here. And it's just really simple. The gaps are really small.
Mm-hmm. You'd never know it was a stenciled word.
So it just looks like you've got beautiful handwriting.
Have you got beautiful handwriting?
No. It's not bad. It's not quite doctor's, but it's not it's not overly neat. Everyone always says, oh, you've got dead neat handwriting, but I don't think I have.
I found my handwriting's got worse with age. I don't write very much anymore. Text
no, everyone, text and email.
Yeah. Look at that, isn't that gorgeous? I mean, yeah, I'd be dead chuffed if I did that. You can do that when you've got the right know-how and you've got the right stencils. And these stencils fit perfectly onto an A4 sheet of paper or cardstock. That can go into a frame. That could be wall art that you've done. Can people make and sell?
Yeah, of course they can.
Good.
They can make and sell whatever they want.
OK. But the star of the show, I'm so pleased you're delighted with these because you've got a bit of glamour in your craft room. You've probably got glamour in your craft room already. But look at these. These are faceted glass handled daubers. With everyone checking out, we're down to single figure stock for these. Now, do bear in mind, for what you're paying for these, and they are ultimate luxury blending tools, you would be paying around about the same for acrylic, for basically kind of plastic daubers and that sort of thing. So to get the faceted glass handled version with all the domed blending heads and also the round heads, the sanding heads and the 2 acrylic heads for stamping for $89.99 and on 3 split pays. What a busy show. Enjoy them. Simon will make sure they're with you very, very soon. You're back with Hayley at 5?
At 5? At 6. 6, I think.
6. Okay. 6. So more from Simon later on with a totally different show. I'll see you with Gwen in a few minutes.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Hello, good afternoon. We're having a lovely afternoon. Hope you're enjoying HobbyMaker. It's Wednesday, 3 o'clock just after. Lovely Gwen is back for part 2. And it's the last day of January. Bring on Valentine's, bring on Mother's Day, bring on spring and summer, that's what I say. Right, now, I've got some really good news for you. If you weren't watching us at 1 o'clock today, you won't know that we had a showstopper. Now, I know lots of you spend all afternoon and evening with us, which we really love the fact you do that, and thank you very much for watching all the time. But if you just got in turned on, maybe just finished work or something, we did a showstopper at 1 o'clock this afternoon for Sue Wilson's amazing heart layering dies. Now, they are, and they have been, on air at £16.50, and I think you'll agree, at that price, they are amazing. They're absolutely fantastic value, and they're a lovely big kind of full heart, a lovely kind of wide, generous heart. Love the shape of them. And you can see you've actually got tiny little squares going around the outside edges. Now, like you said, Gwen, you could easily thread twine through that. You can
thread thin ribbon, twine, silks, yeah, anything.
Imagine that on a box with a present inside it.
Beautiful.
Imagine them nestled on top of each other, like kind of pyramid style. Gift tags, yeah, heart-shaped gift tags.
Yeah.
But you can make frames with them, you can make apertures with them, you can make toppers with them, and you can just have fun with them. 5 dies at £16.50 is a brilliant price. Now, we have got more stock. We went back to Creative Expressions and said, actually, we very nearly sold out of what we had at 1. Any chance of any more for 3? We have got nowhere near the same stock that we had at 1 o'clock this afternoon, but we have got more. So thank you, Creative Expressions, if you're watching. We're matching that price. Elaine's already coming through. Carolyn, Jane in the Channel Islands. We're matching the 1 o'clock price. It is a showstopper at £12.99 for all 5 of them. And they go down in equal increments as well. It's a really lovely effect.
It is.
And watch the show back at 1 o'clock if you want to see more demonstrations with that, because you didn't know that we were going to do this in the show,
I didn't know we were getting more stock, so yeah, I'm glad we did, but I haven't anything to show you just now.
And it's pretty obvious exactly how versatile these are going to be. Hearts are appropriate all year round, even more so at this time of the year. Sharon in the West Midlands has checked out. Karen is coming in. Elaine, Caroline in Dorset, Ruth in Somerset. So lots of people maybe missed the 1 o'clock show.
And you can fold these in half and create a three-dimensional heart.
Oh, that'll be good.
Layer several together,
that would be
same
good.
size or different sizes, and then just fan them out, and you'd have a domed 3D
so
heart.
you could actually have a hanging heart, like
a
mobile.
full circle, have a hanging heart. Yeah,
Ooh.
that'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Ooh. Give your husband ideas.
I doubt it.
£12.99, GV2873. A third of the stock we've been able to get has gone, and then that's it. So fill your boots. You won't regret owning these. These are not dies that are going to sit in a drawer and never get used. You'll be using them again and again and again. Yeah, quality, absolutely lovely. I love the fact you've got this. There are lots of heart dies out on the market, but very few that have got detail like this. They're little squares, if you're wondering about the shape, and you can easily thread all sorts. If you've got any of the maybe metallic thread, we're now very close to single figure stock, so a little bit of an extra treat for you if you missed the 1 o'clock show and you thought, oh, I didn't know that was on. What?
If you were really careful, you could actually crochet an edge on that, couldn't you?
Well, you could.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that would look really cool. But there's lots of potential. I loved your idea about folding them in half and then making a completely 360-degree heart pendant. That would look lovely. $12.99. Next few through, we'll get the last few of these. So good luck. I hope you get it before it sells out, because it's about to.
It's gone really quick.
Can I also show you something that I've never seen until yesterday? I was in the green room yesterday while you were on, and I saw you show this, and I went,
like,
what's this?
That?
What is this? Now, I'm a big Tim Holtz fan. I'm a massive Ranger fan, as many of you are as well. Now, normally, Archival inks come in single.
Yeah, they do single standard ink pad size, and they do the minis.
What about if you were able to get hickory smoke, vintage photo, one of those popular colours out there for antiquing and stuff, ground espresso, and black soot? 4 ink pads. You'd be looking at what? £24, £25?
Probably.
About that?
Yeah.
If you bought all of those. Well, this single pad has got all 4 of those ink pads in there. It's a 4-in-1 mixed media ink palette. And Archival inks are permanent. We talk about them all the time. Lots of our demonstrators and guests and friends here at HobbyMaker use them religiously. So those are the 4 colours you've got inside. And if I open it out, I didn't know that they did anything like this. Look. It makes them £3.97 for an Archival ink pad. And to have them in a set of 4, how useful is that to have them all together? And they're colours that kind of work together well, don't they?
They are. These are a distress palette, so these are distress colours that are going to work with all your other distress products. So the beauty of an Archival ink is that it's permanent, it's Archival quality. Not all things called Archival are actually Archival as in safe to use with your precious photographs, etc., but these are. They're translucent because they're a dye base, and they're oil-based, so they're permanent. And so that means that you can work with these together with watercolour products, and they're not going to smudge and bleed.
I love the concept of this. 4 ink pads in one, and they are thirsty, and they are juicy. They're full. I mean, it's a great way of saving money, but it's also a great way of having...
Space-saving as well.
Space-saving, and having coordinating colours just in one product. What, a $15.89? And that's, remember, a delivered price. If you bought anything from us since midnight last night, you've paid your P&P once. You don't pay any more P&P till tomorrow, because it's 1 P&P per day. Free phone call as well if you want to call the call centre. It's free to call on your mobile, and it's free to call on your landline. 0800 001 4433 is the free phone number. Actually, my landline at home rang the other day. Jumped me out of my skin.
I bet.
I never ever get phone.
We got rid of ours.
Yeah.
We just didn't use it.
We don't use ours, but it's there and it rang. What's that? Bizarre. £15.89, IQ 2845 for, remember, you get 4. You get hickory smoke, vintage photo, ground espresso, and black soot. And loads of you putting this in your basket right now. It's a great way of saving money and having everything in one place.
Can I just say that the importance of having black soot is that it's a black. That sounds a bit bonkers, but some blacks are grey black, some blacks are blue black, and the traditional Archival black ink pad is very much a blue black. So sometimes when you use it, it has a slight purpley cast to it. The black soot is a true black, coal black. So it is different from, if you've already got the Archival black and you might be thinking, I don't need a black, it's a different black.
Right, gotcha. Who knew there were so many blacks?
There are. And whites. There's so many different shades.
Don't think about buying it later in the hour. Get it now. We've got about 7 of those left. It's going very, very quickly. So good luck. I hope you get it. IQ2845. Now, the next product we're going to show you is right up my street. It's oozing character and charm. Now, if you were one of the many hundreds, if not thousands, that bought the thermal cinch from us or any of the other cinch products for making books and journals and notebooks and pads and things like that, can I introduce you to this collection? Because I think this is going to be right up your street. You can decorate the fronts of journals and books with these. You can decorate the inside pages with these as well. And if you love kind of Paris and France, that sort of antique feel as well, this collection is going to be right up your street. It's called the Ruda Memoir. I've impressed myself with that.
I wasn't quite as good as the earlier effort, but I'll give it you.
Okay. Ruda Memoir. It's basically the road of memories, street of memories.
Yes, yes.
I was surprised myself there as well. I've done French for about 50 years. Right, now you're going to get 2 sets of stamps, and you're also going to get 2 stencils, and you're going to get the paper pad, which is the most gorgeous. You get 3 sets of stamps, beg your pardon, 3 sets of stamps, and 2 of the stencil.
And 3 stamps and 1 stencil in a small bundle.
Yeah.
And there's 2 of those.
6 sets of stamps in total. So basically, set 1 is at the top, set 2 is at the bottom.
Yeah.
Everything, you get the lot. So you get top row, bottom row, and you get the pad as well. £104.93 should be the price. Now, if you have a little look, let me show you. Do you want to see them on the stand, or do you want me to flick through them? Okay, let me flick through these for you quickly, because you need to see what each stamp does. So you've got all of these lovely words in lots of different fonts to start off with: nature, notes, adventure, antique, vintage. So think about how these are going to work with your planners, your journals, your memory books. A needle book, that's a thing, isn't it, if you're into softcraft, definitely. Then we've got all of these. Now, these are basically old-fashioned antique French adverts. It could be maybe labels from certain bottles or products, that sort of thing too. I love it. It's got so much character, absolutely oozing character. And then with this bundle, you're going to get that beautiful stencil. So remember, this is everything I'm about to show you, okay? So that stencil is included as well. That's called the garden trellis. Then we've got the French ads too. There we go. So this one, it makes me wonder, you know, what are these advertising? What are they selling?
Well, some of them are fabric, some are lace, some are ribbon, some's even ceramics, some are flowers, some's perfume. So you've got all those beautiful things that you'd find in a high-class French department store.
Absolutely.
Which is la
Then you've got
maison.
words again. You've got passport, visa, cancelled, approved, denied. Hopefully not. And they're all separate stamps. Then you've got the Eiffel Tower there with the old-fashioned franking marks and postmarks.
I love
postcards.
Because you can make your own little postcards. It's fabulous.
Excuse me. And then you've got your Greek motif as well, which is stunning. That stencil is included too. And then the icing on the cake has to be the chipped paint paper pad. This is lovely. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't this gorgeous? It's like an antique house or an old-fashioned house with the chipped paint coming away, a bit of plaster coming away.
Yeah, maybe you're somebody that does dolls' houses. This would make fantastic wall covering, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would do, yeah. Without a shadow of a doubt. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, we've got the price down for you. It's $79.99 for all 6 stamp sets, plus the 2 stencils, and that book as well, that loose leaf, well, it's not loose leaf, but that pad, the chip paint pad. And it's on 2 interest-free split payments as well. So loads of ways of using these. They are individually available on the website as well. If there's one in particular that kind of jumps out to you, you can go to our website or phone the call centre and they'll be able to help you as well. Now, if you want bundle 1, which is on the top, so that's all of the French ads with those wonderful words and so on. This is bundle number 1. You will get the stencil as well, which is on the other side. So if that's the only one that you want to go for, if you don't want all of them, you just fancy bundle 1, you'll get those 3 stamp sets and you get the stencil for $39.99, okay? TV, 2863. You won't get the pad with it, but you'll get those 4 items. If you want bundle number 2, going down to the second level, there again, you're going to get all these beautiful Parisian French adverts and labels and that sort of thing as well. Like you say, from like a French department store. And then you're going to get that fantastic stencil at the end, which is your Greek motif. And that's $39.99 for that one. But the best price is to buy the whole bundle, isn't it? Without a shadow of a doubt. So we've got it there for you. If you want the individuals, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. If you want the paper pad on its own, or maybe if you've already bought one, you're thinking, do you know what, I fancy getting another one, because you will run out. You know, paper pads don't last forever. $11.99, and you've got, how many sheets? 24.
So 6 designs, all double-sided, and 4 of each.
Lovely. Beautiful.
I just love the colours, the textures,
I do, yeah.
everything about it. It's gorgeous.
It's like every page could tell a story.
Yes.
You know, it's history, isn't it? It's old-fashioned buildings. What have those buildings seen over the years? That's the sort of kind of effect that it paints for you. $11.99 then the price, and it's BL2870. It's called chip paint, and certainly it's an uncoated paper, so if you want to add even more texture to it, you can do that. You
can stamp on it, stencil on top of it, whatever you like.
Fab. OK. Demo time then.
All right. So I'm going to start by showing you a little book. I love making books. It's something I've done for a long, long time. But never really in the form of journals as such. I love little books and constructed books and all sorts of things. So I thought, well, I'll go down that route, actually. So here I've got a little square book, and I've made each page a pocket. So we've got 4 tags, 1 for each pocket. Now, these tags are from a set of dies we've also got in the show, which I'm sure Dave will show you in a little moment. And then I've got various tags using the stamps. Now, these tags are from another die set that we've had in the show. So again, we'll bring that to your notice in a little moment. And then I've started to decorate by using the stamps, the stencils, all the Cosmic Shimmer products that I have with me. Here's a little postcard that I've created that can go in a pocket, or it can make another pocket on another page. I mean, it's endless the things you can do. The tags that go inside the pockets, you can begin to decorate with one of those beautiful stamps and some of the paper. Honestly, it's the limit of your imagination.
It looks like something that would appear at the Antiques Roadshow, doesn't it?
Yeah. I should try taking it in. I've made a tag here with a punch I'm going to show you in a minute, because that's amazing. And then finally a pocket here. So with this, you can make it a little journal, a pocket record of a trip, perhaps, or you can add photographs to it, anything you like. So let's get going with that.
Okay.
So I'm starting off with 2 pieces from the paper pad, 8 by 8, and I've just literally folded them into 4. So fold in half one way and then fold again to create your... I would
never have thought of making wallets like that.
Yeah,
why not?
It's amazing. And then I've put 2 together, and then I've used a 3-hole pamphlet stitch to stitch them together. So if you have a look at my finished one, you can see the stitch on the spine and through the centre. I'm not showing you that today because we're not doing a bookmaking course, but that's how I've done it. But equally, you could glue it, just put a tiny row of glue down the centre and glue that in there, or you could staple it, depending on what you've got available. All right, so that's our little booklet. You will find when you put one folded piece inside another that the edges of one will protrude, the one that's inside, so you just need to trim that off so you've no discrepancies. Basically, that's how you construct your book. Now, I want to show you this tag punch because this is incredible. It's from Woodware. They do some amazing tools, and it's a punch that gives you 3 options, which in a punch this size is really clever. So you can go from 1.5 inches to 2-inch wide and 2.5-inch wide, and it punches the top. So in here you've got ridges that allow you to line up the correct size of card.
Yeah.
So let me show you because it's easier than talking. So here's 1.5 inch piece. You slide it in all the way and you'll feel it when it hits the back of the punch. Mine does catch on the way in. Just make sure you go past that, and then you just punch.
Perfect.
It punches the shoulders, it punches an eyelet and adds an embossed detail, and then you can choose whatever length this tag's going to be. So let's go to the 2-inch, and you can just sit and make endless amounts of tags. It's such fun, and it's so quick.
And it's saving you money.
Yep.
Rather than buying the tags, make them yourself.
And they're like a luggage label,
yeah.
So that's really nice, because that's a popular shape. And then this is the 2.5 inch, which is quite large. And there's that
all from one punch.
And that's all you get for your scrap. So really great, all from one punch. Where's my thin one? There.
Now the punch is only $16.99 if you want it, and it's HN2892, so it's literally about just about £5.50 per style of punch.
Yeah. So that's how I've done all the tags that I'm going to be using. Then I've also used quite a lot of these, which are from this die set, which is Sue Wilson's Safari tags. Ooh. But when I looked at these, I just thought they make perfect labels. And even letterboxes, if you like that sort of thing. So that's what I've done. And yesterday I showed you how I cut them all at the same time and out of different materials. And you can quickly create a whole host of these beautiful labels that you can use to decorate your journals. Brilliant. Or you can pop them into a little envelope, as I've done here, and give them to somebody as a pack of ephemera. If you've got friends that you do journal swaps with, that's a fantastic idea. You don't have to put that many in, but, but just make some nice packaging, yeah. And you could sell those or give them as gifts. So that's what I've been doing. So let's get started. So in my first pocket, which is on the front, I've just put a very simple tag. So there we go, first tag. Now you can distress these edges, and I've got lots of Cosmic Shimmer with me today as well, which we'll mention in more detail, but I'm going to just start with this, which is our Decadent Oak Colour Cloud ink. If you don't know what these are, they're a dye-based, water-based ink in a pot. They've got a felt pad on the top like a traditional dye-based ink pad does, and they've got a circle of foam inside, which is absolutely saturated with this beautiful blending ink. And to activate it, you simply push down with your chosen blending tool, and then away you go. And I'm just going to distress the edges of this panel.
And the colour clouds you'll find on the website, they're in sets of 3 different colourways.
But I've brought 3 different trios today because I wanted to bring a selection of Cosmic Shimmer, because when I'm doing books like this, I use all sorts. So I wanted to help you to have that sort of variety as well. So that's going to go in my first pocket. Oh, what I forgot to mention, you do need to glue your pockets up. So when you've constructed your little folders, you just need to make a very thin line of glue up the outside of the pocket here.
I love using the paper pad for this effect. That's really, really good looking little wallets like this.
Yeah, so you actually now turn that into a closed pocket. Yep. Sorry, I should have done that earlier. Just make sure it's flat. Remember that paper is to some extent pliable, so you can sort of mould it into shape. And I find that by folding backwards and forwards your creases and pressing with a bone folder, you can actually whip it into shape. Because initially it fights against the folds, you know. So that's the first thing done. Now I did use the Distress palette quite a lot. Oops. And I love for this the Ground Espresso, because it's such a fabulously dark chocolate coloured ink.
Well, last I heard we had 7 left. I don't think we've got hardly any of them left now.
But this, I just use a finger dauber. These will be in our brand shop, I think. I have brought them before. And dip it into the Ground Espresso and just distress the edge like that. So cool, so quick, and so effective. All right, so that's another little technique. Then I want to decide what am I going to do on the cover. Well, all it needs is a label. So I've got one of the labels cut from the paper pad. Excuse me, my nose is dribbling. And I've run that through an embossing folder, which is the Fanciful Flowers that we've got for you.
Yep.
I've distressed the edge already with the Decadent Oak dye-based ink pad, and then I want to antique it further.
Have we just sold out of the distress? Yep, just sold out.
The palette's gone.
Yeah, the palette's gone.
I'm not
Congratulations,
surprised.
you got it.
It's amazing. You'll love it. I mean, you can stamp with it as well. It's not just for distressing, but it's perfect having those 4 little pads in there. So easy to get to. And having the grey, the black and 2 shades of brown is everything you need for distressing. So that's distressed slightly further now. And so it stands apart, because these patterns are quite busy. So if you're going to layer them, you need to separate them. And the best way to do that is by distressing the edges to make them just stand out a little bit.
Brilliant.
So as I say, I've popped this through the embossing folder and inked over the top with the Decadent Oak. But you can do it in any colour that suits your project.
And we will give you a little shopping list of what Gwen's used in the demo.
It might be quite a long shopping list.
Yeah, maybe. That's all right.
So let's pop this on here. And then I've also used another one of those lovely tags cut from the paper, distressed and stamped with notebook from that beautiful set of word stamps. And the words in that set are fab. I mean, there are so many options for art books, journals, planners, notebooks, travel books, you name it. There's something there for everybody.
Diary, nature notes, trip, needlebook, voyage.
Yeah, it's fabulous. So there we go. That's the front. If you want to do, you could add a couple of metal studs, little brads or something like that, or gems, whatever you want to put on that, just to make it look a bit more like a book plate. Okay. And then inside, I've created another pocket with a tag. Now, this could be any one of the tags. That's probably a little bit long. Let me see if I've got the right one. Yeah, this one. So that's the shape I've used. And onto that, I've stamped and heat embossed a stamped image. So I've used, well, it doesn't matter which one. Not that one, but I'll use this one. That's the beauty as well of having so many stamps to choose from. They are interchangeable.
And all the artwork of these stamps, they're so magical. It's like the sort of label you'd see on a old-fashioned perfume bottle or something like that.
Yes, and I think this is the one that is a perfume advert, or a perfume label, this one. But they're so elegant, so beautiful, as things were in the past, weren't they? Just let me grab a sheet of paper to stamp on and catch my paper on. Okay. So it's not going to fit, but that's fine. It doesn't have to be the whole stamp.
Yeah.
But it helps just to get it straight, line it up. Okay. And then one of the products I've got in our gold trio is a detail metallic gold embossing powder. So that's what I'm going to use on here. So that's going to stick to the ink that I stamped it with, which was a clear ink, so you couldn't see the image when I'd stamped it. But that ink is there to hold the powder while you melt it.
Right.
So that's that. So I just need to bring in the heat gun.
This is going to look great. Still my favourite crafting technique. Never tire of it.
So the powder at the moment is a very dull gold, but when we heat it and melt it, it changes to that beautiful metallic.
So satisfying.
How lovely is that? Now on this one, I actually embossed it with the Decadent Oak embossing powder, which you can see is quite a light colour.
Okay.
And then I distressed over it, so I'm bringing the changes. Again, I'm going to go back to my distress palette and just distress the edge. You don't have to always stick with brown for distressing. I use the hickory smoke quite a lot. It depends on the colour palette that you're working with. And all the pages in one book don't all have to be the same.
No.
You can bring the changes throughout. You might pick out colours from certain papers and want to go with the main tone in that.
I'm really sorry that palette sold out. We'll try and see if we can get some more in the future. You loved it.
All right, so I'm going to now turn this into what we call a little tuck spot. Okay, so I'm going to a tuck spot. Tuck things into it.
Okay, right.
So I only want to glue this side and the bottom, and then I can tuck things into the side. So it's not exactly a pocket. And just a little bit up on that side to protect whatever's in there from falling out. Pop that down there.
The fine glue applicators you'll find on our website as well.
Yes, they'll be under woodware, I think,
yep.
Or in the tools section. So once we've done that, we can then decide, look, we can tuck things in here. We could use some of those labels. Obviously, you'd want to find the right size, but that's really what I've done here. I've chopped the length down on 2 of those tags, and then you could stamp on those. Or if you're giving this as a gift, leave it for the recipient to do their own thing with. Okay?
Beautiful.
So that's that one. And then our second pocket here, we can pop another tag in there. Now, these tags can be to hold a gift card, perhaps, if you're giving it as a gift, or you could add photographs or journaling spots or whatever you want your book to be for. All right, now on this page, I've done some stenciling. So, I've not put my other booklet in, that's why. Right, so I've got a panel here, just our coconut white cardstock, and I'm going to use our Sampools sand paste, antique sand paste. These are fabulous. They've got grit sand in them, which gives them that beautiful gritty texture. And I'm going to just add this stencil. This is the Greek motif stencil. onto here. I've got some palette knives that are also available for you today. I'm just going to pick up a little bit of this paste and
actually, if you order the paste, you'll be amazed at how heavy the bottle is because, of course, the weight of the sand makes it quite weighty.
It is a good weight. It's nice and thick. I was using this yesterday to smear onto the panel I was making, so you can use it in a more of a mixed media fashion, if that's something you like to do. You can ink over it. You can mix it with other items. There you go.
Oh, love it.
Just pop that straight into water. I need to...
I love that colour.
Yes, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Mm. So it's to go with the grey blue, so that grey blue ink that I was using earlier. So let's just get rid of that. I just need to wipe that off. You need to use it, if you're going to use it on a brush, wash your brush straight away because it will set like grit. Okay, and then we can now turn this into a pocket. But it doesn't look quite right, does it? Because it's the wrong colour and it's too white, and so we don't like that. So let's bring in our grey-blue colour cloud. I'm just going to literally ink straight over the sand paste.
Is that sand paste, when it's dry, is it brittle? Will it crack or not?
No, it's quite flexible, actually.
All right.
Yeah, it's surprisingly robust. It's really good. Now, this is an instance where I might not want to ink this in brown. I might think, well, OK, let's go with our hickory smoke instead. So let's do that.
OK.
So I've got a different dauber to go into my hickory smoke.
So now you're giving it like a verdigris effect.
Yes, it kind of goes a little bit green because I've used the coconut white. It's not a crisp white. If you use that blue ink on a different colour cardstock, it's going to take on a different shade because it's a translucent ink. Mm-hmm. So what you put it on top of will affect the way it looks. And I'm going for more of a grey look than a blue look. So there you can see that grey edge looks very different than a brown edge does.
Totally.
And I quite like that. All right. So let's get this onto our page. So I just want to remember that this is a pocket. So hold what's going to be the opening to the pocket so that you don't glue it.
You said you make quite a few books. Do you make them for yourself or for other people?
I've done both. Okay. I've taught them in classes. I've done them as workshops, and but I just love making them. Mm. I love the whole process. I never get to put in photographs in them. I just make them.
You just make the books. But they make fantastic little coffee table books as well. And that's what, if you get friends coming around, they instantly want to have a little flick through, see what it's all about.
So I'm now going to use a slightly smaller size from those lovely tags, and I'm going to use a postcard stamp this time. And we're going to actually create what looks like a little postcard almost. Mm-hmm. So on this set, we've got this fabulous mini postcard address panel, and that's the one I want to use.
They always fascinate me, vintage postcards.
They're incredible. I love sort of, if you get ones with messages on, actually reading them.
Yeah.
So I want to show you, I know this is sold out, but people have bought it, they might like to see a bit more done with it, how you can actually ink a stamp on this palette, even though this stamp is clearly bigger than that pad. But that's okay because we can move our stamp. So I'm going to tap, tap, tap onto Vintage Photo this time. I'm going to turn my stamp around and I'm going to tap, tap, tap so that I've inked the stamp. Because this is a vintage style, it doesn't matter really if your stamped image isn't absolutely perfect. Mm-hmm. And then let's stamp that down. The other nice thing about Archival ink that I like it for is that it primes your stamps. Right. So when you get new acrylic stamps, they're quite resistant to having ink added to them.
OK. That's just the manufacturing process, isn't it?
Yes, but it's like put water on plastic, it beads up.
Right.
Well, the ink's the same. So if you've done your stamp with Archival and then you put a water-based ink on it, it works much better. So
Can you read the address on there?
Well, I could, but it's French. So it's somewhere in France.
Yeah. And the franking mark as well.
Yes. Yes, it's fab, isn't it?
Trying to see where it's from. Fascinating.
So if I wanted to use this stamp now for this water-based ink, which isn't the best when the stamp's new, but because I've primed the stamp with Archival, I can now use my colour cloud for stamping with very successfully. And the Archival, once it's on the stamp, won't move because it's permanent. It will stain your stamp, but that's not going to affect its performance. See?
Yep.
So very different colours, those two.
Yes.
I quite like that. It gives you variety.
Yeah, we're sorry we sold out of the Archival ink pad. We'll try and get it back in the future, but it's gone for now.
So if I wanted to, in my little pocket now, I could add that little postcard. Okay?
Cute.
So you can see how we're beginning to build this up. Now my next one, I'm going to need to use an embossing folder, and I've got one here. I think this is called, oh, what, I can't remember. Hang on. Botanical Swirls.
Okay.
And I'm going to just emboss this little tag with it.
And Botanical Swirls comes with fanciful flowers, so we'll give you, again, details of those two embossing folders after Gwen's done.
Actually, I can't do it in this machine. I need my big machine. So I'll just talk you through it because you can see what it looks like. So when I've embossed it, it comes out with the pattern.
Oh, beautiful.
Like that. It's lovely, isn't it? You can use the deboss or you can use the emboss. And then once it's been embossed, I've gone over it again with the colour cloud. Just literally take your blending tool and go right over the top, and it will just pick up that lovely colour. And you can see when that ink's wet, it's much stronger than when it dries.
Yes.
It dries quite soft. All right, so that's how I did that panel. Sorry, I can't actually show you
That's
that.
right.
And then I've already cut this piece from one of the papers. Your decision is which side of the paper do you want to use. That's the hardest bit. And then again, I'm going to distress this time with the colour cloud. And you can see how juicy this ink is because I'm not needing to re-ink my sponge now. It's got plenty in there. And then I could double distress by going back in with a slightly darker Archival. And I like doing that double frame technique because it just gives it that extra aged look. Gives it a bit more definition. All right. And then you simply glue one on top of the other, and I'm going to stamp on there with this beautiful medallion stamp here.
And this is from, of course, our main offer, which is the Ruda Memoir collection, 6 stamp sets, 2 stencils, and the paper pad.
And for this one, I need a good strong black, so I'm going to go into my black soot. And again, when you're using this to stamp, normally we would say put your stamp down and ink on top, but you can't really do that with this. If it's a smaller stamp, you're okay to get away with it doing this. But make sure you press all over your stamp and tap, tap, tap lots of times. And then pop that down onto your paper and press firmly all over. Keep the lid on that as much as possible.
All of these images are right up my street. They're
That's
fantastic.
very distressed, but I quite like that.
Yeah, I do too.
It's okay.
Kind of works.
Yeah. All right, so.
I mean, you can really kind of go to town with bookmaking and journal making. You can have as many leaves, as many pages in it as you wish, or as few as you wish. It's up to you.
If that does bother you, if you're somebody that thinks, oh no, I can't stand that, just make yourself a smaller piece, stamp it again and mount that on top again.
Yeah.
So you can rectify it. So that goes in there. Okay. And then on the next page, what I've done is created a little belly band. And again, I've used one of the tags to do this. So let's see what we've got in our
I could do with one of those.
Yeah. So that's what I've used. I've got one already cut because I cut myself a packet full, so that was nice. And then again, ink all your edges. I won't keep doing it because you've seen me do it. We're on this page. So that's going to be our belly band. Now, in there, what am I going to put in there? Well, I've actually got some little half circles here, which are what came from the punch when I punched out these circles. So to get these circles in the page, I've just used a round circle punch. And you just use, well, I use slightly less than half of it. So you put your punch in there.
And if you haven't got a circular punch, you could use maybe a circular die.
Yep, just slightly less than half, and just punch that out. And when you do that, you get these little shapes. And I like to use these as a sort of catchment. I'll show you what I mean. So I'm just going to ink this edge. The thing about paper is it's usually got a white core. It's printed on a white paper.
Right.
So when you cut it, you get a white edge. And distressing it helps to get rid of that because you don't really want that.
That kind of ruins the antique look, doesn't it?
It kind of does.
Yep.
Now let me make sure I'm on the right way up. So this is going to go at the bottom, just a little half circle like that, and I've only glued the bottom edge here. So that's going to catch anything that looks like it might fall through. Mm-hmm. So one of these tags is going to go in there. But it's not really secure because it can, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously I need to let that dry. So that's where the belly band comes in.
Oh, gotcha. Right.
So that's like an extra little added security. So all you do is glue.
There's so many elements to it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
And it's fun because you can just make up your own. There's no rules. So just glue the very ends. Make sure your tag's in place so that you know where that needs to be. And give it a little bit of a push in so it's got a little bit of a bow so that you can get your tags in and out. Mm-hmm. Okay? So that's that one. And you can stamp something on the tag. So on that one, I've stamped another one of those beautiful adverts.
Love it.
Oh, there. And then you can decorate to your heart's content. You can put as much or as little in there as you like.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay, well, let me remind you of what Gwen's been using then in that demonstration. I've got this quite a bit to get through. So let me just show you quickly these Sue Wilson label dies. These are great. And, of course, Gwen did loads and loads and loads of the labels from the paper pad. Now, there should be $15.50, and you've got a lot there for your money. We're doing all of this for less than a tenner. $9.99. I mean, those labels can be used for anything and on everything and anything. Really, really good. Versatile. Maybe you like to make boxes and boxes that have got drawers. This could be the handle to a box drawer if you wanted it to be. And you've got all of the individual mats and layers, so you can make it very three-dimensional if you want to as well. They could be signs, they could be little labels, little name tags, whatever you want them to be, and $9.99. And whenever you see the kind of play sign just up there, that means that there's actually a tutorial video on YouTube that shows you and gives you lots of ideas how to use them. So that's always, if you see that on the packaging from Creative Expressions, you know that that YouTube video is there for you to access and have a little look at. But what about that for price? Yeah, you're all coming in for this. Magali in Hertfordshire, Judith in Cambridgeshire, Sandra in Northamptonshire. Perfect to go with the paper pad and these stamp and stencil collections we've got for you today. So I'll leave you with that one. Also, we then went on to the fantastic decorative collections that Gwen has put together for us today for the show. Now, this is the Sunlit Cedar. This is the gold collection, okay? So you've basically got here the Glitter Kiss in that magical gold colour. That's actually Sahara Gold Kiss. Look at that. And there's a sponge applicator in the top as well, which makes it easy for application. So that's in there. You get your Cosmic Shimmer Colour Cloud, which you saw Gwen using in that demonstration as well. And that's the, what colour is that one? That's the Sunlit Cedar. And then you've also got your Detail Bright Gold embossing powder as well that Gwen used in that demonstration a few minutes ago. All of that for $14.99. Really? Really good deal. Really good deal. I mean, the embossing powder would be £7 or £8 on its own, I'm sure. So, really lovely.
That's all done using the gold trio.
Right.
So that's your Sunlit Cedar ink, your gold embossing powder, and your Glitter Kiss.
All three together. And the Glitter Kiss, of course, is what's gone through the stencil just there.
And then I've also got samples of the blue-grey collection. Mm-hmm. So that's all done with that.
Okay. Now, the next one then, this is your Decadent Oak.
No, that's your blue-grey that you've got.
Oh, the blue-grey. Which one was that?
I think
over there.
Sorry, you already talked about it.
Okay. Blue-grey is over here. There we go. So this is your blue-grey. If you like the look of this, again, you know, you can use all sorts of other colours, can't you, for ageing and looking vintage. Here's the blue-grey. So you're going to have the chic blue-grey Cosmic Cloud. You're going to have your antique sand paste, which, of course, we talked about earlier on and used through that stencil. And then this is your gilding wax.
No, sorry, that's the wrong product. We've not got that. We've got the Gilded Touch.
Oh, it's the Gilded Touch?
In the silver note.
Beg pardon? It's that one. There we go. Not the Gilded Wax, the Gilded Touch. So it's a tube of the Gilded Touch. There we go. So that's what you're going to get, all three of those in the blue-grey option. And it's IM2826. IM2826. So this is the Gilding Touch. This is more like a cream, isn't it?
It's a wax, a wax cream.
Yeah.
It's very metallic, though. It's beautiful. And I've used it over the embossed detail on that panel. And that's where I use the stamp paste. I just spread it with a spatula here and there, just randomly to give it a distressed finish.
Brilliant.
And then inked it with the ink, embossed it, and then rubbed the gilded touch over the embossing.
Lovely. $16.99 gets you all three, and that's IM2826 if you fancy that. Now, let's go through again some of the other things that you've done, Gwen. Now, the 3D embossing folders.
Oh, did you do the brown collection?
The which one?
The brown, the Decadent Oak.
Oh, no, this one. Yeah. Okay. So this one is your Decadent Oak. Okay. So if you want the darker brown aging, there we go.
So that's the paste through the stencil.
Yep.
The ink inked over that. And the embossing powder used on the journal tag.
Beautiful.
To give the look of leather, almost.
So those three, $14.99. Great prices. MF2818, your item number if you like that look. These are the three products that you need to actually achieve.
I did show all those techniques in yesterday's 4 o'clock show, so if you get a chance to go back and look at that, if you want to see them actually being done. I did those 3 panels.
Fantastic. Now, the embossing folders, obviously we only used one of them, the botanical swirls it was, wasn't it, you used?
Well, I didn't quite use it, but yeah.
well, yeah. But here they both are, botanical swirls and the fanciful flowers. Now, these are both 3D embossing folders, and again, a great cracking deal on these. We're going to do the same deal that we did on the other embossing folders earlier on. £11.99, £6 per embossing folder. So if you bought the ones in the earlier show at 1 o'clock, treat yourself to these in this show. XA2852 is the product code on that. Now, what else was it? The punch, the tag punch, if you want those. There's your tag punch. You can do, remember, the 1 inch, you can do the 1.5, and you can do the 2.5 inch tag, all from one punch. You just basically cut the widths of your card to the right size, and then it will literally cut the kind of chamfered edges and the hole in the top of the tag as well. $16.99. HN2892, that was used to great effect. And of course, the tags are so useful, not just for journal making and that sort of thing, but for all sorts of labelling at fairs and shows and things like that as well. Now, while we're on it, let me just remind you of the main big collection of the stamps here, because you're going to get 6 sets of stamps. I've got some finished samples I want to show you quickly as well. You've got 2 of the stencils, and you've also got the chipped paint fantastic book, double-sided pages in there, 24 double-sided pages for $79.99, but it is on split pay. And obviously the demos that Gwen does are fantastic, but let me just show you some other people's twists on what you can do with these stamps, because if you love vintage, if you love antique, if you love France, Paris in particular, lots of wonderful images from labels of things like perfume bottles and all sorts of things, alcohol bottles, anything like that at all. But this is the sort of thing that you can create. You can create something that looks very historical. I mean, look at these. A few tags together. How amazing is that? When you've got those stamps, you can create marvellous things like this. And there's so many people now, Gwen, that are bookmaking, notebook making, journal making. You know, the number of people that came in for the thermal cinch when we sold it, it sold out in next to no time.
Exactly, and even I managed to grab one because I love making books, and I thought I can make my own notebooks, journals, etc. And the thing about journaling, something I've learned as I've been researching it, because I wasn't a journaler before I brought the last collection, is that they seem to make lots and lots of ephemera, what we call ephemera, which is collectible little items, and put them in gorgeous little packets and swap between each other, or give them away, or even sell them. If you perhaps you sell on a marketplace somewhere, you could make up packets of ready-made ephemera and sell them as a journaling pack. But also, people make journals and then put these little bits of ephemera into pockets so that the recipient can make their own choices with that journal and use them in you know, the way they want to use them. So that's why some of these things are a standalone item, like a tag or a panel or a postcard or a library card. Because what people then do is put those in their journals. And when you've got them ready-made, and you can have a whole afternoon of making just tags, making library pockets, that's stunning. That's a gorgeous...
Isn't it beautiful?
Library pocket or journal pocket.
Diane Williams has done that one.
Yeah. And then that's ready then just to add to your journal page. So it makes putting your journal together very, very quick.
Glitter paste?
It's not like you start with your journal and you think, oh, what shall I put on this page? Oh, I better make a tag. You've got some tags. Does this one fit this page? Yes, let's put that on there.
Oh, but that's craft card with white embossing powder, isn't it?
Lovely? I love white.
Beautiful. And look, if you've got any parchment or vellum, make your own little vellum wallets. And it's almost like a seal that you've got on there.
Oh, they're gorgeous. I just love vellum envelopes. They're so pretty and delicate.
And look, Look at
this. This is amazing.
Now, wait until you see this. Let me just show you. Page by page by page. By going for the main stamp collection, you could be making wonderful works of art like this. It doesn't have to mean anything. It's just a thing of beauty. You know, it's the old-fashioned adverts and things like that from yesteryear.
Nobody asked Van Gogh why did he paint what he painted, did
No,
they?
exactly. And there's the Eiffel Tower, look. I mean, it's just a beautiful thing. And rather than it just being a painting on the wall or a picture or a card on the windowsill, it's actually a physical product or project that you can pick up and flick through.
And they're frameable as well, aren't they? You
can
actually make wall art, you can make home decor. But if you do scrapbooking, you could certainly fill your scrapbook pages in this way. It's limited only by your imagination. And I know some of you out there are probably looking for the first time and thinking, Gwen, I've no idea where to start with this. Don't think that there are any rules. It's entirely what appeals to your sensibility.
It's your own interpretation. Yeah. And if I just show you again the cards, or sorry, the stamps that I've got here, let me just run through these for you for a second so you can see exactly what you're going to get, because it's been about 50 minutes since I did it. So in case you just switched on, here we go, look. So this is going to be in your big bundle. You're going to get everything I'm about to show you. You've got those wonderful words, and they're all words to do with what people make journals for, really, whether it's a diary, whether it's a planner, whether it's a needle book if you're into your sewing, a day book, adventures, you want to kind of chronicle adventures and put photographs in. But all of these are based on original either adverts or labels from products from France.
Magazines.
Or magazines, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I've got a thing about vintage papers. Look at the old-fashioned adverts. I love that.
You can make up like a faux newspaper, because you can buy newspaper paper, blank paper, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
And then you could make like a little miniature newspaper with all these adverts in and things like that. It'd be fab.
Absolutely. And it's fun as well. You know, looking at the words, looking at the verses, looking at the names and deciphering what they actually mean, what they stand for. You can go online these days and decipher anything, can't you? Here you've got the passport. So that mini passport we showed you earlier on. We've got the denied, approved, numbers. You've got little maps down there as well. So any little kind of travelling books and journals with photographs of your travels in it would be fantastic. But the whole thing on split pay is just basically $39.99. And you get the 2 stencils, of course, as well as the 6 sets of stamps. And the icing on the cake is the paper pad, which is the chipped paint. Now, the paper pad is proving really popular on its own. The only problem you've got is deciding what side of the paper you actually want to use. They're all just lovely. I mean, it's like you're walking through Paris, down a side street or something, and you just see kind of weathered walls and chipped paint, that sort of thing, full of character. $11.99 is your price if you just want the book. And of course, it's uncoated, so you can add extra textures to it and things like that if you want to too. But perfect for making little pockets and pages for your journals and your books too. And of course, everything else that Gwen's used in the show will be on the website. If you want the spatulas that she referred to with the texture paste, then that's, of course, available there as well. Right, We've only got about 4 minutes or 5 minutes left.
Can I just talk through some of these?
Yeah, I've got to show you the embossing folders. We only flashed them on the screen for a second or two, and they're going crazy. So there's your 3D embossing folders, fanciful flowers, botanical swirls. You can see the patterns, and they're £6 each if you buy them together today.
I chose these because these reminded me of old Victorian Lincrusta wallpaper.
Yeah.
So if you give these a really varnished look, that's what they would look like.
Beautiful. Okay, $11.99 for both, and it's XA2852 if you want those. Grab them while we've got them, because after the end of the show, I can't update you and let you know if it's sold out or not. Right, we've got a couple of minutes left.
So rather than trying to do something all in a rush, I'll just talk you through some of the things I'd made with this collection, because I just couldn't stop once I started. I had so many ideas. Making envelopes, I love making envelopes.
Oh, wow.
And this is made from one of those papers. So I've used an envelope board with a scoring system and a punch. I know We Are Makers do a fabulous one. You might be able to find that. So that was that. And then inside that, I decided to put a little book of adverts. And in my head, I was thinking about perhaps a new department store that wanted to advertise for new customers. So they send out these little brochures that might have discounts, might have tickets for certain events, that sort of thing. And I decorated it with the embossing folder, with the stamps. I made adverts, little cards, like a business card almost, but a Victorian one. This is advertising a ladies' magazine, and it's so on and so forth through the little booklet. And I've used the stencil on here. The paper is just copy paper that I've spritzed to look like coffee dye or tea dye paper. On here you could put a gift card if you're going to give this to somebody. It could become a gift pouch if you like, or you could add another advert. Lace, because some of the adverts refer to haberdashery, lace and fabric. So I put a little bit of lace in there. More tags and adverts all the way through that little book.
Now, Gwen has been using these dies quite a bit to make little insert tags, but also you can use them for your pages of your journals and books as well. Now, this is a cracking deal. When I looked at this, I thought of an emerald cut gemstone. That's what it looks like to me, but it's perfect for pages in journals and that sort of thing. $27.50, they're big dies, 8 dies. $19.99. They were $27.50 when we launched them, and you've actually got a cut line going through the middle, and it gives you an embossed line on either side of the cut line. So great for page making for your journals and your books as well. $19.99 for that amount of metal. They are brilliant. The biggest one is, largest is 15.3 by 18.4 centimetres, okay? So that's pretty big pages.
When you cut 2 together like that, you get a frame that's got an embossed line inside and outside, so it really looks like a piece of wood.
Yeah.
If you ink it accordingly, you can make it look like a wooden frame. The detail's beautiful. Yeah. And also I've used them like this, folded in half, to make this little book, or you could make a card. With the larger size, that makes a perfect card if you just fold it in half and it'll stand up. So they're fabulous, these dies. I love them.
Just brilliant for your pages, for your journaling and that sort of thing. If you've got the thermal cinch, treat yourself to anything that's been in this show, because that will help to decorate the books that you make, and you bind in the thermal cinch as well. But for pages, I can't recommend that strongly enough. Gwen, thank you for your demos.
Thank you so much.
Great to see you.
That's been great fun.
It's been really, really lovely, and you've enjoyed it as well, judging by how many of you have come through and bought the main collection. If you've missed anything, you can watch the 1 o'clock show back a bit later on if you want to. Totally different products and totally different demonstrations. But if you do want to go for this collection, then, of course, go to check our website or call the call centre. We've got one more show from me, and then Hayley takes over at 5. It's Crafter's Companion next. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
you're shopping here at HobbyMaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Introducing the Gemini 2. Our brand new electronic die cutting and embossing machine has all the power and precision of the original Gemini, but with updated functions and innovative new features. Faster and quieter than ever before, the Gemini 2 does all the hard work for you. Cut out the most intricate designs in seconds, and all at the touch of a button. Technology to apply higher pressure than many other machines offers perfectly crisp and clear results every time. The Gemini 2 has the power to take creative projects of all shapes and sizes in its stride. It will cut through a range of materials, from card and paper to cork, thin metal, leather and multiple layers of fabric. So you can save time on your papercraft, sewing and multimedia projects. A new and improved optical sensor runs the full length of its 9-inch platform, offering edge-to-edge precision with cutting plates of any size. Pause, rewind and resume functions take the guesswork out of crafting. Smooth gliding feet make light work of moving and manoeuvring your Gemini 2. And a turntable offers 360 degrees of crafting freedom. Neat storage compartments hold craft tools so they're always at your fingertips right when you need them. A built-in media stand and 3 USB charging points invite you to craft along with your favourite tutorials and workshops on your tablet or phone. Easy to use and with everything you need to get started right out of the box, the Gemini 2 is for beginners and experienced makers alike. From scrapbooking and home decor to handmade cards, quilting and everything in between, bring your creativity to life with the Gemini 2.
Seeing this lovely lady makes me think it's Saturday or Sunday.
I know. We tend to be more towards the weekend, don't we?
Yeah.
Knocked you all out, haven't I?
You're here on a hump day?
Yes. Hump day and tomorrow as well, yeah.
Cool. Lovely Michelle is here from Crafter's Companion. Now, obviously, it's the last day of January. Yay! We're thinking now, February's tomorrow, not far till Easter. We need to get crack on and get our Easter cards sorted. So what we've got for you today are 2 bundles from Crafter's Companion. This is a brand new collection, and when you see what's in it and you see the price, it's amazing. You've got cute little rabbits, you've got the crosses for the religious side of Easter, obviously, as well, not just the Easter eggs and all of that sort of thing. You've got here A fantastic bundle. This is brand new from Crafter's Companion. Let's have a little look at the top here first of all, because you've got the cutest little rabbit scene. It's adorable, absolutely adorable. Where did I put the card with the rabbit? Oh, here.
There you go.
Now, the rabbit scene itself is, it's like an aperture die, so it kind of cuts out, there's the actual rabbit, there we go. So it cuts out the little characters and it gives you that kind of egg shape as well as the aperture as the frame, which is really, really sweet. There's 4 dies in there. And when you just see this finished card, the actual aperture is superb as an egg. Works really, really well.
There's another one there.
Thank you. Look, how cute is that? Have a happy Easter. So, yeah, you've got the die to give you the egg shape, but then you've got the die that cuts out the aperture and creates that seam where you can put the little Easter rabbit in the middle of it. That's really cool. So that's the first die set that you can see there. We've then also got all these wonderful stamped verses, and you've got things like Happy Easter. There's loads and loads and loads. Easter wishes. Happy Easter, God bless, peace, love and blessings. So lots of lovely Easter verses in that one as well. Then we go further down to the next level. Then we've got some religious crosses. Now, this isn't obviously just for Easter. This could be for any occasion and any reason, confirmation, weddings, blessings, whatever it might be. But it's a beautiful cross with a gorgeous kind of lattice background to it. Next to that, you've then got joy. Now, is that a stamp set or a die set?
That is a stamp set.
Stamp set, I thought it was. So you've got the word joy, and then you've got the foliage there as well. And then you have another die set with a slightly thinner cross, which is rather beautiful. I'll show you the 2 crosses side by side, actually, and you can see the difference. Really lovely. I mean, this would be appropriate at Christmas as well, you know, for any occasion, to be fair. Confirmation.
Yeah, definitely. Baptisms, anything like that.
Absolutely.
Obviously beautiful for Easter, but, you know, you can definitely take it outside of that.
Definitely you can. I'll just show you the joy stamp as well.
I love that stamp. It's a lovely size. You know, it's not little. That's a nice 8x8 card. So, and again, not just for Easter.
No, that could be newborn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
or again
absolutely.
at Christmas, whatever.
Yeah.
So that's that. Then you're going to get a set of Spectrum Noir Classiques. Now, for your colouring in, these are the top of the tree, aren't they? These pens.
They really are. And I love how they've picked the most perfect pack to go with this collection. You've got your pastels in there, and absolutely, I think works perfect for any kind of Easter crafting, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And one end you've got a wedge nib, the other end you've got a bullet nib, but they are top of the tree for quality. They really, really are. And these are alcohol-based, yeah?
They are alcohol-based, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And it doesn't end there, because not only do you get the classics, you're also going to get a full pack of craft cards, 50 sheets, which is a great colour use for Easter as well, really handy, really beautiful. 50 sheets of craft card, and then you've over here got your multi-purpose card. It used to be called stamping card, but basically it's now called multi-purpose because you can do so much more with it other than stamping. And it's 300 GSM, so construction weight, and 60 sheets in that as well. Now that combined price should be £92.92. That's a great deal. And you're getting the classics as well. I mean, they've got to be worth... How much are they normally?
I think
they're about £20.
I think I'm wanting to say £19.99.
I think you're right.
Of 12, yeah.
Look at where we can take it. We can save you £32, nearly £33 off the price, taking it to £59.99 for this brand new collection. And, yeah, the classics are £20, and it's on interest-free split pay. So that is just £29.99 today, plus your P&P if you've not paid it already, and then £29.99 in 4 weeks' time. But look at what you've got. This is Easter wrapped up and more in one purchase today. We have got another bundle that doesn't include the cardstock and doesn't include the classics. So if you just want the dies and the stamps without the craft card, without the multi-purpose card, and without the classics, let's show you what we can do with that one. So that's everything else except the cardstock and the pens. We can do that today for £44.99. Okay, but that will not have split pay because it's under £50. But if you go for the bigger collection, that will have split pay, interest-free. I mean, the pens alone, you know, to get those included with the dies, and again, as I say, the cross is obviously incredibly significant at Easter, but it's also going to be appropriate if you're going to get married, someone's confirmation, Christmas. It's got all year-round use, obviously, hasn't it? And also sympathy cards as well,
yes.
maybe.
Yes, the card that we don't want to make definitely, but would be absolutely perfect for that. Because what do you actually put on something like that? So to have one of these beautiful crosses on there, surrounded by that, either that lattice or that floral, let the card do the talking.
OK, well, lots of you coming through for the big bundle. Well, I can see why, because it's on split pay. Also, you get the craft card, the multi-purpose and the classic pens as well. It's the most popular option at the moment. Now, we'll go to demo, and we've got a few other amazing deals in the hour as well. We've got a stamping press, we've got some Centura Pearl cardstock and envelopes. We're going to load everything that's in the show onto the website. So if you want to shop ahead, if you've got things to do, you can buy right away, and everyone will pay the final low price. Right, Michelle, what do you want to do first?
So I'm going to start with one of those beautiful crosses, and this is the Miracle of Easter. So let's pop it out. And what you're getting with this is you're getting that matte die there that's going to cut that lovely matte piece out. You're going to add this piece inside, and then you've got the beautiful decorative element cut out, but your cross comes in two pieces as well. So if I just pop that to the side, you've got your matte and then you've got your decorative, so you can use them together, you can use them separately. It's almost like a really fancy nesting die set that you've got there. So I'm going to just bring one of my plates in. And then we're going to start. So I'm going to start with this first. So I've just got some of the white cardstock that you're going to be able to get in the bundle. I've just folded a piece in half, because what you can do with this die is you can hang it over the edge. So that middle bit here, I'm going to line up right on the edge of my card, and we're going to tape it in place. And then I'm going to turn it over, make sure it's nice and straight.
Yep.
And then I'm just going to run this through.
Well, Pamela's in already in Greater Manchester, Joanne in Cornwall, Pamela, Michelle in Northumberland, Joanne in Cornwall as well, all checking out your baskets for this fantastic collection, this Easter collection from Crafter's Companion. And Crafter's Companion do all occasions during the year brilliantly well, don't they?
I think they do. They absolutely do. Leanne and her team, they're absolutely amazing. I think they hit it out of the ballpark every single time. What I love, though, is they tend to bring you collections that you can use for other things as well. So not just this is an Easter collection, but as Dave was saying, we can use it for lots of other occasions. And as a crafter, that's what we want. We want to be able to use something for multiple uses.
Totally.
So let's just peel that off, and you can see how perfect that is cut all the way through both sides. So now I've got a lovely ornate card base.
Beautiful.
So then what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the rest of these decorative elements, and we're going to build up sort of the layers and the patterns. So I've got some of my blue, so those 12 by 12 paper pads in the pastels. You've got the sort of Centura Pearl-esque in there, and you've got that linen cardstock. So I've picked both of those, again, in the blue, because they're going to work together beautifully. And then what we're going to do this time is we're going to pop both of those on. So I'm just going to line those two up together. And again, tape those down. And then we're going to bring in, let's put the decorative piece on here.
Okay. We've got some amazing deals coming up with Centura Pearl as well, in lovely kind of Easterish colours, card blanks as well, with envelopes in Centura Pearl, so they're on the way soon.
Absolutely. I've literally got a pastel show for you today. Everything's in those perfect pastel colours.
Well, perfect Easter colours, aren't they, really?
But absolutely. It's the lemons and the pinks and those blues, the greens, all those pastel colours, absolutely perfect for Easter. Because it is, it's all about the sort of the new beginnings, isn't it, Easter? For most, well, it's mainly about chocolate. Just no one tell me off for saying that, because obviously, you know, not really, but it's nice, I think, with this collection that you do have the egg and the bunnies, but then you also have the beautiful crosses. So I think it literally covers everyone that you're going to want to send a card to. Look at that.
No one ever knows what to get me for Easter, because I don't really eat chocolate.
Oh, do you not?
I'm a bit of a weirdo like that.
Yeah. My mum once said to me, it surprises me how you don't bleed chocolate. It's a bit of an odd sentence to say to your child, but I do love chocolate. Yes, so if it's chocolate, then you're onto the winner with me, definitely. It's as simple as that. So look at that. Look how beautiful.
Look how elaborate that cross is. It's beautiful, isn't it?
I mean, all my bits are still in there, so you can see that it's cut out beautifully. So if you want to paper piece back in with a different colour, you absolutely can. So I've got all my bits here. I've got that lovely linen. So this is going to go on here. So this linen and this pearlescent is from that 12 by 12 pastel mix.
Is that from the 12 by 12 linen cardstock?
It is, yeah.
The pastels?
Yes.
OK, we'll see if we can get that added into the show, actually, if we've got any stock of it.
So then what we're going to do with this is you can see that it's, because obviously that's a straight edge, because we had it hanging over the edge of our card. When we pop that on, you've got the decorative edge, so it covers it all up beautifully. Then all we're going to do with this is dotty tape pen is, again, going to be your best friend with something this intricate. I'm just going to pop this on. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do before I do. These two white pieces here, I'm going to bring in... So if you get the classiques, you can use your classiques, but I'm just going to use one of my ink pads, and this is my water reactive, and it's just that pink tulip. So I'm just going to pick lots up, and just from the middle of here, I'm just going to add a lovely little circle of colour. And then I'm going to pop this over. I'm going to do it that way because I've got ink on the other... I've got some tape on it. I just want that sort of pink to sort of be popping out from behind that lovely lattice effect that you've got there. So you're going to add a little bit on.
Now, we've had some questions whether the cross with the lattice, which is the one that you're using, is available on its own. It is available if you want it. It's called the Miracle of Easter. If you want it on its own, that's all you want. That's absolutely fine. $12.99. There it is. It says floral cross. Is that the same as the Miracle of Easter? Yeah.
Oh, no, floral cross is the other one.
That's the other
Apologies.
one. Yeah. So the one with the lattice is the Miracle of Easter. Here it comes. That's $12.99 too. Same price, different item number, RS 2020.
So I've put some glue on the cross, and then just around all that decorative edge, I'm going to put some dotty tape, and then we're just going to pop that on there. And what you've got is you've got that lovely bit of ink sort of coming from behind your cross. We're going to do the same with this one. I'm just going to add a little bit of ink on the middle, going out in just a lovely circular motion. Bring your decorative piece on, pop it on. If you're happy with your ink that you've done, then we can then just, again with the dotted tape pen, pop this on. And that's nice, quick, easy, simple cards. So if you do craft fairs at Easter, or you're batch making for family, or you want to make little gift sets where you've got 6 cards, 6 envelopes, you know, and little tags in there, these are going to come together.
You could even make like little notelets to send to friends and family, with little updates on the family at Easter or whatever.
Yes, anything like that, because you can see how quick that has come together. So let me just trim that down the tiniest little bit. I've got some lovely large foam pads here. So again, just trim that down so it fits. Pop that across there. I mean, at home, I've stuck those two together, but those 2 pieces of foam I wouldn't get rid of. I would use again.
Yeah. Never throw them away.
No, never throw anything away. And then I've got this. So I've just got Happy Easter and God Bless. So if I bring this in, this stamp set, this sentiment set is amazing. You have got Happy Easter to the whole family, and then you've got wishing you a happy, heartwarming Easter, Easter wishes, peace, love, and Easter blessings. And then this one's lovely. Right, I need my reading glasses on, don't I? I need to hold it really far away so I can read it. Go on, that one.
Whatever lifts your spirits, brings you hope, and fills you with the miracle of Easter, I wish for you this year. Happy Easter to the whole family. I hope it's a fun one for all of you. Hoping your Easter is extra bright and happy this year. 8 verse stamps for $4.99. It's not bad, is it? If you just want that on its own, if you haven't got any Easter verses or you've used the same ones year after year after year, you want some new ones, $4.99, that's FC2003. This is my first Easter show of the year.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, first one. Just
just comes around so quickly, doesn't it? So I've just stamped that out on some white card, and again I've added a bit of pink, of that lovely pink tulip, because it's tying it all in. All I've just done is I've just give it a little bit of movement, just a little bit of an S shape going on. It just adds all that sort of dimension. I'm going to pop that on there. And I did have, oh, I've got on there, look. I've got some, just some pearls from my stash at home. I'm just going to peel one of those off.
I do love that colour combination.
That pink and blue, it's one of my favourites, I've got to admit. And there you go, you've got a lovely, beautiful handmade card. And very quickly, I die cut all those pieces out. The only thing I didn't do was stamp the sentiment, but you can see how lovely and quick they come together.
It's lovely, isn't it, to have collections for major events during the year. For Christmas, obviously, that's an absolute foregone conclusion. But for Easter, this is a complete collection, all you'll ever need. I mean, if I show you another little card, this is designed by Carol Lorriman of the design team for Crafter's Companion. To have that egg-shaped aperture with all that foliage, and you can have the bunnies in there, you don't have to use them if you don't want to, but you get the bunny dies as well. Here's another one using the same. Again, great use of colour with that lovely pink and tealy blue. And of course, you can just have the Easter egg shape itself. If you don't want the foliage and you don't want the bunny in it, then you've actually got the outline die that will give you the egg shape. And again, you don't have to use the bunnies in the actual opening if you don't want to. You can put a sentiment in the middle, and we put the two bunnies at the bottom just there as well. And here are a few more using that fantastic cross. Now, lots of you asking whether this cross die is available on its own. Yes, it is. The other cross die is also available on its own too. And this is one that's been paper-pieced with non-shed glitter card in the centre. A bit of acetate there as well to make it look like a window. Beautiful. And we've got a good deal on acetate in the show, actually. And this is the Joy stamp set. Now, obviously, that's got connections to all different occasions throughout the year, not just Easter, but for any joyous occasion. And if you know someone called Joy, even better, yeah. There's that other cross, again, paper-pieced with white, but it gives it that kind of almost quilted effect and look to it. Beautiful. So $59.99 on split pay as well. It's EP2075. Now, we have got, I mentioned the acetate. We've actually got a bundle of acetate, which I cannot quite believe. The heavy weight, heat-resistant acetate. Now, one pack has got 12 sheets in it, okay? Now, if you normally want to heat emboss or whatever, you'd have to make sure that you've got a heat-resistant acetate, which is what this is. Now, what you've got here are 36 sheets. You get 3 packs. They should be $3.99 a pack, which is great already. £11.97. That is not the price. 36 sheets of acetate, perfect to use with these cross cards. $7.50 for 3 packs of this.
3 packs?
3 packs.
Oh, wow.
I would have thought $7.50 for one.
Yes, yeah, because it's heat resistant, so obviously it means you can do your heat embossing, things like that on it, so that's great.
£2.50 each pack, and you get 3 of these. That makes it, is it 20p a pack? 20p a sheet? 20p a sheet, and you can trim it down, obviously, but it doesn't matter if you've got your heat gun, it does not matter. It's not going to shrivel up, it's not going to shrink, it's not going to disintegrate, it's going to withstand heat. But yeah, you get 3 packs like this for just £7.50. You're all coming in for this. Kathleen in Perth and Kinross, Dorian in Norfolk, Jacqueline in Angus. Well, loads of you going for maybe 2 sets. If you want to. That means then you will get 72 heat-resistant sheets for £15.
I'm going to... In fact, Ben, if you're watching, my hubby Ben, get on the phone and order me some.
Michelle wants some. You didn't realise that deal was that good?
No, gosh, no.
36 sheets for £7.50. And remember that for everyone that's bought something today already or ordered from us after midnight last night, you've paid your P&P. That's a delivered price. Get 3 of these. Okay. Right. Now, the Centura Pearl, is this the cardstock or the card and envelopes? The cardstock. Okay. We'll do both. We'll do the Centura Pearl first of all. The acetate is absolutely flying out the door. Right. Now, how many sheets do we get in total? 10 sheets of each colour, So you've got 60 sheets of Centura Pearl. Let me show you the colours. You've got 10 sheets of this beautiful baby blue. That's what Centura Pearl does. Look at that shimmer.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Then we've got your Easter yellow. Again, look at Centura Pearl. Then you've got your lilac. You get 10 of those. Are they joined together? Oh, no. Then you've got, oh, that's the lavender. That's the lavender. The last one was the lilac. Then you've got, that's the green. This one's the mint. It looks ivory on the screen, I know. It is more of a mint green, very light green. And then, then your fuchsia. But that's what makes Centura Pearl different. It's not a dull, flat colour. It's just sheening all the way, sheening and shining. Very, very elegant. And as I always say, my first memories of Centura Pearl, when I first worked with Sarah all those years ago, was a hint of silver and a hint of gold.
Yes.
That was all there was.
Yeah.
But now, look, you've got this rainbow of colours here. But these are perfect colours for Easter. You don't want anything too bright and too in your face. You just want the subtlety of spring, which is what this sums up in this colours. 10 sheets of each, 60 sheets. And in 2, 1, let's get that price down. EC2008, go, 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 $19.99. $3.33 for 10 sheets of Centura Pearl, a pack of 10 sheets.
That's really good. And it's a 310 GSM, so it's going to be perfect for your card bases, if you're making little Easter baskets or little Easter boxes.
Well, I think people make boxes, Easter boxes, more than they do at Christmas, because you want to put the little eggs in things and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Easter egg hunts and stuff like that.
Oh, my kids are too old for that now, but I used to love doing a little... I'm not too old, can I just say, for an Easter egg hunt.
Brilliant. Well, they're the perfect colours for Easter, aren't they? You want your pastels, you want your kind of brights, and that's what you've got here, the brights in pastel shades. So absolutely perfect. Whoever selected these from Crafter's Companion, good job. That's what we need. 60 sheets in total, 10 of each of these amazing colours for just £19.99. Paula's in, Martin's in, Hilary in Denbighshire is in, Doreen in Norfolk, Susan in Great Yarmouth. Who thought, who'd have known that you can get all of these different colourways in Centura Pearl? And it's, what I love about Centura Pearl is it's classy. Sometimes if something's too shiny, it can be a bit cheap.
Yes, mirror card is a lot, isn't it? I love a good mirror card, but if I use mirror card, I'll just have it as a highlight.
Yeah.
But with this, you can go full on card and mats and layers and everything like that with these, because it's just beautiful.
Nearly 20% of the stock gone at $19.99. Fill your boots, enjoy it. It's EC2008. Lots of you on the phones, lots of you on the app, lots of you on the website as well. Hello, Keith in Greater Manchester on the phones. Sheila in County Durham on the website. Have we got any apps? Yes, Martin's on the app. We can actually see what you're doing, whether you're on the phone. We can't see what you're doing. You can see what we're doing. We can't see you. But we can see whether you're on the phones, just in case I freaked you out by saying that. I can see if you're on the telephone, if you're on the website, or if you're on the app. Imagine that, if we could see every single viewer at home.
I know, that would definitely be a little
I wonder if
scary.
that day will come one day.
I think that day will come. I definitely do.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Literally, they could be live along with us at some point, couldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that will never happen. That will never happen. that will breach every privacy rule going known to man, so that will never, ever happen. EC2008 is your item number. Check out that one. I'll let you know. If we need to get any more stock, we'll see what we can do. Lots of you going for more than one. Now, if you like that, this next up. Now, I didn't know you did this in Centura Pearl.
I think it was last year we brought these to you. And because you get the matching envelope.
Oh, look at this.
They're very popular.
Now, card blanks, maybe you make your own, but what about if they already come pre-cut for you? These are 6x6, aren't they, Laura?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6x6 in size, and they are the same Centura Pearl on the back as they are on the front. But look, you're going to get the coordinating Centura Pearl envelope, hello, in the envelope.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
That's like an envelope you get at an awards ceremony.
Yes,
yes. Now, you get the white, you get the, do we call this cream or ivory?
I think it's ivory, isn't it? I always want to call it lemon, but I think it's an ivory.
Or champagne, could be champagne. I prefer champagne.
It sounds a lot better, yes.
So, now how much you get of each of these? Fresh cream, prefer champagne.
Yes.
How many did you get of each of these? 8 of each. So 8 cards, 8 envelopes. Yeah. Now this to me, I call this platinum.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's not silver. It's a very rich silver platinum colour. Look. And the matching envelope. And the winner is... Love it. Then we've got the pink. Beautiful pink. Again, perfect colours for spring. So white and plain on the inside for you to do whatever you wish. Put an insert in, stamp a sentiment inside it if you want to. That's like a candy floss pink. And if you want to mix the envelopes up and put a pink envelope with a champagne card, you can do that.
Absolutely. What I suggested last week is if you wanted to make like a double gatefold card, and so you're putting 2 of your card bases together, what that means is you've got an extra envelope. So you've got some Centura Pearl paper that you can then use for mats and layers, to die cut some butterflies, something like that out. Because obviously we don't do Centura Pearl paper on its own. So if you are doubling up a card, then that means you've got a little bit of paper left over to play with.
So I know Laura just said to me how many, I've forgotten. How many did you get of each? 8. 8 envelopes, 8. Okay, so you get 40 in total. Ignore what it says on the screen, it says 50, it's 40. Okay, so you get basically 5 colours, 8 of each, 40 cards and envelopes in blue, in pink, in platinum, in champagne, and in white. What's the price? $23.99 for luxury like that. And, of course, use it in conjunction maybe with the collection we got here today. That's going to go a long way. You don't have to use them for Easter if you don't want to. They're just gorgeous quality cards in a very popular size, in a lovely rainbow of pastel colours. But it's the sheen you get. I mean, look at that on that envelope. Look at that. You know that that's not going to be a bill when that lands through you. There's no way that's going to be a demand or anything like that. It's basically luxury. And just mix up the colours, have a little play. I mean, yeah, the platinum in the white envelope would look good as a contrast. That would work. The pink and maybe the champagne. How would that go? That would go well together. So you don't have to keep them like for like. Mix them up a bit. Yeah.
Have a play, definitely. It's what it's all about, isn't it, having a play?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Blue card, champagne envelope. That would work. Yeah, that works.
I like that a lot.
That does look good, doesn't it? $23.99, HU 2018. Loads of you coming through for that. Enjoy it. And as I say, you don't see Centura Pearl card blanks and envelopes very often, to be honest. If at all. I can't remember ever seeing them, to be fair.
No, we're just doing with those packs. Yeah.
20% gone, so very busy for that right now. OK, Michelle, what do you want to...
Right, so I've got the springtime scene, which is that lovely egg shape with the bunnies. So I'm going to use that. So let's pop this out so you can see it. What you've got is you've got that lovely mat. You've got the decorative element there. And then you've got those 2 bunnies. But again, there's nothing Easter on here, it's just foliage.
Sorry to interrupt. This die set on its own, lots of you have found it on the website, it's about to sell out. We don't have many of them left at all. It's only $12.99 on its own if you love the Easter egg shape, which you can use with or without the foliage. You've then got the foliage and you've got the 2 little bunnies as well to kind of complete the scene.
And then I'm going to use that Joy stamp set as well. So if I pop that on there, you can see it's a lovely size. I mean, they're about 1.5 inches in size. So I don't want to use that because that is some Centura Pearl. I just want some normal white card here. And then we're going to pop this out. And the good thing about it is it comes together. It's not your separate words.
I was saying, don't worry about the spacing and that sort of thing.
Yes, it's not your separate letters. So we're just going to pop that on there. We're going to lift it up. I'm always going to use my mat because it means if I miss a bit, I can go back in. Or my stamping platform, sorry. Can go back in.
That would make a lovely background as well. If you just stamp Joy like 4 or 5 times over a complete card blank, how good would that look? Maybe in rainbow colours or something like that.
Absolutely. It would look absolutely gorgeous. So I've missed a little bit, so it's actually still on there. So if I turn that back over and just press there where I've missed it, you can see that I've gone back in. I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't have this... I love my stamping platform. I could talk to you about this all day and how it transformed my crafting.
Well, we've got a stamping platform in the show, which is a different size to the one that you're actually using. We've got this one, which is the, is this 6x6?
Yes, that one's a 6x6.
6x6
yeah.
inch. And you get the stamping mat, which it's got a little bit of give to it. So when you actually stamp down, it helps the card absorb the ink and gives you a better finish. £20.98. What a great deal. Oh, that should be the price. That's not the price. This is evidently, I've just been told, the lowest price that this bundle has ever been to. Remember, the stamping platform is on springs. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's quite all right.
But, yeah, stamp it onto your stamping mat and you're going to get perfect results. £15.50. It's never, ever been that low before. You get both. And even if you're not using the stamping platform all the time, it's the perfect mat to use for your stamping. Don't pierce in it or anything like that. Just use it purely for stamping. It's got the right density, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. If you are stamping... So let me just quickly show you. My stamping platform, when I press down on it, the base has got some give as well.
Yeah.
So that is, if you're not using this, can you see that? Like you can see, you've got that
foam base, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
So what you are doing is, if you're going to get the 6x6, you're definitely going to stamp onto that foam because it allows you to get contact over the whole of your stamp. If you just stamp straight onto your glass mat, it just doesn't work.
Too hard a surface.
It's too hard a surface, yeah.
So those two together, lowest price they've ever been, £15.50 for both stamping platform and the stamping mat. Marvellous.
Right, so I've stamped it out. I've used one of my alcohol-proof ink pads because I'm going to colour it in with my tri-blend. And I've got my tri-blend here. What I did at home was I did use my yellows from my Classiques. It's the yellow, the lovely one that's in that pack that does come with this today. So all we're going to do is I'm going to use the lightest. I'm not going to colour all this in, but I'm going to use the lightest and I'm going to come, so 3/4 of the way across, and I'm going to sort of preserve a highlight just around that edge. I'm going to come in with the darkest to that edge again, so we're going to blend it all in lovely. And then we're going to come in with the mid. Now, if you haven't got if you're just trying out with your Classics, so if you get that bundle today and there's just that one sort of lemon colour in there, if you layer the colour over itself again and again, you're still going to get a lovely blend out. You're still going to get sort of depth and dimension just by using one. Now, I'm going to carry on colouring that in. And then all I did was I've just cut it out and I've matted it onto, again, some of that lovely textured linen cardstock. White gel pen, I've just highlighted it a bit. And then those little bunny rabbits that I've cut out from the Easter egg, I'm just going to take one of them. I've just put a drop shadow behind it with some white.
Yeah.
And that is going to sit just there on my joy.
Cute.
So we're going to pop that to the side, and then I'm going to bring in this. So this is the die that we're going to use. So, again, all I've done, I've got a plain card, and we're going to run just this one through. So let's tape it in place, because it's going to cut out that aperture. So let's pop that on there, that on there, and then... because I don't want it to go through both sides of my card, make sure you open it up. And then we will pop that on and then run it through. So, let me get one of my plates is just starting to warp a little bit. So when it does, just make sure you're careful when you put it through. Make sure that it goes nice and straight.
Yeah, and make sure you rotate your plates regularly as well, so it's getting even wear on.
Yes.
Both sides.
You can tell this is my plate because I always forget to flip and rotate. Don't tell Leanne.
No, I was going to say, Leanne will be on you.
She absolutely will. So let me just bring in my pokey tool, and then let me lift my tape very careful. There we go. And then if I turn that round, you can see that it's die cut beautifully all the way through. So we're going to be very careful peeling that off because they're quite delicate in some areas. Let's turn that back round and just gently, there we go, it's just caught So you've got that beautiful die cut element. So I'm going to bring this one in, because the only other thing I've done to this is I brought just my straw baling. Again, it's just my water reactive ink pad, and I've just added a tiny little bit of yellow ink all the way around the edge, because what I'm going to do is, so that sunflower 12 by 12 paper collection that we've got, linen cardstock, we're going to pop those on the inside of the card, because then what that allows, that lovely aperture at the front, it makes it really pop. So, just lining that up. And again, any of your colours that you want to be doing with this with, I was definitely in a very Eastery mood, so I've used all my lovely pastels that you can see.
We've actually been able to get the pastel linen cardstock 12 by 12 paper pad added to the show, which I'll show you in a minute, and that was one of the sheets that you were using in the last demo, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So there you go. You can see that it makes it pop even more now, but then what you do is, using this die with this, you run both of those through together, and what that gives you is this.
Beautiful.
So all you're going to do, we're going to pop that over the top. So again, dotty tape pen. So again, it's very delicate, so be very careful. At home, you will obviously take a lot more time and care than I'm doing. So you're going to line it up. You can have a drop shadow if you want. You can line it exactly up over, entirely up to you.
Thank goodness for dotty tape pens, eh?
I know. I don't know what I'd do without my dotty tape pen. Definitely not. So again, let's just pop one foam pad in the middle, because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to gently add a little bit of curve to it. So, because that foam pad's just in the middle, it's going to allow that curve just to stay on there. I've got 3 little gems there. I've got the Easter, which is from, where's that from? It's from the stamp set. It's in there. So literally, I popped that. I've got my little bunny there. I do have my other one somewhere. Let's pop him on, or her.
You can't just have one on its own.
No.
They want to be together.
Reminds me of that advert.
Yeah.
There you go. So again, another nice, quick and easy card to come together. If I turn that round and stand it up, there you go.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Now, remember, the main bundle is obviously the best value for money. That's always the case with all of our shows. Now, lots of you were cherry-picking individuals as well, if you didn't want the pens or you didn't want the cardstock or whatever. Now, we sold out most, or nearly, of most of the individuals, but we were able to get more stock, which is great. So thank you, Crafters Companion, for that. Now, let me show you, first of all, the stamps. OK, so the Miracle of Easter, that's the one, that one here, isn't it? Yeah. So this is the die set. This is the first demonstration that Michelle did in the show at 4 o'clock, sorry. Here we go. So this is the Miracle of Easter. It did sell out. We've got more stock of it, though, if you want that on its own. And, of course, the cross is appropriate all year round for all sorts of religious events and also, of course, sympathy cards as well. It's just a lovely die set to have that you'll reach for and use, I'm sure, regularly. So there's a very elaborate and very beautiful cross with a lattice background. That's only £12.99 for 4 dies. Lots of you wanting this one. Nearly 20% of that stock that we were able to get from Crafters Companion has now gone. Just RS 2020. Now, the other cross, we've still got stock of at the moment, which is fine. Springtime Scene. This one. OK. This one. That also sold out, but we've restocked it. So if you've tried to get it on the website or phone the call centre and say, sorry, you haven't got stock, it is now available as an individual purchase. OK, that's $12.99 as well. Not only do you get the outline die, which is the Easter egg shape, but you've also, of course, got the foliage, which sits inside it for the little aperture. And you've got, of course, the 2 bunny rabbit dies as well. So really sweet. You'd love that one. It sold out individually. It's now back in stock. $12.99, and that's FS2067. Now, the stamps with the Easter blessings, these ones here, they sold out as well, but we've been able to get more stock of it. We've got a bit more of that, and this is just $4.99 for 8 stamps. A really good price. Have a happy Easter. Wishing you happy, heartwarming Easter time. Whatever lifts your spirits. brings you hope and fills you with the miracle of Easter. I wish for you this year. That's really lovely, actually. Happy Easter and God bless. Happy Easter to the whole family. I hope it's a fun one for you all. Hoping your Easter is extra bright and happy this year. And peace, love, and Easter blessings. So, yeah, if you're lacking in the kind of Easter department when it comes to verses and sentiments, then they are going to be great. You'll use them year in, year out. £4.99 for that one. That's back in stock. Now, the pastel paper pal, I've just been handed this. Now, the colour that you used in your first demo was that beautiful...
So it was the blue.
That one?
Yes, yeah, that one.
That was the colour that Michelle used in the first demonstration. So if you love that card, and mixing it with the pink ink as well, really was lovely. But you've actually got 24 sheets here. 24 sheets. You've got your pastel pink in the linen. You've got the lilac. You've got your turquoise. You've got your yellow, and that's it. But I think they are perfect colours for Easter. £16.99, GE 2028, that is your price. £16.99 for 24 sheets. That's working out to about 65p a sheet, I think, if my maths is right. But really lovely colours, and I love the... I don't know if you can see on the screen. Actually, I said it was linen. It's a mixture. You've got a mixture of linen and pearlescent.
Yes,
just realised that.
Yeah, you do.
So I don't know if you can see, if I angle it down, the linen.
There you go, look at that.
So there's the linen texture, but you get, I think, 3 of each, don't you? And then you get your pearlescent, which is nice and smooth. So each colourway has got, I think it's 3 of each colourway and 3 of each texture. So 3 linen, 3 of the what do you call it?
Pearlescent.
Pearlescent, that's it. I got the word. It's been a long afternoon. GE 2028, £16.99 stitch you that. Perfect for Easter cards, so stock up today. If you use your cutting machines, of course, as well, if you've got the Brother Scan and Cut or anything like that, and you're doing Easter projects for those, perfect to fit onto your Brother Scan and Cut cutting mat or your Cricut machine or whatever. But, yeah, grab them if you would like to go for those. And that is product code GE 2028.
I think the last time I was up, I had those. And by the time Kat had finished loading it on, they'd sold out.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Blimey.
Yeah.
Well, it is busy. Lots of you coming in. Antoinette in Hampshire, hi. Crafter, brand new. Samantha in Cornwall, loving the 12x12 pastel with the linen finish and the pearlescent finish as well. Got time for one more demo.
Ah, fabulous. Perfect. So the last one in the collection that I haven't used is that floral cross. Easier to use than it is to say, apparently. But you've got that lovely matte piece, and then you've got this really large, beautiful floral decorative element. So what I'm going to do is we will run that one through first. So I'm going to pop that on there. I'm going to tape it down because I don't want it to move. And then we're just going to run that through. So again, so these are going to go through your junior.
Yep.
And they're also going to go through your new mojito coloured Midi.
Yep. Which I know many of you ordered yesterday and the day before, so yeah. And it doesn't matter whether it's electronic or manual die cutting machine, all these dies will work in any machine size permitting. That's the only restriction, is the size of the mouth of your machine.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's move that, and again, let's turn that over, and you can see that that's cut all the way through. Now, I am using some of my Centura Pearl. So let's peel this up very carefully.
Centura Pearl bundle, 60 sheets, remember, in 6 colours, 10 of each sheet, coming up on the screen.
So again, let me peel it this way so you can see it's a nice, delicate die. Again, it peels off absolutely beautiful. You just have to be very careful that you don't rip any of your little bits. So there you go. So that's what it's going to look like. If you want
that silver finish, doesn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. So just using that die on its own, you can cut it into your card. But if you use both of those dies, so that matte die as well, that's what it's going to look like when you cut that panel out. So and bring those back in. You've got that straight away, 2 options, 2 totally different cards that you're going to be creating. But what I love about this is, let me see if I can find the correct release hole, is you've got that cross as well.
Oh, that's so delicate but beautiful.
Absolutely. So again, if you want to use that on its own, if you want to die cut it out a few times to build up some height, so then paper piece it back in there, but you've got that height difference, you absolutely can. So if I very quickly, I'm going to bring in a card that I've already sort of semi-made. Just again, the white card from the collection, I've used that yellow textured cardstock. I've used craft card again that you can get with this bundle, and then I've used the is it the Sunflowers collection paper, the 12 by 12 today. So that's all I've done for that. And then on some foam, I've got craft card again. I've got that lovely yellow textured cardstock. Peel all those bits off. And we're going to pop that just right in the middle, but sort of to the top. And then, oh, it's there. I just pushed it to the side and then I couldn't find it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pop that in there. So you're going to measure that piece, and then my lemon and then my craft card are just that 1/4 of an inch bigger in size, just to create that beautiful matte and layer. And again, you've got all that very, very intricate detailing. So you're going to be very careful with your dotty tape pen. So let's go all the way around the edges. And again, if I was at home, I would tape up the whole of this, make sure that there's no little bits sort of poking up. But again, just for speed, I'm not going to glue them all. I just want to...
Well, that does look lovely just like that, doesn't it?
Just on its own. You don't really need to do anything else. Then all I've done is I've cut it out in white and then lemon, so I've got those crosses in both. It's got the slightest little bit of a drop shadow. But what I'm going to do is I want to bring this last one in as well, because you know when I said cut a few out and paper piece it back in, and that little bit of depth in the middle is just going to really make it pop. So, without gluing myself to my cross, I'm going to pop that in the middle. You almost get like a chipboard effect topper, because when I pop it back in, you've got that depth on there that's going to make it really just stand out.
And that's just 3 layers of cardstock, but it really makes it pop.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Without being disrespectful, but...
Pop that. Well, that's it, absolutely. Just that makes it really pop out. I've got Peace, Love and Easter Blessings. Again, that's from that lovely stamp set. We're going to pop that on the bottom, right in the middle. And then again, all I'm going to do is I've got one gem. I'm going to pop in the middle. You don't have to if you don't want to. But no inks, just mixing up my textures of cardstock. That is
so stylish and tasteful. Really beautiful.
Just simply comes together, doesn't it? It's a classic, timeless, beautiful collection. You've seen I've just done 3 demos very quickly and easy.
And that's the floral cross, which again we still have stock of individually if you want it. That's just £12.99. Now the springtime one, the one with the bunnies, you're loving the Easter... Oh, hang on, not that one, this one. We restocked it and we're virtually out of stock again. Yeah, I can understand why you're loving this to bits. It's actually 3 dies, no, it's 4 dies, isn't it? Yeah, 4 dies. You've got the 2 little rabbits. You've also got the die that gives you the foliage aperture, and then you've also got the outside die as well. So you can make as many Easter eggs as you want in those wonderful shapes. And size-wise, they're a really good size. You've got 3.7 inches by 5 or 9.4 centimetres by 12.7 centimetres. And you can make lovely cards just like that. And I think everyone puts so much emphasis towards Christmas and Christmas launches and that sort of thing, but not as much emphasis, I don't think, gets put on Easter collections, but it's just as an important occasion, if not more so.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a lovely thing to gift Easter cards, even if you're not like me, into chocolate. I mean, an Easter card with a little note, catch up for the family inside it, will go down really well. $12.99 for that one, FS2067. Now, OK, it may well be that you like the idea of the 3 sets of dies, so the 2 crosses and the rabbits, and the stamps, but you don't necessarily want the multi-purpose cardstock, and you don't want the craft card, and you don't want the classiques. Not everybody wants the cardstock, it depends. Okay, so if you don't want those 3 things, we can do you this deal. $44.99 for the two beautiful crosses, the fantastic bunny rabbits in the Glen and the Easter egg, and of course the Joy stamps as well. As well as that, you'll also get, of course, the Easter sentiment stamps too. So everything basically, apart from the Spectrum Noir Classiques, the craft card and the multi-purpose card, is yours for £44.99. But do bear in mind, if you do go for the whole collection, that is on split pay. So you won't even have to pay £44.99 today. You just pay that first payment of £30, $29.99. That's what you pay today, so actually £10 less than what the other collection costs, or £15 less than what the other collection costs. OK, that's only on one payment, but this is on two split pays, so you can enjoy it today for just $29.99 today and $29.99 in 4 weeks' time. Maybe it's not you that wants the pens, but you want to give them to your son or your best friend or someone who's been saying, I must get some new pens. They're alcohol pens, remember, from Spectrum Noir. They are the classiques. They've got the wedge end on one end, and they've got the bullet end on the other, and they are top quality. And the colourways, if you're wondering what colours you're going to be getting, these have been hand-selected by Crafter's Companion, just like all the cardstock and the Centura Pearl has been, because all of these colours are perfect kind of spring colours. They're the pastel shades, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, all your pastels. Obviously, going to work absolutely. Everything is perfectly matching today on this show. Everything's pastel, so your Centura Pearl, your envelopes, your pens, and your pens. It works beautifully for an Easter collection, doesn't it?
EP 2075 gets you the big bumper bundle if you want. And we have actually got some 12 by 12 paper pads on the show as well, which we haven't had time to go through. We've got the Say It With Flowers. We've got the Cheers to You as well, which I know lots of you love. They'll all be on the website if you have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. Thank you for being there this afternoon. The lovely Hayley is going to be on the way next to see you through until 8 o'clock, and I will see you back here tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon for the evening shift, but lots more to look forward to. And you're with Hayley after the break, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
OK, see you in about 3 minutes.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Hello there and welcome back. Quick change.
I know.
Don't look like Dave anymore, do I? Now, you've been a very busy lady today, I have to say.
I have.
And every single hour has been something different.
Yes, yeah.
So keeping you on your toes.
Yes. Yeah, that's how we like it though, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now, we've got a fabulous hour ahead of us. Products that I've not seen before, but before we get into the throes of that, I must tell you about some amazing deals that we've got for this hour. Deals that I don't know whether they're going to last the full hour, which is why we want to get them in nice and early for you. So we've got several of them. So if you'll permit me to go through these quickly, and then we'll get into the throes of wax seals after that. So what can I tell you? Well, these are amazing deals that are on the website already, I believe. And we're looking at storage with the first item, and this is a fabulous way for you to look after your papers. And this is something that we see from Totally Tiffany over and over again, isn't it? Storage solutions.
Yes, I think that's what she's all about. And you know, if it's Totally Tiffany, it's going to meet exactly what needs that you need as a crafter. How many times can I say need in one sentence?
Well, that's true. Because we invest so much, don't we, in our crafty bits and pieces, that we need to look after them and make sure that they're kept pristine.
Yes, absolutely. And you definitely know Totally Tiffany is going to deliver that every time. It's going to look after your stuff. It's going to keep it protected. Lots of the stuff have little drawers in, things like that. So, you know, you're not getting any dog-eared papers, things like that.
Now, the first one that we've got for you, well, this is brilliant because you've got your large kind of wallet, for the want of a better phrase. We're calling it a paper taker. And you've also got your tab dividers in there as well, so it gives you the opportunity to kind of get things organised. And you can see there, for your 8x8 papers, absolutely perfect. It's always lightweight as well, isn't it? So it's not like you're adding to the weight if you're wanting to transport it. Now, the deal on your screen, £22.97, is a very good price, but it's not the price that you're going to be paying. So straight away, we're going to get right in there, get those chevrons in action, drop that price down, and you're just looking at £12.99. I'd be going for several of those, I think.
And lots of people do. So these ones are the 8x8. So what you get a lot of people do is they'll put, if they've got a particular project they're working on, they'll have all those bits in there, the bits of paper, the dies, all those things. Because as crafters, we do have lots of half-finished things going on at once.
UFOs.
Yes.
Unfinished objects.
So we have lots of people who do that, but then obviously you can use them for what it's intended, your 8x8 card, or your papers in there, lots of different ways that you can use them, and they are so strong. I mean, I've got some at home that I'm a crafter, so stuff gets thrown about my craft room.
Absolutely, yeah.
And they're so strong. You've got the little handle on to pull it on and off of your shelves.
Yeah.
They're just really... It's really good kit.
Absolutely, and you may well have shopped for these previously. You may well have paid that higher price. And I know some of you realise the value for money that we're bringing to you with this deal because you're shopping in your droves and you're going for multiples. So that is the key thing. 10% of the stock has gone already in just a couple of minutes. So I better get on and tell you the other deals, haven't I? That's the other thing. So not just about storage, though. We are talking about the most amazing dies for you. Now, you could be forgiven for thinking that we've got one die here, but we haven't. We've actually got got a series of 3, and I will show you them individually in just a few moments. So you're looking at that vintage theme with regards to these. 7 dies in total. Absolutely beautiful. These are going to be ones that you'll use over and over again, won't they? They're gorgeous.
They really are. They're very classic. They're a little bit different as well, those nesting dies that you've just shown. This is a huge ensemble of butterflies, a really beautiful die set. And then you've got a real large die in here. Well, you've got 3 large dies in this one.
Clever, because you've kind of got your inner, your outie, and your layer to go on the top as well. So, yeah, absolutely beautiful. Now, £55.97 is brilliant because they are absolutely gorgeous, as you can see. I'm just making a bit of a mess here, so let me just move those out of the way. All 3 of these, you're looking at £55.97 usually. And I say usually because today you are not paying that at all. You are paying just £19.99. My goodness. Butterflies are always so popular as well. So, yeah,
definitely. And again, you've got the 3 dies in that really large one. Then you've got that, is it called a kaleidoscope?
It is a kaleidoscope of butterflies, yeah. It is,
and then that beautiful nesting die set there.
Absolutely gorgeous. 7 dies in total, £19.99 for considerable sized dies. Then you have got incredible value for money. Classic styles as well. They'll never go out of fashion, and something that is proven to be very popular with you guys at home as well. So details are on your screen. You're wanting to take advantage of that one. Very affordable at £19.99. Less than, well, when you think about that, so it's less than £7 a die set, isn't it, when you think about it? Because 7.14, that'd be 21. That's as close as I can get with my mental maths. I'm not going to pay. So it works out to what, sorry? £2.85 a die because there's 7 dies in total in there. So that is brilliant. Big dies in there as well. Just to turn those around again so as you can see, you've got your nesting die there. So you can see your different components within that one. So that one you've got 3 dies. So you can kind of figure out, you've got that lovely, it's almost like a little oval, it looks like a little kind of mirror, doesn't it, almost there?
Yes, yeah. If you die cut that centrepiece out of some of your mirror cards.
Yeah. Nice one as well because you could have it portrait or landscape. So,
yes, yeah. Definitely. Nothing to say that it has to go one way or the other.
Absolutely. Then, of course, we get onto the subject of butterflies with that large die, which obviously lovely all put together. You can see it's a big die, 4 inches by nearly 5 inches, that one. So that's going to be quite a statement piece on your project. But again, snippability is there if you want. I like the way that it's all together, though, because I'd lose bits if it was individuals.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
This deal, incidentally, we've not seen this deal before, so that's why so many of you are loving it. And, of course, the last one is that huge die there, 4 inches by just over 3 inches, so really good size. And, again, this is the one where you've got your 3 different elements in there. So you could pinch the wings and do all sorts of things to have it three-dimensional.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant value. So there you go. I'll leave the details on the screen for those if you're wanting to take advantage of those while you can. Now, I'm just going to stretch across because we've got another deal for you. And this one, we've kind of got little components that work together brilliantly. And this, well, this is a brilliant one because we are looking at... oh, have I got the right item? I don't know if I've got the right one. I've got your pens and ink. Did you say ink pad or paper pad? Oh, sorry, I thought you said paper pad.
I thought you said paper pad. Yeah. I was like, I don't see a paper pad.
I started panicking then because I thought I'm holding the wrong thing. But this is a fabulous deal because you are going to get your tri-blend, you're going to get your metallic paint markers in there and a fabulous ink pad as well. So tell me about these. What have we got here?
So you have got one of our Harmony opaque pigments. So this is perfect. Blends absolutely beautiful, but if you want to do your heat embossing techniques, then this is the one for you because it's a pigment. Ooh. It stays open for longer, which means it's a pigment, so it sits on top of your card for longer, which means that you can add your embossing powders and it creates the most beautiful crisp embossed lines with that. And again, an absolutely gorgeous colour.
Grey is one of my favourites to actually work with because it's not a harsh outline, is it? Quite often people will go for black and sometimes that can be a little bit kind of dramatic.
Yes.
But almost like a vintage look. I love the way you've got the little kind of colour bands on these so you can see.
Yeah, I absolutely love. I love the fact that you can just glance up, know which one you want.
Straight away. Now, tri-blends, not just one pen, you're getting 3 within each one of these. So brilliant value for money and they're all kind of put together with its neighbour in mind.
Yes. Yes, definitely. I'm just grabbing mine. Totally different colour to what you're going to get, but just to sort of show you a visual of what these are. So your tri-blends are 3 shades of one colour in a pen. And what you have got, you've got your dark, you've got your mid, and then if I pop that one off, you've got your lightest. So you can see those 3 shades have been perfectly picked to blend together beautifully. It takes all the guesswork out of it for you. And again, if you want to craft away, if you go to the caravan or you go on holiday, instead of taking 3 pens, you're just going to be taking the one. So you've got 6 pens there instead of taking 18.
So, well, this is it. Can you imagine taking 18? It's like, oh my goodness, so many in there. But these are beautiful colours because you've kind of got your cool tones with those gorgeous blues in there, those gorgeous greens in there as well. And as you can see, they're going to work together really, really well. Called coastal blends, but I'm looking at florals with these as well.
Yeah, definitely. Hydrangea is the first thing.
Yes, absolutely. Brilliant. And of course, you can see there you've got your 3 pens featuring within there, giving you all those different fabulous colours there. So, yeah, or should I say 6 pens with 3 colours. But a little bit extra, a little bit of kind of like that sparkle, that what's it called? I was going to say Shazam, but that's something different. That je ne sais quoi. A little bit of metallic markers.
Yes.
So, what have we got here?
So you're getting 3 pens in this collection, and these are your coppers. And what you're going to get is the most rich, decadent, metallic colour with these. They are absolutely stunning. They are.
Reading, my goodness, you can use them on so many different surfaces.
Yes, they're rich and delicious, and again on wood, metal, plastic, ceramic, glass stone. So what I use these for, so you know when you go to the park and you find that lovely stone that someone's coloured in and left for someone else, you're going to use that for those.
For like the little dots and things.
Yeah.
No, I've been that blown away with what we're looking at. I forgot to tell you the price is coming down, so apologies for that. Price is going to come down on your screen. I'm just going to get these pens out so you can have a little closer look at them. They're all the same tone with regards to these ones. So you've got your molten copper in there, as you can see, but beautifully coming together. And these have got a single tip to them. I'm guessing you have to give them a bit of kind of shake to mix up the paint that's inside them.
You do, yeah. So you need to shake it to wake it.
A bit like me.
Yes.
You can hear that in there,
yeah. So give it a good shake, and then I don't know if they've all been primed or not. What you're going to do is these have all been primed.
Yeah, you kind of press down, don't you?
Yeah, you pump up the jam.
Yeah.
So you go through all the 80s songs that you know. So you just press it until that ink comes through. And again, you've got 3 different nibs in here as well. So 3 totally different nibs for whatever it is that you were wanting to create with. So if you are santangling with these, because you've got 3 different nibs, you're going to be able to get lots of different sort of depth and dimension in
You can kind of see that colour coming through. Obviously, if they've not been used for some while, you might need to do it again. But the key thing is the ink or that metallic ink will flood through, and you can see it starting to come through up there as well. So there you go. All 3 of those coming together alongside, we'll say 3 of those, 3 pens. You've got your 6 tri-blends, and you've got your ink pad, and you're only paying $19.99. So, and again, everything works really well together.
It does, yeah. I'm the same as you, a grey ink pad rather than a black.
Yeah. And at that price, I think it's worth, if you're kind of thinking, well, I don't know, and we do go to our safe colours, don't we, often when we're crafting, and you've never worked with grey, then do give it a go. So just to reiterate, you're going to get your ink pad. Now, this is one of your hybrid ink pads, so you can use it for a variety of different ways. You've got the open time with this one, as we heard from Michelle as well, so if you want to kind of use your heat embossing powders on there as well, give it a little bit of sparkle, or give it that kind of glossy finish, then you can do. But equally so, if you're wanting to kind of add colour with your pencils and things, you can do that with it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different ways. Sometimes I will pop a little bit down on my glass mat and I will paint with it.
Oh, you pick it up with a brush?
Pick it up with a wet paintbrush, yeah.
I think these 2 together are brilliant, because the copper tone that you've got and that kind of, it's almost like a minky grey that you've got. If I take the lid off, you'll see. So it's kind of would warm up with the copper that you've got in there. So. Yep, those 2 work together brilliantly, but it doesn't stop there, because in addition to that, you are also getting your tri-blend pens. So there you go. All three of those, $19.99. And it's nice because quite often we will see full sets, won't we?
Yeah.
And it'll be a case of I can't stretch to the full set, but I'd like to give them a go.
Yeah,
This is almost like a give it a go price.
It definitely
But colours that you would use anyway. So... Makes sense.
Yes, it's not those colours that no one wants, that no one uses.
Yeah.
We don't have any of those colours, but when you see the sales, or you're getting something free, because no one wants it.
Yeah.
But that's not what we do. We
With
want
these,
to give
no.
you, because we want to hook you. You know, we know you're going to be hooked, and then you're going to come back for the rest.
See, I go for blues time and time again. I love my blue tones, and I know many of you do as well. So there you go. I'm going to leave those with you because we've got lots more to talk about in this hour. So I'm going to pop those to one side. Might bring them back in and have another little natter about them as the time goes on. But we're talking wax seals in this show, and I am intrigued to learn about these because this gives you the opportunity to make your own beautiful little embellishments. I always think of wax seals kind of like finishing off envelopes, but this is a lovely idea as an embellishment on a card.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And again, I think as crafters, we want to be able to do more than one thing with something that we buy. It justifies to ourselves buying or purchasing whatever it is. But yes, absolutely. They finish your envelopes off beautifully, but they're also a beautiful decorative element to any kind of card. If you're putting a tag on a box, you're going to add...
That's a nice idea,
yeah,
isn't it? The ribbons and things, yeah. Oh, I like that idea as well. And they're not that weighty, actually, when they go onto a card.
No.
It almost looks like a metal coin. And, of course, Chinese New Year, we often see those kind of little metal embellishments on things, don't we? So, yeah, nice little touch. I like that on there. And the gorgeous little rose as well. So that is something that's going to be perfect for all sorts of occasions, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Right, now the details are on the screen, so if you fancy getting involved, I better tell you what you're getting, haven't I? So you're going to get everything to get yourself started with these.
You are. Shall I open my box so you can see what you are getting in this box? So this is my box that I've got here. You can see it's beautifully presented. So you're going to
look at that. That looks classy.
Pop that off. It is absolutely gorgeous. All the way round. So I'm going to take my lid off.
Oh, look at
You
this.
can see all my extra wax seals that I've been playing with.
Okay.
So this is what you're getting. So this is, again, mine's a little bit messy because I have been using it. Yours will be lovely and clean.
I love to see them when they're messy because it shows that you use it.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So that comes off as well. You can see I've got my candle there.
Okay.
So when you've got that on the side, your candle is going to sit underneath. You've got this beautiful spoon. And again, if you feel them, they're weighted. They're not,
isn't it?
They're not light.
Yeah.
It's not a bit of plastic. It's a lovely bit of wood.
Yeah.
You've got your little spoon. You're going to pop that on there. You're going to decide if you want to use your rose. You've got a love heart here. And then you've got a flat one.
Okay.
So you're going to screw it onto your handle. And again, if I give you that, it's nice and weighty.
Oh, gosh, you can feel
Isn't
that,
it? Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't expect it to be, because I suppose there must be like a kind of like a brass type feel that you've got to. I mean, I'm not very good on the metals, but yeah,
no, definitely
certainly a solid.
Really solid, absolutely. So this one, you're probably going to use more often than the actual decorative ones, because it's just going to give you a nice flat seal. It means you can add some glitter in there, you can put some gilding flakes in, some dried flowers, anything like that.
Okay, right.
And then just seal it all together, and it looks absolutely fabulous.
You've got kind of like individual little red, maybe like the red or grey rubber stamps. Could you actually use those, do you think, to make an impression after you've done that? I suppose you have to be quite quick.
But once you've melted,
if you're prepared and got everything there, it's worth giving it a go, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. You're gonna melt your wax, so you're gonna pour it wherever. I suppose you absolutely could. You're either going to use this or those rubber stamps, because they would be fine with the heat, wouldn't they?
Well, I suppose the thing is, if it doesn't go the way that you want it to go, then just pop it back in and remelt it, I suppose.
Yeah, because you can do that, pop it back in and remelt it. And then in this collection as well, you've got 2 glass bottles with a lovely cork lid of it's like a pewter colour. Does it actually say? Let me see if it does say what actual colours they are.
That's just reminding me of that ink pad we were just looking at a few moments ago.
Yes. So just give me 10 minutes to try and read the back of this.
I've not got the right eyeballs.
It does say somewhere what colours they are, but you have got almost like a pearlescent as well. So it's not just a flat matte colour. Let me take some of those out.
They're like little pellets, aren't they?
So
you've got complete control over how much that you're using.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to you will probably put 3 or 4 in each time that you're going to use these.
You don't want to be too stingy, do you? Because you want to get that lovely effect, don't you?
No,
so,
definitely not. So I'll...
we're going to get straight in there.
We're going to... Shall we show that first?
Well, I've just thought
I'm getting really carried away, aren't I?
No, well, you can get ready, don't worry.
I'll start heating this up.
Now, this is lovely because this is showing you the different colours that you're going to get in there. So you're going to get that gorgeous ivory tone, that lovely kind of copper tone. Oh, the red, that is gorgeous, and the green, beautiful as well. So lovely collection, as you can see there. And, of course, I know you guys, you'll get creative adding other colours into these, things like your powders. Now, I'm going to mention the price. I keep neglecting the price. I forget that we're bringing you deals. Now, the deal on this one is not £42.98. It is actually £38.49. And you're getting a fabulous gift for anybody there. I mean, Mother's Day coming up. Nice little idea potentially as well. It could be a little Valentine's Day gift. You've got the rose and you've got the heart in there.
Yes. So could you imagine sending someone a love letter and you can seal the envelope with the love heart wax seal?
And then you can say, there you go, you can send me one back. There's the kit. I love it. Very busy for this one, incidentally, so the details are on your screen if you fancy getting hold of it. But we need to know how it all works.
We do, absolutely. So I've just lit my candle.
Okay.
So it's just a tea light that you're going to use. You need to make sure that your wick isn't too high, because what's going to happen is if it's too high and you pop that on, it's just going to make it go out.
Okay.
So you're talking about half an inch it needs to be.
Okay.
So then you're going to pop your little spoon on, and this is the fun bit. You're literally going to decide which one you want to have a play with. You can use single colours. You can mix them together.
That's a nice marble effect there, yeah.
Yeah, on the back of that one, you can see how it's sort of marbled.
Yeah, that's a nice one as well, because it's almost like a proper kind of two colours.
So what I did with this one is I used the flat. Let me grab that. So the flat one, and I just did the pink, and then I let that dry, and then I added the blue over the top with the lovely heart.
Ooh,
so it gives you like a two-tone.
Yeah, like it.
So let me pop a little bit of... So I'm going to pop 3 of the green in.
Okay.
And then just to add a little bit of swirl of something through it.
Do you know what you could do as well? Is you can make up little recipe cards, couldn't you? And actually write how many pellets you're using, and then just a little bit. It only needs to be a tiny bit, doesn't it? Dropped onto the side, and you know that the result when you mix them that way.
Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely could. I did have a little pot of glitter, but of course I've lost it. So all you're doing now is you're just waiting for that to melt. While that is melting, you're going to decide which
of the kind of seals you need.
Which seal.
I've got some lovely finished samples here to share with you, just while we're waiting for that to melt, because it just shows you that you only need to use them singularly. You could obviously use them on envelopes, and my thought was that if you're putting it on the back of an envelope, maybe you're selling your cards, you wouldn't necessarily want to seal the envelope. So I suppose you could put a little bit of double-sided tape or something on the back of the seal.
Yes, absolutely. If you've got a bit of finger lift tape, yeah, definitely.
That's perfect. I mean, look at this. Have I got that the wrong way? No, I've got it the right way around. I mean, that as a wedding favour.
Yeah.
Little table with a little heart on there. It's got a little inclusion in there. Is that a bit kind of like gilding flakes or something?
There's some gilding flakes in that one, definitely.
Like it.
Anything that's obviously small enough, you definitely can. Sprinkle it on top and then, seal it afterwards.
Oh, look at this. It's already started melting. It doesn't take long, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I love it. So is there anything that we need to kind of be conscious of that we don't add to it?
I
suppose you've got to be careful not to change the kind of chemical makeup too much.
Yes.
So just a little bit of anything that you're adding in there, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So if you wanted to add some colourings in there, so, for instance, you can get the re-inkers for our pens.
Yes.
Because that has got alcohol in, I wouldn't put that in because
quite
heating it
up, flame as well, isn't it?
You wouldn't want to mess about with things like that. So what I will tend to do is once this has melted, if there's anything that I want to put in it, I'll pour it down and then I'll put my glitter in on top rather than heating it up with something in it.
Absolutely lovely. Found a little envelope as well for you as well. That's kind of like a traditional way that you might think of using them. And I love this because you've got the different colours, you can take influence from the cardstock or the paper that you're creating your envelope with. Incidentally, if you're thinking about making your own envelopes, we've got tools that are going to help you with that as well in this hour, which we'll look at in a little while as well. But it's the seals for the time being that we're looking at. I love this idea. Right, what's next?
They're so much fun. You can see by all the ones that I've got in my kit how much fun they are. So I can leave that like that now. So you can see where the white has melted sort of to the side.
Okay, yeah.
Now I could just swirl that round there a little bit.
Oh, look at that.
Or once you pour it out.
Oh, ready for this?
It's going to sort of mix itself up anyway.
Oh, it's got that shimmer.
So you've got that beautiful shimmer on there. And then just bring in your wax seal. You don't have to press it hard. You're just going to place it on. You're just going to put a tiny little bit of pressure and you're going to leave it, yeah, because it's quite weighty. So the weight of it itself.
That's easy enough to do, isn't it? Okay,
that's
right.
We're going to let that cool. Resist the temptation to stick your finger in that edge bit of wax.
Yeah, don't go near it.
You don't want a fingerprint in it as well. But saying that, it doesn't get too hot that at some point, actually, if you wanted to put your fingerprint in it.
Okay.
So it's going to cool down again, be careful, but...
And also as well, if you've got any, like you've got that kind of little, like the travelling strand, for the want of a better phrase, you could kind of feel that to get an idea as it's set.
Yeah, definitely. So lifting that up, you've got that beautiful heart there. So let me just...
That is beautiful. I love it. Now with this one, you've got obviously your heart, you've got your rose, you've also got that flat one as well. So if you wanted to utilise that one, you could do. But you've got a pen.
So absolutely. So I've just got one of my yellow pens. The papers that I'm sort of going to use to create the envelope with are some from the sunflower collection. So all I'm going to do is, this is my alcohol pen, is go over that love heart. And it's going to go
just
over.
Highlighting it, isn't it?
Just highlighting that love heart.
Nice.
So if I just bring in this one as well, you can see I did it in an orange. But I actually, which is why I said I can't find my pot of glitter, I just added some glitter into that one and then stamped it. So again, you can go and then colour on top of it if you want to. You can
Are they quite flexible when you've created them? Or... Oh, they've got no... I was just thinking whether you could actually mould it around like a little glass jar or something. But I suppose if it's not cooled completely, then you might be able to do that.
Well, that one, if you feel that one, because the one that you just picked up was a double one.
Yeah, sorry. There you go. I'm having a selfish moment then, looking at myself.
But you can see they're absolutely gorgeous. Having a play, layering up your colours, mixing your colours together. Again,
I like the reverse because that's almost like shiny and smooth, isn't it? The other side.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, lots and lots of possibilities with these. So, should we make an envelope?
Yeah, let's do it. My mind's gone into overdrive because I've started thinking about what if you've got embossing folders and you actually, because the underside of those is very, very smooth. So I'm thinking if you've got something like an embossing folder and you do your stamp with your wax seal, but you don't press too hard, whether you get the kind of the impression of your embossed paper or card, or maybe certainly some embossing folders, you might be able to do it direct onto the embossing folder. It's all about experimenting.
It is, isn't it? And as crafters, we do that very well. Have a good play. So we're going to create an envelope. I've got one of my that big, beautiful paper that we do have on. I'm going to use one of those. So this is from the Beautiful collection.
Now, we have got some fabulous deals with regards to 12 by 12 as well, details of which are up on your screen for this particular paper pad. 12 by 12, very much a bee theme, as you can see from the Nature's Garden, a title there, beautiful. And $14.99, that is a brilliant price. So if you fancy getting hold of that, the details are on your screen.
Right, so to make your own envelope, you're going to need our envelope box. And it comes with this. So it comes with this huge instruction booklet. So you can see that's the front of mine. You open it up. Let me turn it around so you can see it like a normal person. You've got some, picture tutorials there. But what I love about this, it gives you the sizing grids for a flat envelope in your mils. So you've got a flat envelope. You've got 12 mil depth, which is going into your sort of boxing envelopes, 18mm and 24mm.
Oh, wow.
But I don't do mils, I do inches.
Oh, so that's
you've got them in inches as well.
Card bases are quite often in inches.
Yeah.
I must let you into details. I thought on the screen that price was our price, and that was it. So that's why I moved on. But it's actually dropping down. So apologies. Price is coming down. So rather than $14.99, it's coming down to just $11.99. So if you've already checked your basket out, don't worry. You'll be paying that lower price alongside everybody else.
Oh, perfect. Right. So you've got your flat envelope. It gives you all the grid for a 1/2 inch depth, 3/4 of an inch, up to an inch depth.
And that's quite nice as well, because you can kind of work it backwards, couldn't you? If you've got a piece of card that's a certain size, you can kind of look at that and think, all right, 10-inch square, I could actually make a 7x6 envelope.
Yeah.
So not necessarily for the project, kind of doing it backwards as well.
Doing it backwards, absolutely. Yeah. So the card that I'm hoping to make in a little bit is going to be a 6x6. So you're going to go, like we did at school, you're going to find your 6 inches at both sides, and we're going to meet in the middle. And it's telling me that I need to cut a piece of paper or card 9 3/8 by 9 3/8. So I'm just going to pop this open.
Wonderful. Is that all right on there?
Yeah, thank you. So 9 3/8. So 1, 2, 3.
There you go. Precision.
By 9 3/8. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. So let's just pop that to the side. And if I bring my instruction book back in again, it's telling me to use position 1 only. So these are your numbers and these are your letters. So position 1 is this base one.
Oh, it's got little numbers on there as well.
Yeah, because you've got, so those little steps are all a different number. Number 4 is going to give you that inch depth. But I just need number 1. So you're going to line it up in that corner and you're going to line it up here as well. So make sure it's nice and straight. So that's my position 1. So if I go back to my 6x6, it's telling me I need to use the letters or the embossed line I and I. Again, if I want that one, it's going to be H and I.
Okay.
Because what you do is, so if it was H and I would do H on these 2 sides and then I on these 2 sides. Right. And then that gives you your different sized envelopes.
Do you know what? I've seen this board over and over again, but I have never heard such a clear explanation of how to follow those instructions. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I do. It's the way I learn, so I try to tell people in the simplest way possible.
That's why I understood it.
I didn't want to insult anyone, but...
if I understand it, anybody will.
That's what I say about myself, absolutely. So just position 1, lining it up against here and here, and we're just going to scar down that letter I.
So you just need to make sure that you're using opposite sides of the letters. Okay.
Yes.
But on this occasion, they're all the same.
On this occasion, they're all the same, so it doesn't really matter. But you flip it all the way round, or 180. You're going to find your letter I again. And again, if you're using a paperweight, be very careful. And then this is where I would flick to the other letter if I needed that size envelope. Yeah. But I don't, so I'm going to go with the I again.
What price have we got on this? Because this is an invaluable tool to have in your craft room, isn't it? $11.99. And it's kind of like a one-time purchase, really, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Unless you lose it to a friend.
It's one of...
comes round and says, oh, can I just borrow that?
That's it.
Receive it.
It's one of my absolute favourite bits of kit.
It's very useful to have,
it's so easy. I'm one of those people who makes odd-sized cards.
Yes,
I don't go to a particular size. I sort of find my embellishment and sometimes work out. Yeah. So I'm always going to have an odd-sized card base. So this is perfect for it.
Absolutely perfect in those scenarios. And I will mention, though, if you like kind of your standard size envelopes, we have got some of those on the show as well, so you can shop for those. But I like that kind of freedom to create them in whatever size that you want with these.
Absolutely. So all I'm doing now is once you've scored all those 4 lines, you're going to see those tiny little corners, and you can see it's just a tiny little bit that I'm just nipping away. And again, the scar lines are there for you.
Perfect.
So we're going to trim those away. I'm just going to fold my back on themselves now.
So this is where it's nice because you've got a double-sided paper. So now you decide which is your inside and which is your outside.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's absolutely it. So then those are your sides that you're going to fold over. Those corners that you've just seen me nipping away allows that to sit absolutely perfect. Closing that over, if you turn it, a lovely little corner there, because I can have any of these sides as my base, because this one is a 6x6. So all you're going to do now is you're going to bring in your tape pen, just down those two edges there.
Lovely. Tape pens, I'm sure we've got those on the website as well. They're pretty much a standard item, aren't they?
Bring that one over, bring that one over, and then that is your envelope, and whichever wax seal that you're going to decide to use.
Perfect colours.
You're going to pop on there. Well. But so easy to use. So again, like Hayley was saying, if you've got your red liner tape or you've got some finger lift tape, you know, and you want to pop it on the back of here.
Selling,
yeah, absolutely. And then they can just peel it off and seal it themselves.
I love it. Thank you so much for taking us through there. But brilliant, absolutely amazing. But of course, the finishing touch being that wax seal. And of course, the beauty is you've got 4 different pots in there with different colours in there, which you can decide. Actually, is it 4 or is it 5?
So
no, it's 3.
Yeah, 3 in that one and 2 that comes in the actual
box.
yes.
Sorry, of course, yes. I suddenly looked down here and thought, I've got 5 here, but there's only 3 there. That's why, because 2 are in the box. £38.49. Now, incidentally, we have got other deals where you kind of got bundled up wax seal kits alongside paper and card, which you can go and have a little look for. Oh, in fact, there you go. Alex is finding it for you, save you the trouble. So this is a bumper bundle. So if you like the idea of getting your wax kit that we've just been chatting about, and you fancy getting some 12 by... They are 12 by 12s with this one, aren't they? Yeah. So 12 by 12s, you're getting some really pretty papers alongside this. It is a bumper bundle. Considered purchase, I get that, but it's another way for you to shop for it, so I thought we could mention it. Oh, it's not the price on the screen. Oh, there you go. So it's not quite as considerable investment. Oh, £89.99, which when you think about it, £24.99, well, even at £14.99 a 12 by 12. That's a good price as well, isn't it? So there you go. 3-way split. So if you do want to go for it, alongside those papers, including the one that we just saw, then you can do that by using that. Now, split pay, if you're not familiar, gives you the opportunity to spread the cost over. Well, sometimes it's 2 months, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it can be more. But on this occasion, we're looking at a 3-way split on this, which means today you only have to pay £29.99. There's no additional charge, there's no credit checks, there's no interest. It's just something that we do to make it a little bit affordable, more affordable potentially for you. And of course, today's a good day, because if it's the 31st that you get paid on, then your first payment will go out today, and then obviously you've got a month's time and a month after that, which hopefully will all be on payday for you. So it's another way of shopping for it as well. Love it.
And those 4 paper pads, so those are a relaunch of our 4 most popular paper pads, because you know that normally once they're sold out, they're sold out.
That's it, there's just like the runs done, that's it, yeah.
But Sarah did it at Christmas. She brought some of our most popular Christmas pads back, and that's what she's done with these, brought some of our most popular ones back.
Nice,
so
very springtime feel with those colours.
Perfect for this time of year. So I can't promise that there'll be a relaunch with those.
So there you go, and get them all you can as well. In fact, I've got some paper pads. Oh, they're over here. I didn't realise they were here. We've kind of got little bits, because you know what happens when we get good paper pads? They kind of get nobbled. So bits go missing. But you've got your beautiful floral. So this one is your Sate with flowers. They are available individually at £14.99 if you're wanting to go for those. So that's something that we love. I'll give you a little kind of flick through. So you've kind of got a mixture of your mottled tones there as well as your... Can somebody hear birds? Did you just hear birds then? Oh, it's a chair. I thought we'd had a bird find its way into the studio.
I wonder what that was. Here's a chair that does bird sound effects.
Sorry about that, a bit distracted. Now, this one, lovely cool tones. This would look lovely with those pens that we saw earlier on, with all those gorgeous blues in there.
Yes.
Delightful Daisies, this one's called. Daisies are kind of the proper springtime flower, aren't they?
They are. This is one of my favourites. In fact, I was down to my last couple of pieces that I didn't want to use, and then when Sarah brought this back, I was like, I need to buy like 10 of those.
I love it. So that one is included as well. Again, that one is available individually. We've also got the beautiful sunflowers. So we've got a kind of like a little kind of taster of those there, as you can see, featuring within there. And again, they're all within there. Those gorgeous kind of bumblebees and sunflowers coming through. Got a lovely sheen to them, haven't they?
So these do have a sheen to it, but the ones that you are going to get are going to be uncoated.
Oh, okay, fair enough then. Fair enough.
So they're going to be uncoated, so you can still do all your inking and things like that.
In fact, they're going to be a bit like that one.
Yes, yeah.
I think that was just a display board that I was showing you, so apologies for that, but there you go.
And that's beautiful.
That's beautiful, beautiful. And then we're getting this one as well, with the pastel tones in there. Is that coming as well? Oh, no, that's not getting that one.
Getting a bit carried away there.
And you get this cabinet, and just keep bringing things out. So there you go, that's the bumper deal, but of course everything is available individually. And if you do want to go for the wax seal kit, then the details are up on your screen. We've dropped that price down, and it is a comprehensive bundle because you've got everything that you need in there. It's beautifully packaged, so if you are thinking of it as a gift for somebody, then yeah, definitely do consider getting hold of this one as well. Michelle, what are we up to next?
I need to relight my candle because
Okay.
I blew it out. So again, let's pop that over there.
Lovely.
And then we're just going to pop that to the side because I'm going to, in fact, actually, if you can see, I've still got lots of wax in there.
So you could just leave that if you finish your crafty session and then just come back at a later
Yes,
stage.
yeah, that's what I tend to do. So I'm going to leave that there. So what I can do now is I can add some of the other colours. So I think I'm going to add a little bit of that. It's almost like a pearlescent white. In fact, it's almost like a Centura Pearl in wax beads. Yeah. So I'm going to pop another one in because I'm not quite sure how much wax I've got left. And I was saying I normally add 3 or 4 beads depending on how big. I mean, this is one that my daughter did. She definitely got carried away and put, I think she had about 5 or 6 beads in there. But again, if you want something that big, you absolutely can do.
How old's your daughter?
So she's 15.
Yes, I was going to say, quite often they do like to add a lot of bits and pieces, don't they? Get carried away.
Yes, yes, she does get carried away, definitely.
Love it.
So while that is heating up and melting, I'm going to bring in my card.
Okay.
So we're going to add it to a lovely card base. So these were on our earlier show, so they should still be on the website.
Perfect.
There are Centura Pearl 6x6 card and envelope pads.
I know they were popular earlier on because some lovely colours in that one.
Yes,
so,
yeah, absolutely.
I'll pop the details up on the screen for you though.
And then, again, I've just used some white cardstock to mat and layer. This is from that paper pad that you just had in your hands.
Oh, the pastel one,
The
yeah.
12 by 12 pastels.
Lovely.
Lovely linen.
Everything's... I love the fact we're getting this injection of colour now coming through for ready for springtime.
Definitely, definitely. And because I'm gluing onto some Centura Pearl, I'm going to use my tacky glue, which is water-based. So what that does is it soaks through that coating on the top and it grabs your card rather than just grabbing the coating on your card. So when you're sticking stuff together, they're going to stay nice and stuck.
Lovely.
So this is from the beautiful 12 by 12 paper pad again that we've got on there. In that pad, you've got a couple of sheets, so you've got about 4 or 6 sheets in there that are separated into 6 by 6 elements like this.
Toppers.
Yes, so if you've got your circle dies, you can cut an aperture out in the middle, or you can just create it like that, entirely up to you.
Nice idea.
So what we're going to do is, I've just got a little bit of twine.
Lovely. Now, I've just looked at the details up on your screen. Your 6 by 6 cards, for $23.99, you're actually getting 40 cards and envelopes. So you've got 5 different colours featuring in there as well. So it's a lovely combination. Obviously, this gorgeous kind of soft yellow that we're working with at the moment, that is included in there. But you've got all those other colours. And, of course, Centura Pearl. I mean, it's a classic, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And the fact that you've got those matching envelopes in Centura Pearl as well.
Quite often they'd just be white, wouldn't they?
Yes,
so,
yeah, absolutely. Nice. So all I've done is I've wrapped that twine round 3 times. And I'm just going to spread it about, just again, until you're sort of happy with the placement of that. And I'm just keeping an eye on my wax melt, because that's melting lovely.
I'm getting hankering for marshmallows, I have to say. Looking at that
absolutely. So again, let's pop some glue on the back. If you've got some of your red liner tape and you want to use that to keep your twine in place, then of course, absolutely go for it. Let's pop that on there. So again, I've just got those lovely 3 mats and layers.
Lovely already.
And then
I can't wait to see how the wax seal's going to incorporate with this. Because straight away, when we were doing our prep, I was thinking seals on the back of envelopes. I didn't even think about embellishing.
No, you don't. It's I've got to say I had so much fun, and my daughter did, having a play with this. So let me bring that back in.
Oh,
you can see again that it's melting. I can't help it. I'm just looking for my pokey tool, which seems...
It was there minutes ago, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh, it's in your yeah, don't do it with the tip of the scissors.
No. So I'm just going to give it a bit of a spin because I can't help it, and that is melted beautifully. So decide where you want to pop it on there, but before you do, again, decide which one you're going to use.
So this is the thing, get everything there, get ready with everything, right? Okay.
So I've swapped it over, and I'm going to put that lovely rose one on. Now, do remember that when you place it over the twine, you're going to need more because you've got sort of more space to fill. So you have 2 options. You can pop it straight on there if you want to, or you can pop it on like I did earlier. I put it onto some paper, and then you can just peel it off. So it does just peel off.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, I've made a bit of a hash of that.
Well, not really, because it's kind of just stuck to the card, isn't it? There you go. Just
so it's going to peel off absolutely beautifully.
Yeah.
You can pop it onto your glass mat. You can pop the wax onto some of that stuff that you bake with. That
I like the parchment paper.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's just going to peel off absolutely lovely. So I am going to do that. I'm going to pop.
And I think that's nice as well. If maybe you haven't got the confidence, because once it goes onto your project, that's it really, isn't it? It's in place. So, yeah.
So I'm going to do exactly what I did before. I'm going to pop it onto here. And you've got a lot more green and white running through that one now. So I'm going to pop that back on there.
You can really see the difference in the colours there.
And every time you do it, you're going to get a totally different effect. Even if you've used the green and red exactly the same, the way it mixes up is going to be different absolutely every single time.
I've got tiny kind of silicone moulds and things at home, and I'm thinking you could potentially use this kind of technique in there as well.
Absolutely.
Just the seals.
So we're just going to
see it. We've got to wait.
I'm just going to wait for that to dry.
Kind of like cool down, isn't it?
Cool down, absolutely. Yeah. And then I've just got a few little bits. So I've just some paper flowers from my stash at home. That again, I haven't got my hot glue gun on, so you can still sort of get the idea. We're going to tuck that under the twine. Yeah. I've got just because. Let's trim those and put them on because it says because just at the minute. So again, before I sort of commit to everything, I'm going to have a little bit of a play with placement. I can lift that up now, look.
Oh, that's pretty.
And again, if you want to bring in one of your pens to colour on top of that rose, you absolutely can. But you can see, you don't have to leave it ages before you can peel it off and pop it on there.
Now, you've obviously got a bit of paper on the back of that, so I'm guessing that's going to help with any adhesive that kind of grabs through. Do we have to worry about that? Because if you'd done it on, say, on one of those sheets you were talking about, you wouldn't have had that kind of protective paper?
No.
Can they glue in place easily enough without it?
They do. I normally use my hot glue gun, which again, I was going to say, there's no glue in it, and I've got no glue sticks, and there's 3 glue sticks next to me.
You know what? You've been doing different shows each time you've been on air today, so I think you're forgiven for that.
So I've tucked my flowers just under my twine. If I had my glue gun plugged in, I would glue them down, and then you're going to place that over the top. I've got my just because just there, and again, I've just got some little swirls. So all I've really done is, you know, there's ends, the wire ends off of your flowers. I've just twisted it round my pokey tool, and then you have just some beautiful, lovely little elements.
Lovely.
Hot glue gun that down.
Oh, that's
got my
beautiful.
That's
gorgeous.
Or there's the one that I used before that has got the glitter.
Well, you can have quite a selection of those, couldn't you? And do exactly as you're doing there, auditioning to see which one
works better.
Yeah.
But so again, where's my envelope? My envelope is going to work beautifully with it. The 6x6 fits absolutely perfect.
Oh, that is
matching seal.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So whether you're making and you're actually giving that to somebody for their birthday or anniversary or just because they've got a fabulous card, but equally so you could put it into a little plastic bag and sell that very easily for somebody who I'm sure would snap it up in a heartbeat. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I really enjoyed that. Yeah, brilliant idea. Lots of you have been taking advantage of it. Talking about taking advantage, my goodness, you're taking advantage of those deals that we brought to you at the top of the show. So we're talking Totally Tiffany. What Totally Tiffany does as a range, brilliant for organisation and kind of protection and looking after your investment, which is your paper and your card and things like that. So with these are brilliant because they're 8x8 in size, or oversized, should I say, because they're designed for your 8x8 papers. With these, you've also got your 2 tabbed divider pockets as well. So you're actually getting 10 divider wallets in there as well. So they're brilliant. I wish I'd got them here to show you in the flesh, but I don't. So we've got the image there. But you know by the number of people that are multi-ordering these, what brilliant value for money they are. $12.99 is your price, and many of you are going for multiples, not just multiples, but triples and quadruples. And this is what we say, it's not limited to one per customer. So when we bring you the deals, take advantage of them, because to be honest, we don't know when we will see them again. So that's why you have to take advantage of them when they are here. Now, that was the first of the deals that we were sharing with you earlier on. The second was die related, and this is lovely because you've got the butterfly theme with this one. Now, the price on this one was amazing, because originally it started at over £50, but brought it down to just £19.99. You've got 7 dies in total with these, very much a butterfly theme. Big size dies as well, so as we work our way through, you'll see that some of these are nearly 5 inches in size, which is the one that we've got here. 4 inches across, 4.8 inches from top to bottom, and you can see there you've kind of got 2 large dies. And as I was saying earlier on, I'm glad that they're all together, because I'd lose little bits of those. But a little tiny baby butterfly would be the first one to get lost. This is a nice set, very versatile, this one as well, isn't it, Michelle?
It really is. It is absolutely beautiful. It's lovely and ornate, and again, you can have that either way. If you're not into butterflies, nothing on that says butterflies.
That's
it's
true.
Just a beautiful, ornate nesting die set.
Love that one in the middle. It's like a little kind of fairy tale mirror, isn't it?
Yeah.
Last one that you've got in there is your large butterfly, and this is huge, as you can see. 4 inches by just over 3 inches, and this one's made up of 3 dies. So you've kind of got your outline die, and then you've got your other dies that are going to layer up to give you those kind of colour content. But it also means that if you're just kind of attaching them in the abdomen area, you can lift up those wings and get some really nice effects with it. So all 3 of those, $19.99, incredibly affordable and very, very popular. So take advantage of those while you can. And then the last deal that we brought to you, which has been a very popular one. I like it when we see these little bundles, because it gives you the chance to try little bits of different products, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Have a little play with, just have a little play.
That's it, yeah. And it starts off with this lovely ink pad, and we were both saying how fabulous the colour of this one is. So with this one, you've got that fabulous kind of soft grey with this one, really, really pretty. I think we're going to have a little look at the envelope box in a moment, so I'm going to let you get yourself ready for that if you're wanting to. So you've got your ink pad. So there you go. Your ink pad has got that lovely soft, it's actually twilight grey. It's a hybrid ink pad, so it's perfect for you to use in loads of different scenarios, including with your embossing powders, because it's got a slow drying time, giving you a little bit of kind of scope with regards to that. Alongside that, you've got these lovely metallic paint pens, which have got that lovely copper tone, which is very in keeping with that ink pad, so that works really well. And then finally, you've got the most incredible alcohol markers, and these are brilliant because they're tri-blends, which means for each one of the pens that you've got in here, you've actually got 3 different colours. So you can see there you've got 18 colours, but you've got your set of 3, it's 3 pens, isn't it? Yeah. I have to keep doing the maths, because when you say there's 18 different colours and it's a box that size, it doesn't make sense, but it does. There's 3 colours in each one of the 6 pens, which makes 18. So there you go. So just trust the details, Hayley, trust the details. And there you go. Details on your screen, £19.99 for all of those. But another star of the hour has been that fabulous envelope maker, which has been brilliant. And now that I understand it, I can understand why it's such a popular tool.
Yes, yeah. And the thing is, we go to so much effort and time to make the most amazing cards. and then we put it in a white envelope.
Yeah, and it kind of spoils it, I think. It doesn't get the anticipation going, does it?
No, so I think, so even if you've got lots of depth and dimension on your card, you can make an envelope box as well. So again, so let me go to right at the back.
Because I must admit, when I looked at this before, I thought, oh my goodness, there's loads of numbers, there's loads of squares, I don't understand. But you explained it so beautifully earlier.
Yeah, you just need to take a second. I think lots of times we forget to use position 1 and 4. We just cut to this size and use this, and then you think to yourself, what have I done wrong? So don't forget these. So I'm going to show you how to do the box. So this is a 1-inch depth.
Okay.
And again, it tells you, so it's colour-coded. So if it's in the yellow bit, it means I need a larger piece of cardstock. If it's in the blue area, it says I can use A3 or 12 by 12. And if it's in that white area, I can use an A4 card.
That's nice. I'm guessing that this is kind of like A3 size. Then,
yes,
yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So let's go. We'll go for this one. So again, we'll do let me use, the different letters. So we're going to do a 6 by 5, just because that's just the one that I randomly picked.
Okay.
And it's telling me I need to cut my card down to 10-inch.
Wonderful.
Now that's 10 by 10, not just 10 on one side.
Okay.
So making sure it's 10 by 10.
Nice 12 by 12, which is perfect for this application. So if you're wanting to get hold of that, you can do. I just lost a button. I've just heard something fling off. Oh, no, I think it's a little wax thing.
Oh, that's all right.
It was loose, and I was keeping an eye on it so I didn't lose it, and then I think I've just floated.
Now it's gone.
It's gone off somewhere. So if you're wanting to get hold of your envelope creator, details are on your screen, $11.99. We will see it all being used, but you can see you've got all of the instructions in there, full colour photos in there, as well as those charts that are going to help you with the size of your card and your score lines. And, of course, all the information on this, which is a little over A4 in size, so really, really portable, isn't it, that one?
It really is, absolutely. So I've cut my piece of card down to 10 by 10. If I can remember which one I'm on. So it's this
6
one.
by 5,
so G and I. So you need to remember 2 of my sides are going to be on the G line, and then the other 2 are going to be on the I. But remember to use position 1 and 4. So what that means is we're going to go to position 1, and we're going to go to G. So scar down G. And can you remember it says 1 and 4? So go to number 4. And scar on G.
Okay. So it's just literally just...
So I've got 2 scar lines now,
Right.
Turn it all the way, so 180. We're going to go back to number 1. And we're still on letter G because we're on the opposite side.
Okay.
We're going to move it up to position 4. And we're still on G because we're still on the opposite side.
Okay.
So we've done those 2 sides. So we're going to go to, what did we say? I, G and I, didn't we?
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Was it 6 and 5, was it? There we go.
Yeah,
so G and I, yeah.
G and I.
Sorry.
So
G and I.
So we're back to position 1, because remember, we're still 1 and 4.
Okay.
So we're going to go to I, and we're going to scar down.
And I don't know if you can pick up or not that the letters are actually in the board there.
Yeah,
it's a bit difficult to see because
absolutely.
When you're stood in front of it, you'll see it.
Yeah, and you've got your numbers here as well, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we've gone I, number 1. We're going to go I, number 4. So taking it up to number 4, and we're going to scar on I again.
Gosh, this is so easy.
Turn it that 180 back into number 1 on the letter I. So let's...
Is that pearlescent?
It is, yeah, it's out of that 12 by 12. Then you're going to go back up to number 4, making sure that it's lined up here and here. You've got a little notch for it. And we're on I again. So let me pop that to the side.
So you could do all of that and just leave them and then come to them when you need them, couldn't you, really?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So on each side, you're going to have 2 scar lines, because that's going to create my 1-inch box. So folding and scarring.
So it's almost like a little gift box now.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. All 4 sides. And again, before, when you saw me just cut those sort of corners away, you can do exactly the same. So that's going to be the top of my envelope. So I know that I want to get rid of all that corner.
Okay, and I suppose once you've made a couple of these, you know exactly what you're cutting away.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not sure, because there's sort of 3 scored pieces there, just cut away one at a time and then sort of bring it over, and I can see that I have cut exactly where I need to cut.
Got you.
So then you're going to come to the bottom.
That's a good tip, actually, yeah.
So, yeah, come to the bottom, and I've just put 1 score line on. So what's that? That's going to come over, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
So you're going to make sure that you're happy with your score line. That outside corner absolutely needs to go.
Okay.
So get rid of that. Get rid of that tiny little corner as well.
Okay.
So you can see that I've just got that tab there.
Yeah.
And if I figure that out, look, you're going to bring it out and bring it over.
Perfect.
So exactly the same at the other side. You're going to snip.
You'll probably find yourself
all the way there.
Having your favourites of these as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Cut those 2 tiny corner pieces away, because that just leaves us that tab. Now, I don't have a solid tape pen with me. I've only got my dotty.
Okay.
So you're going to do exactly, yes. You're going to do exactly the same. You're just going to put your tape down those 2 pieces.
Okay.
Your 2 tabs here. Yeah. You know that you need to glue on the outside of those to glue them onto the inside. So bring that tab over. You line your corner up beautifully. Do the same with that corner.
I can see it all coming together.
That is your, again, I've only got my dotty.
Yeah.
But squeeze that.
You could use that almost for storage of things as well, couldn't you, in your craft room? It's not just for kind of gifts and things like that.
So you've got an inch depth on that one.
Lovely, thank you. What are you doing at 7 o'clock?
Oh, I might have a mojito.
Oh, can you get one ready for me as well?
I will do.
We will see you back here at 7, but before that, we've got another fabulous hour, Pearly Winks, so I will see you the other side of this.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download it to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Hello there and welcome back. Oh, we're having a lovely day here today. Here's Simon, Pearly Wings. You were very busy earlier on.
We were.
Bringing new toys. Yeah. Or new tools, should I say, not toys. But I have to say, if you did catch a show earlier on, you're probably one of the many people that shopped for this brand new item. But we've only got a few of these left. Pretty much looking at single figures with these. So, yeah, if you did look at it earlier on and you weren't quite sure, now is the time for you to get hold of it. And it looks absolutely beautiful. Now, this is your Dauber kit and stand. Price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying for this one. And it is something that is such a clever idea, which you are really going to... I mean, I looked at this first time I saw it, was literally on the break. And I was like, ooh! Right, okay. Now, price on the screen, not the price you're going to be paying. We did drop the price earlier on. So if you did see the show earlier on, you will know already, £89 and 99 pence is your price on this one. But we haven't got a huge amount of these left. A lot have sold already, and you've got your three-way split on this one. So do consider this. I love this. I mean, it's sparkly to start with, so that ticks a box.
It is. It's lovely and sparkly. What we've done is the individual Dauber price is $8.99.
Okay.
So you get 10 Daubers in this. So what we've done is, if you were to buy those at full price, $8.99, you're basically getting the stand for free.
Oh, okay, right, so fair enough.
Brilliant
that makes
buy.
sense.
So you've got 10 different Daubers.
Right, okie
all
dokie.
different colours, so you're not going to mix up.
So they all come with these little kind of discs on there.
So if you buy in this kit, they'll all come with your foam dome.
Okay, got that in there.
And they're Velcro. So
that's
they
already on
off.
there. Oh, okay.
So you also get a little secret compartment, which also it turns.
Can I show you? You have a look at this, because this is brilliant. I'll be keeping snacks in there. That's brilliant. And you've got your little bits and pieces in there.
So you also get 5 of the flat domes.
Okay.
I'll just get mine out. You get 10 sanding discs.
My goodness, you're getting loads.
So these sanding discs are perfect for if you've got any MDF and you back it onto MDF and you just want to file it down so it's the same size. You also get 2 of these little discs.
Okay.
I keep mine on my white one.
Right.
It does come with a protective cover over the top, so you just need to peel that off and it'll be clear.
Okay.
And what that is, that you can stick your worker stamps on there then and just...
Okay, so when you've got like little collagey ones that you're building up. Okay.
So you can just really quickly, just a case of...
Yeah,
a bit like the old bank things or post office things.
I love playing that.
So, yes, I usually stick mine on my white because it's not very often I'm going to use a white ink. It's not very often I'm going to use a clear ink.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
So your Diamante handles are made of glass. They're not plastic.
Really brilliant. Can I compare that? Because they're a good size to them as well, so they're quite substantial. Because sometimes you'll see these and there's like a little tiny handle, and I've got like banana fingers, so I need something that I can kind of grab hold of. That's perfect.
Yeah, so when I designed those, I designed them because I sometimes I've got carpal tunnel, so I sometimes have issues keeping things in my hand for a long time. So what you can actually do with them is you can either hold them by the handle, like that, so it fits in your hand, hold them by that, or like if you do struggle gripping like that, you can actually slot it between your fingers
that's a nice
and
idea.
use it like that.
Or kind of almost grip it that way as well, kind of up and push down that way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, loads of ways.
So there's loads of different ways, and it's because it's not plastic, it's not light.
Yes.
But it's not heavy.
Yeah.
And it's a nice shape. It's not got a massive long handle, so it does allow you to grip it from the top as well.
The thing that I love about it, it's kind of all there. It's not like you've got to go off and find this and go off and buy that and get the other. Can I ask, though, I noticed when you took the little lid out there, we've almost got like a little kind of felt pad.
So your felt pad, what that's for is because originally it was just going to be a top.
Okay.
And I thought, what can I use that for? What can it be used for? And we just released our pressure tools at the time I was designing this. And I basically just put some felt on there, so it doubles up then as a pressure tool on a stamp pad.
Okay.
And they're really good. They sold really well, the pressure tools, because it gives you a really, really crisp image when you're stamping, and it just applies the pressure rather than going in and sometimes even when you've done that, you've still got to do it a few times. Whereas if you've got a pressure tool, it applies nice, even pressure all across the stamp.
Makes a difference, doesn't
and it makes such a difference. And again, that's got a lovely little handle, and it's on a Lazy Susan as well.
That looked brilliant. Looks so fabulous, and in all those different colours you can see there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. So straight away you know which ink you're going to be using with these. So let me get this right. So you'd normally be paying $8.99 for one of these, and would it come with like the little foam pad and everything and all that?
So if you're buying one of those, you'll get the dome foam and you'll get the acrylic attachment.
Right.
You don't get the flat attachment or the sanding disc with that. They only come with these.
Those are extras.
But if you were to buy, say, a single one, I think they're on at $7.99 at the minute.
Okay,
so I think we've knocked another £1 off these as well.
So
it does come with attachments, and the attachments are really easy to buy to get the extras for them as well.
Brilliant idea. Lots of you taking advantage of this one in the earlier hour, but I will warn you, this is potentially your last opportunity to get hold of these. We're pretty much down to single figures with regard to these. So if you have been umming and ahhing, and we understand that, yes, you might want to kind of have a bit of thought time with it. But while we have stock available, take advantage. We don't see pearly winks here as often as we'd like, so we have to take advantage of those deals when they bring to us. But we've got something new to talk about in this hour as well. And that is the key thing. We've got these fabulous little blending brushes. Now, we have seen these before, haven't we? I think I might have done a show with you with these.
Yes.
I don't know if they've got sparkle in there, I can't remember. But we've got something a little bit special with regards to these as well.
Yeah, we've not brought the sparkle ones are new today to us. And it's the same quality, it's the same brilliant packed head.
So soft.
And they've got lovely glittery sparkle. We thought as we bring in the Diamante daubers on, we'd bring those on as well, because then it's a bit of extra sparkle into this show as well.
Absolutely, can't go far wrong with a bit of sparkle. So the deal on your screen, $11.99 that's for your brushes. You're going to get 5 of those for that price.
So you get 5 brushes, yes.
Okay, but I will tell you about another amazing deal that we've got with a little holder. So if you want to shop for these by themselves, $11.99, you're going to get 5 of them. But what we've got for you is a fabulous way for you to store these as well. And this is in a choice of different colours, so you're kind of choosing which colour you want. But the connecting factor is you're going to get 10 of these little stencil brushes. But the price that you're paying for the stand is only £2 more than 2 of the sets.
Yes.
So it's amazing. So details on it, let the cat out the bag. I haven't told them the price. Well, that will tell you though. So there you go. So you've got your storage. Now, the storage itself, we're going to be able to store up to 15 of these.
Yeah, so you can hold up to 15 of them. What I tend to do is I'll put my blending brushes in the front and the back. So I'll put my blending brushes at the front and the back, just because if you do have them all really close, I don't particularly like having to. I've got quite stumpy fingers.
Yeah. So having them on the outside.
I tend to put them on the outside, and then in the centre, what I'll do is if I'm working with pens, I'll get my pens out that I'm going to be using, get my scissors out that I'm going to be using, and I'll just pop them in there, so then I can just pick out whatever colour I need, or my pen, or my scissors.
And the little holes that you've got, I'm looking at that and thinking they're probably just a little over 1 centimetre wide, so yeah, anything up to kind of that.
Yeah, so the hole size is 11 mil.
Oh, so it's a little
so
bit.
I would say if you're going over, if your brush wideness is over, I mean, these ones are definitely 10 mil, so they definitely fit in. And most standard blending brushes of this size are 10 mil. So it should be fine with most. I'm not going to say all.
Well, no, you
because
can't, can you?
I can't say all, but
as long as it's less than
any below 10 mil.
And we have got them available as a fabulous bundle. So as I say, 10 of the brushes. You choose which of the colours. Got different item numbers for the different colours. So if you wanted to get hold of those, we'd get the price down, hadn't we? At £33.97, but just £25.99. Now, don't forget, £11.99 was the price that we were looking at just a few moments ago for the set of 5 brushes. So you're doubling up the quantity, but only adding in an extra couple of pounds to cover the actual stand. Now, lots of different colours, as you saw there. Lovely Becky was showing you all the different colours. You can shop for them individually very easily. Just go onto the website and you will find them. Have we got the stands by themselves as well? Because you know what? I think people will want those for putting paintbrushes in and all sorts.
Yeah, we do have the stands by themselves as well. And we've got them in all 5 of the colours as well.
So if you're wanting to go for them, I'll give you the details of those in a few moments. Because I'm just thinking, like, things like, I don't know, eyeliners and if you've got, like, lip pencils and different things like that. Just so, well, not you personally, but, yeah, me.
You never know what I've got in my stash at home.
This is true. But if you're wanting to shop for them by the set, because the pink one by itself, I think it'd be brilliant for I've kind of got pink wallpaper in my little kind of wardrobe room. So there you go, £9.99 if you fancy getting for it by itself. And you've got 15 little kind of holes in there for you to put your projects in. I'll get hold of one of those actually to show you the makeup, because you've obviously got the solid front that you saw there, where everything kind of connects together. But what you've actually got is 2 sets of holes, so it's not like they're rattling around.
No. That branding will be black. I've not coloured that one in.
That's all right, don't worry.
So it will be black, like that one.
Perfect. Oh, there goes the orange one, thank you. Ah, there you go. Didn't even notice.
As I say, we do put them all together ourselves. We cut them out as well. So it's the products what we make. We try and make as much as we possibly can in-house.
These constructed when people have received them, or do they need to put them together themselves?
No, we make them.
Oh, so we haven't got to show us how it comes together. But it's not brilliant. But you can see there, I mean, very, very sturdy. I mean, that could sit within your craft bag, couldn't it? Very easily.
When I was putting the kit together, I was thinking, should I do it with 5 or should I do it with 10? And then I thought, because we're doing 10 on the actual daubers, and it does cover most, if not all, of your sort of like colourways. So you've got enough for a yellow brush, a red brush, a pink brush, a blue brush, a brown brush, black brush. So you've got enough for one for each colour combination.
Yeah.
So I thought that was more useful than just giving 5, because if you just give 5, you've only got enough for 5 colours, whereas you've got enough for 10, which covers most colour
And I can imagine people going for multiples of these, because you might have kind of like your pink and your red themed. So you might have 5 brushes that you're using that kind of colour palette, 10 brushes in that colour palette, because you'll have your pale pinks, you'll have your real deep berry pinks in there, and they could all be in your little kind of pink holder. Similar idea with the green, so all your different tones of green in there as well. It might be that the white, that you're actually using it for your monochromatics and your kind of your base tones. So it could be that you're using that for your neutral tones, and then obviously your gorgeous sunshine yellows. That could be everything from a buttercup right the way through to custard yellow, and then again with your orange there as well. So really nice colours with those, proven to be very, very popular, and they're all on the website. All the different colours are there. They're all exactly the same price, so £25.99, and that includes 10 of those brushes. So there you go, nice idea. And those brushes are going to be useful alongside the stencils that we've got, which is what you're going to be using in the first demo.
Yeah, so if you were watching earlier, I did show using the daubers through really intricate stencils.
Okay.
Normally, I would use a brush. I wouldn't use the daubers, but I didn't think they were going to actually go all the way through the stencils, which they did, to be fair.
Lovely.
But I prefer, if I'm working on something that's quite intricate, I'd much prefer to use a brush, because then I know I can get right in. So this is Gemma.
Beautiful Gemma.
She looks like she's got black eyes, bless her.
That's what I look like if I haven't had a makeup off the night before. It could be quite scary.
So, Gemma first appeared in 2018.
Okay.
But by popular demand, she is back along with 4 others.
Okay.
So I'm just applying my stencil tags there on our brand shop, just to use the system. It's just to keep it in place so it doesn't move.
That's a clever system. I like that idea. Okay.
And then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through the stencil with my black.
Lovely. Now, Gemma, this is up on your screen, as you can see there, A5 in size, only $6.99. As Simon says, we have got other stencils that you can have a little look as well. Not all lovely ladies, we've got lovely gents in there as well, so we might show you those a little bit later on.
We've got Dan and Jake.
Dan and Jake, there you go.
So I'm not particularly...
Like the style of this, so it's got a little bit of a kind of a 60s feel to the style, isn't it?
With an updo?
Yeah, or like a little pixie cut.
Oh, yeah.
A little short hair. Okay, so you're literally just going where...
Yeah, just around the eyes. I'm going to make sure that I make it really black.
Oh, my goodness, look at that. Because you've got like the little eyelashes and everything in there. I didn't think you'd be able to actually get a brush right the way into there.
Yeah, so because the brushes are so dense and so, I want to say small.
Yeah.
They literally get into all, like you see how fine that is.
Yeah, because
it gets right into
it. Too big, it would kind of brush over it and not get right the way in there. So
yeah. We actually do call these precision. I don't know if that's what they're on the website, but we actually call them precision stencil brushes.
Oh, okay. Well, it makes sense, doesn't
it? Because we first started using these small brushes when we launched our precision stencils, and because they work alongside the precision stencils, it just made sense to call them precision stencil brushes.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna.
And I suppose if you wanted to kind of change the colours and, come in with different colours with like lipstick, I can see what you're doing there.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my red.
Okay.
And what I'm doing, while I'm doing this, I'm using waterproof inks as well, so that I can go in with some inks in a moment.
Wow. See, that's the kind of detail that you'd expect to get from a stamp. But can you imagine actually creating that using a stamp of that size, an A5 stamp? I wouldn't be able to get those kind of results. That's brilliant.
So there is a sample just there.
Sorry, there is indeed.
Sorry, this one. And all I've done is I've just used the glamorous stencil, what comes with it, and I've just added a little red accent there, just to bring the lip colour into the...
That is lovely.
Side. So it was just, that probably took me about 5 or 10 minutes. It didn't take long at all.
That is lovely. And there you go. If you want to actually add a little bit of colour yourself, you can do. So you can almost use it as a kind of like a base and then come in with your colours afterwards. This would be a lovely class, wouldn't it? If you're learning how to use kind of your blendings of your pencils or your alcohol markers, depending on the inks that you started with. Love this idea as well, because on this one, our lovely Gemma has been embellished, as you can see, to create. And I love that lovely little necklace that she's got there as well. Isn't that fabulous? Love it.
Paper pads as well.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. We'll have to check those out as well. So you can see, very, very versatile, whether you're using just as the original there, which is a very, very nice look, just that simple. That power of those red lips looks amazing, doesn't it, alongside the black there? So there you go. $6.99, very, very affordable. Have a look at some of the others as well. Was there more that you were doing with that one?
I was going to colour her in just to show you how easy it is to colour her in.
Go on, then you do that, and then we'll look at the others afterwards. I think they're all on the website. Sorry, I got a bit carried away.
Right, so what I've used, I've just popped some of the old brown from our vintage winks, which are on the show.
Right, okay.
So I think they're $11.97.
They are. You've got your old brown in this one. You've also got your sage green. You've got your aged teal, and you've also got your dusky plum. I'll show you all those colours, but you can see they're just on your screen there. Beautiful colours there, so definitely worth considering those. But we'll have a closer look at those in a little while. Like those.
Right, so I'm going to wet my card first because I'm using watercolour card. I'm just going to do...
And this is where you need to make sure that you've used the right ink to start with.
Yeah, so don't...
don't want water-based ink.
Yeah, so like I've done there, I've made my own ink pads up using our inks.
Right.
I wouldn't use them because they're not waterproof.
Yeah.
If you do, it's just going to be a big mess. And I did try it, and I spent ages doing it and making it look dead nice, and then it all just ran. So I was like, no. So I'm going to get a bit of the brown, and then I'm just going to go around a hairline and down her face there.
Straight away, this is springing into life, seeing this. And you're not using a little tiny brush there, right?
No, I'm using quite a big brush because it allows you, when you do watercolouring, I'm not an artist by any means, but when you do watercolouring, if you let it dry and then go back into it, that's when you get the streaks.
Right.
So it's really important to try and get as much down as possible and build the colour up.
Beautiful blending, I have to say there. It looks gorgeous. Now, if you do want to get hold of the Spirits set, then you've got 4 different colours. Again, I'll show you those again in a few moments, but we are busy for those. Nice as individual colours, but I guess that you can make up your own kind of blends with them as well.
You can do, and to get the vintage type colours, we do mix all of our colours together to get them. Okay. And we have to use certain consistencies in certain ways.
Special recipes.
Yeah.
A blend of different spices.
Yeah. They do mix. What I would say is probably don't mix like the green with the with the plum, because you'll get like a browny grey colour in it, unless you want a browny grey colour.
I suppose it depends on what you're doing. Yeah. Very effective, I have to say. Ooh, I should have asked what you're actually working on. Is it watercolour cardstock that you're working on?
It is watercolour.
How amazing that! I mean, that's come together literally from that blank page. The stencil giving you all of the different kind of elements there. Obviously, you could go to town with things like the makeup and the eyeshadows and things like that, but that is so effective.
You literally do need the tiniest little bit. You don't need loads of it. I've probably got enough to do about 10 or 15 faces there, to be honest with you. And then just basically highlight and shade where you naturally would. Yes, so like on your cheeks. If you wanted to go darker still, so to create a darker line, say across here, just wait till that one's dry and then go over the top of that.
That is brilliant. I know you said you weren't an artist, but I mean the stencils are helping you, and kind of the knowledge that we pick up along the way. Yeah. You know, next to the hairline, it's kind of like where the shadows lie, and you kind of work from that.
Yeah, and I think the beauty of our well, not just our inks, but any water-based ink is that you can do your sort of like layer on top to get deeper. So I can get darker and darker and darker brown if I keep going over the top of that to get whatever shade of brown that I want. But I'm quite happy with that, the way that is. Then I'm just going to...
Oh, no, what have you got?
Just got a fine liner.
Fine liner, yeah.
And I'm just going to join, because you can see that's obviously a stencil.
Yeah, because that's the thing with stencils, that there are kind of little connective points, isn't there?
Yes. Do you know what they're called?
No.
Bridges.
Bridges. Oh, there you go. Every day's a school day. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to basically fill in the areas where the bridges were, and just bring that all together. And then...
Beautiful.
Get a... What colour eyes should we give her? Should we give her blue?
Yeah. Those brushes are perfect size as well for that.
So I didn't actually know that was going to work.
Looks fab. But this could be proper personalisation, couldn't it? You could be using the exact colours for whoever you're giving the card to. If you're making a card, I mean, it'd be nice in art journals and things like that as well. A bit of highlighter there.
So then if you wanted to go further with that, you can obviously go further, but it's the same sort of process. To do the hair, do the same, and then just pop some extra little strands in, just give it a bit of depth to your hair.
That's nice
as well.
though, because you could keep that vintage theme going with the colours. I mean, you could use the exact same colour that you did for her hair if you wanted her to be brunette, but of course you've got 4 different colours within those fabulous sprays, so and a lot of them, because a little really does go a long way. Now, for all 4 of those, you're only looking at 11. Is that for all 4 of them? £11.97p? Yeah. My goodness. Do you know when you start saying something and you think, no, that can't be right? I just had one of those moments because, I mean, when you look at the bottle, you're getting a lot within the bottle.
And you can do all the normal techniques, so you can just basically spray that at your card. You can do your shaving foam techniques with that, where you spray it onto shaving foam, create a pattern, and then put your card into it. You can stamp with them, you can stencil with them. Obviously, if you're stenciling with them, like I've just literally sprayed through a stencil with that one. And
is that with that gorgeous plum?
So yeah, and that's just literally, I'm going to show you that in a second anyway. But I've just literally put the stencil over the card, just spritzed through it, and then that's what it's given me. Nice, so you can still spray with them.
And when you look at the bottles, you can't really see the colour because of the intensity.
Yeah.
It's almost like a concentration of colour. But I'm guessing you could use it and add it to, I don't know, I suppose like gel mediums and pastes and things like that because of the concentration of colour.
Yeah, you can do it with these. Definitely you can do it with these. We've had people do it before. Donna's done it in the past. The best ones that I would say for mixing with your gel mediums would be the Intense, what we had on earlier, because they are really, really...
I better introduce
like
you to the characters as well. Oh, wow.
So they are really, really intense. So these are the early ones. So they can be mixed with all your mediums and they will give you a really great look.
They will be on the website from... What time was your show earlier on?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. There you go. Now, this is Dan. So if you like the look of Dan as a stencil, we have Dan available for you as well. And again, when you're looking at this, you could choose the skin tone. You're choosing the colour of the eyes, the colour of the hair, because you're laying down that outline in a similar way that we saw earlier on. So, yeah, if you like the look of Dan, then the details are on your screen there as well. We've just got the 2 characters, I think. Oh, no, we've got 3.
No.
We're missing the other one.
Sorry, they're all on the boards there. Do you know what I've done?
On the front.
Do you know what I've done? I put all the samples on the front.
Oh, that's all right. Don't worry. I don't mind. They're probably the safest place for them, to be fair, because if I get to them, I'll just knock them over.
So when we launched them, we originally launched Gemma Dan in April, which are the first 3. And then we launched Jemima, Jake and Sapphire. And Sapphire is very similar looking to...
Because we haven't got the names on the screen, we've got the words. So, if we were gorgeous, so the word gorgeous, who is that one?
Where are we?
Down at the bottom.
So, that's Jemima.
That's Jemima. So, if you're looking for Jemima, you will need Jemima's number. There you go. That sounds a bit dodgy, doesn't it? Jemima's, well, words and numbers. ZR8192, again, $6.99, as you can see. Alongside Jemima, you'll see the word awesome. And this character, we've not been introduced to this. Is this Jake?
This is Jake. So, Jemima and Jake, they're a bit more cartoony.
Okay.
Opposed to the other ones, which are a bit more realistic looking. But yeah, so that one's Jake.
And each one of these comes with the word that you can see on the display board there as well. So there you go, Jake and awesome come together naturally, as you can see. Then the lovely Gemma, who we saw just a few moments ago. So here you go, with the word glamorous there. So that's the one that we saw in the demonstration. Then we've got Dan, and Dan is very brave, as you can see, and the word company is Dan, as you can see there. They've each got a little hole in them as well, I noticed, with the words. So they can kind of go into like a little book ring or something.
Yeah, so we have got these ones on the show. The, and that last one's April.
Oh, yes.
You've missed one. Poor April.
Well, we kind of got sidetracked. I should have kept, sometimes things pop into my head and I need to hold them in my head until the opportunity to talk about them. But I just blurted out about the little hole in the corner. April is the last one there. So if you're waiting to wonder what that beauty's name is, then there you go. $6.99 if you fancy getting hold of April. But back to the little holes, because this is all about storage, isn't it?
So your little holes, anyone that's watched our show earlier and watched our show when we launched the big words and the family big words, they all come on a jump ring. So what we thought, we had a bit of extra miler, and rather than throw it away, we have put the little hole in, put a word that'll go with each, and then they can be added to your collection then, whichever collection you've got. Just as a bit of an added freebie.
There you go. We all like a bit of a freebie, don't we? So there you go. Now, if you fancy getting hold of the words, which we'll see again in a few moments, those are your family words, and they were on the show earlier on. $14.99, and you'll get all of those. And you're getting 10 words in total with these. So now, they're all of these.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So that's the family.
Okay.
Big words family. So you've got grandma, granddad, brother, sister.
Lovely.
So, foster carer.
Lovely.
Son and daughter.
Very nice. I like it. It's kind of like a very generic style font with this one. Got some smaller ones in here as well, so I didn't really think about this when I started picking them up. But there we go. Simon's just stood there thinking, yeah, you
I'm thinking, what are you doing? So you've got the ampersand.
Love it.
You've got Nana, because everyone calls Nan.
That's true.
Nana or Grandma.
Or it could be Anna.
Yeah. Wife.
Lovely.
Great. Husband.
Fabulous.
Mum and Dad.
There's a good selection in there, isn't there? And they all come on a little ring as well.
So they come on a jump ring. So the bigger sets come in a jump ring. The ones that you get free with the these stencils, they don't come on a jump ring. But if you do have those, you can just pop them on.
Add them on there as well. So there you go. $14.99 if you like the look of those. Fabulous. There we go. We've got another set actually. Should I very quickly mention these ones? Because this is kind of like a scripted font with this one. So if you like something that's kind of got that flow to it, then these are perfect. Details popping up on your screen with these ones. And these kind of got more of a curvaceous look to them. And you've got your different words, as you can see there. Family, you've got friend, the word love there. Very, very useful one there with your happy birthday. Nice inspirational words like happiness in there as well. Inspiring and then beautiful. Incredible detail with these as well. I mean, who'd have thought you could do that with a stencil? And the last one is amazing. So there you go, $14.99 if you fancy getting hold of those as a set as well.
When I put those ones together, I wanted to do something different because your generic stencil front, it can be quite boring if it's just, it can be quite samey. So I wanted something that was a bit curvaceous because I've never really seen anything like a stencil that's got curves in it.
Yes, yeah.
On the font. So I wanted something quite simple that if you did want to join up the dots, you could join up the dots sort of thing.
Absolutely. And these are brilliant, so very, very effective. So you can see here all your different fine detail words with these, and they're going to look amazing on your different projects, whether it's your cards that you're making or whether it is pages for your art journals. Absolutely beautiful. And of course, you don't have to use them in their entirety if you don't want to. You can just use parts of the words, or you can use them in their entirety. And it's clever because when you do line up the dots, those little bridges, then you can make it look like you've got beautiful handwriting. So love it. Now, if you fancy getting hold of those, $14.99. But just going to very quickly mention again something that we started the hour with, single figures now with regard to this. And this is a brilliant addition to any craft room. So for anybody that's just joined us, we're a little over halfway through the show. Can you explain to us what's caused such a stir?
Just the beautiful blingy diamantes.
It looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
So you get 10 different coloured diamantes on it. So each one is colour coordinated for what colour you're going to use. You get a little compartment in the centre which doubles up as a stamp pressure tool and also to hold your stencils down so you don't get mucky fingers.
It's got like a little felt pad on that.
Yeah, so it's got a felt pad so it'll just literally
smooth over.
Glides over. You also get...
And these are all included with that price that's on your screen. And the price on your screen is what you'd normally be paying for your little kind of daubers that you've got with these. Not all the additional bits and pieces. Certainly not the container as well.
So you get 10 of the dome foams, which we're already on. You get 5 of the not flat domes, that doesn't make sense, does it?
Flat discs.
Flat foams.
Yeah.
And 10 sanding discs. And then you get 2 of the acrylic stamp attachments, which I pop on my white one so I can just quickly...
Just for those little tiny stamps that you might have, like it. Brilliant.
It's on a Lazy Susan and it looks fabulous.
It does, and there's no construction with regards to this at all. It's all good to go, so you just get it out of the box. Add whichever, whether it's the flat or the rounded dauber that you want. And the rounded ones are already fitted on there, but you've got a lot of different usability with this one. Some of you have been going for multiples of these, and I can understand that because quite often you'll have different tones of reds and purples and so on. So if you do want to get hold of yours, this could potentially be your last opportunity today to get hold of them. So PD8157 if you fancy getting hold of yours. Still in stock at the moment, but make sure that if you are watching us live, you check your basket out. If you're watching on Rewind, then you might not be as fortunate. But give it a go. It's always worth having a little look. Now, as I said, a little over halfway through the show, so we're going to crack on with another demo as well. So we're going to have another little look at the blending brushes, I think.
I will bring them back on in a second. I'm just going to quickly spray through this.
Oh, just to show the sprays, yes.
And it's so simple, just literally a couple of sprays.
Okay. And then just lift. Oh, my goodness, look at that. That's effective.
Really quick and really easy. So
the nice thing with the stencil is as well, and I'm going to bring that one in, it's a little bit wet, if I can just kind of take it. You've got kind of like the left and the right, haven't you? Because you can either do it one way or the other. So I'm just going to bring those in just to show you. Because you can flip the stencil over, you could have characters that are facing each other. So if you've got like twins or maybe a Gemini birthday or something like that and you wanted...
Looking in a mirror?
Yeah, looking in a mirror, yeah, that's a good idea. So yeah, you can kind of flip the stencil over and then use it on the opposite side as well with any of the characters. So yeah, 2 for the price of 1, there you go.
I don't know how this is going to work.
Oh, what are you doing now?
I'm just literally going to...
Oh, what's left?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how it's going to work.
It's going to be fabulous. I'm channeling all that creativity.
But if it doesn't work...
It's only a little bit of excess ink, isn't it?
Yeah, if it
I
doesn't...
think it's going to work. I've got a feeling it will.
Then it'll work on a mixed media.
Ooh,
sort of.
Yeah. But you can kind of dab that away if you wanted more of almost like a watermark look, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Yeah, so with these inks, you can get the faux bleaching.
Yeah.
So you can take off... So if an area is too dark, pop some water on it, and then you can lift it out. So like I did with...
Is it
Gemma, like I did with Gemma before, where I built the colour up.
Yeah.
You can also work in reverse, so instead of building the colour up, you can knock the colour back.
And also, with that, I mean, you could spritz that with water and get almost like a faded out, and then put the stencil back on top, and then come back in with your black or your darker colour to kind of almost like have a multiple layer look to it, couldn't you? So when you're looking at something and you're not quite happy with it, it might be that you're just not happy with it at that moment, and that's because you're not finished yet. So just continue working with it until you get the results that you want.
But you can, like with that one, you could... That could be the start of like a mixed media piece.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm not a mixed media artist, so it wouldn't be a mixed media piece for me.
Well, you said you weren't an artist, and then you went on and created that. So there you go, Exhibit A. And of course, these are the stencils. This is the beauty of these stencils. They're laying down that line for you. So this one is Gemma, and this is where the line has been created. Depends on the ink that you're working with, gives you the possibility then of building up your colour using the sprays that we've got on the show, which are water-based, to get that shading and that final result, as you can see there. Gemma's details are on the screen. She's a popular girl. Lots of you taking advantage of that stencil. $6.99, I'm not surprised. And all of the others are the same price. They're A5 in size, and you've got all your different characters. So it could be that you're going for Jake, which is another of the characters. This is a nice idea, because this is almost like a pop art look, where different colours are being used to kind of create different looks. But then it might be a case that you're wanting to do that fabulous result that we saw earlier on. And this one is Dan. And I think we're going to see Dan in the next demo, aren't we?
The fourth pop art picture one is on the front.
It's on the front now.
I did do 4.
I thought, oh, well, yeah, there's a series of 4, isn't it? Oh, I've only got 3, so it must be a different combination. But there you go. But nice idea, that one. I like it. But Dan's the man. That's what we're going to be doing at the moment. Dan comes alongside, was it the word brave? I've forgotten which word he came with now. I think it was brave, wasn't
brave.
It?
Yeah. So again, just going through with my blending brush. If you're not going to colour it in, you don't have to use a water-based, a waterproof ink.
Okay.
So
you've got kind of like a hybrid. So a lot of people using these hybrid inks now, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's easier. Yeah.
It is a really, really good, a good way, especially because a lot of like our stuff is water based. You can't really use something that's another water based ink with it because it'll just run.
You don't always know what techniques you're going to be using, because sometimes you'll start off with this and then you'll incorporate other colours later on. So having a hybrid ink's a nice base to start with.
Yeah.
Of course, I suppose if you wanted to, you could mix up the different colours if you wanted to as well. Now, the brushes that are being used come with a fabulous little stand. You're actually going to get 10 of the brushes. Usually you're shopping for 5 of these, and 5 of the brushes are $11.99, but the stand with 10 brushes is $25.99. So basically, for an extra couple of pounds on the cost of the brushes themselves, you're getting your stand, which is going to house up to 15 brushes. I'll show you them all again in a few moments, but lots of different colours to choose from with those. Coming together.
So it's just really quick. Really quick to do.
And the detail that you've got with this is phenomenal. I mean, look at that.
It reminds me a bit of a 60s with his...
Yes, yeah, like that quiff.
Yeah.
Love it. Got strong features, hasn't he?
And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to...
Oh, coming in, right, a bit of colour.
Use the daubers.
Now the daubers themselves, obviously in that fabulous kind of spinny roundy, Lazy Susan you called it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Rather than a spinny roundy.
I've not even done that straight.
But sometimes you kind of get that almost like a shadow, don't you, sometimes?
Yeah.
If you wanted to kind of do that. That looked pretty straight to me, that. I think you got it.
I've not. I can see.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at you. I mean, you could mix it up, couldn't you? If you go into a rave, you could just use the word rave.
Good thinking. So you can just leave it at that. If you wanted to add a bit of colour...
Braver.
Braver.
Oh, I'm playing the game now with these.
If you wanted to add... I don't know if that's going to work. It might be too dark, but we'll give it a go. Just a bit of blue, just to his eyes, just to add a little bit of colour.
A little micron pen.
Yeah.
Because it's a hybrid ink, it could be watercolour pencils used, alcohol markers. Which colours of the stands do you think are the most popular so far? Oh, you know, because you heard it.
Pink and green.
I didn't think that one through, did I?
And then you can just join the bridges. If you've gone through with the dark enough black, you can just join all your bridges.
Just finishes it off, doesn't it? Gives the illusion that you're the artist and you've drawn it. I mean, you could actually take inspiration from this and have a go at doing it freestyle.
Yeah, and you could always, if you wanted to, you could just do it really pale and then just sort of like go around it with a pencil or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's just another really quick way.
Wonderful. So there you go. That is done. The stencil for Dan is on your screen, $6.99. We've got a series of different characters, ladies and gents, on there as well, and each of them comes with their own unique word as well, so you've got all sorts of different combinations, all of which are on the website, so if you do want to shop for them, you can do. You liking Gemma? Gemma is the lovely lady with almost like the updo that we saw in the first demonstration, so yeah, popular one. Or it could be that you've already got some of the others and then you're filling in gaps, which you can do very easily. So $6.99, very affordable, all of those as well. But of course, the brushes were, well, we saw very much in making an appearance in that demonstration. And these are brilliant because we have seen the brushes before, or a variation of them on previous shows. But this time we've got them with this fabulous little holder, and the holder is the perfect way for you to keep everything in place. I'm going to turn this one around so as you can actually see. So you've actually got little holes in the top as well as in the base here as well, which means you've got incredible support with regard to your different brushes that are going to be going in there. Now the holes themselves are about 11 mil, so as long as you've got something that's kind of like the handle is less than a centimetre, less than 10 mil, they should fit in there quite easily. And of course they come with 10 of those brushes. Now the brushes themselves, if you're shopping for 5 of those, you're looking at $11.99. So 2 sets of those, you can see obviously is not far off the price that we've got on the screen there. $25.99, which means that you're only paying an extra couple of pounds to actually get your stand. Now the stands are available by themselves, and I know lots of you have been shopping for those at $9.99. So it might be that you're choosing one with your brushes. You've already got brushes that are going to start filling another one. So you could go for those. There's all the different colours. You've got your pink, your green, your white, your orange and your yellow. So it's up to you. You could either have one to match or have one as a contrast. It's entirely up to you. But I think not just for your crafting. It could be a case that you're using them for makeup brushes or eyeliners, lip pencils, all those kind of things that you want easy access to. Yeah, take advantage of those while you've got the opportunity. So yeah, most popular was it the pink and the white, did you say? Oh, pink and green. So there you go. Fancy getting hold of those. Then you need to be a bit speedy quick. What are you up to?
I'm just putting some brown down.
Okay.
Some brown. So the old brown, I've just literally spritzed it and then just used a bigger brush and just coloured it in.
Lovely.
Then I'm going to bring Jake in.
Okay.
You can use them either way. I like to use it so that the name is etched onto the bottom of them.
Oh, I see, yeah. So for continuity, you could have them, yeah, that makes sense.
And then once you've gone through with your stencil, you can actually then just cut them out, which is why I'm not too fussed about.
Oh, okay.
That. Start at the top. Do you know what? I keep doing that with my hands. I keep forgetting I've got this tool.
It's getting used to it. Now, the tool that you can see being used to keep the stencil in place comes courtesy of your Dauber kit. And your Dauber kit, this has got almost like the centre handle. It kind of covers up the little kind of hidey hole for all your refills of your kind of hook and loop or foam piece, should I say, as well as the sandpaper that you've got in there. So 3-way split on this one. $89.99 would normally pretty much be the cost of getting your Daubers, and you wouldn't have all of the additional kind of heads that go on there. You can see how they're beautifully coloured as well, so they already come like that, already constructed. The actual spinner, the Dauber set that you've got there, you don't have to make that up. It's all done for you. You just have to get it out of the box and get cracking with your crafting. So there you go, $89.99. Very, very popular when it was launched at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Been popular throughout the afternoon, and we're down to pretty much single figures with this one now. So if you don't want to miss out on your opportunity, it might be a good idea to get hold of it while you've got the chance. 3-way split of £29 each, which very conveniently, 31st of the month, might be payday. So there we go. I've been kind of ordering off my wish list for everything today. It's kind of counting down the day. It's been the longest month, hasn't it, January? Oh, gosh, waiting for payday to come.
It's probably, do you get paid, like, before Christmas as well?
Yes,
It's just like, oh.
Which is lovely, because, I mean, the company doesn't have to do that. But the problem that you've got is you've got Christmas and New Year, but I've also got 3 birthdays in January. Don't know how I managed it, but my twins and David all have the same birthday, the 18th of January. So literally, by the time the end of January has come on, I'm literally eating dust because I've got no money left. So, yeah. Always got to look at the David Bowie's there, hasn't he, with that mask going across there. This is brilliant for keeping it in place.
It is.
An extra pair of hands.
I was doing it before, and I just literally had in colour over my hands. Dave's like, why don't you just use your tool? I was like, oh, yeah.
It's because it's new, isn't it? It's getting used to using what's there. And they find it, I mean, the amount of detail that you get with these stencils is phenomenal.
It's really easy to put things back into place as well. If you slip like I've just slipped.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that'll be Donna Brooks.
Watching. Donna, good afternoon, my lovely. Well, it's more good evening, really, isn't it? Oh, Donna's been busy sending some pictures through. Here she is. Oh, Donna, thank you. Hi, Simon and Hayley. Love playing with these stencils. Such different images. Love Donna. Donna, thank you. I love the use of just the eyes by themselves. That's clever. Oh, she's been busy. Oh, that's nice, teaming it up with other things. Oh, glossy lips as well. Oh, she looks quite sassy, doesn't she? Like a pink hair as well. And glitter lips as well. So
Donna's on the DT, but I didn't get the stuff out to her till late because Adam's not been well, so I've been trying to sort Adam's show out and stuff. And it's just been like, oh, no, I've not sent the stuff out to design team. I was like, no!
Oh, so much to remember. I mean, everyday life as well, you've got to deal with everything going on. So, Donna, thank you. Come on, Trumps, yet again. Oh, now, look at this.
Right, so I'm basically doing the reverse of what I did before.
Gosh, that makes a difference, doesn't it?
So it really is up to you which way you prefer to do it. If you prefer to add the colour in and then take away.
Yeah.
Or if you prefer to...
I quite like that look with the jelly roll pen there. Nice. This is Jake. If you've not met him before, details are popped up on your screen there. $6.99 A5 stencil. Oh, now what are you doing?
So I'm just going to give him...
Oh, so is this the teal that you're working with?
Yes, this is the tealy colour.
Lovely. So
add a bit of colour to his eyes.
Teal. That's a lovely colour.
So...
And it's going on top of the brown.
Yeah, so as you asked before, can you mix colours? Yes, you can. Most definitely.
It's got like a greeny colour now to it. Oh, I love it. Aged teal, dusky plum, sage green and old brown. Within the colours that you've got, details on your screen. 4 colours, 30ml in each of those bottles for just £11.97. And so much colour in there, very concentrated. So, yeah, you don't need a lot.
With these as well, you can pop them into your water brushes.
Okay, nice.
And make your own felt tip.
That's nice if you're kind of going off on your travels rather than taking the sprays with you. You can just take the water
I mean, I've got
colours in there.
I've got my intense ones in water brushes.
So, yeah, good delivery system, yeah. Like that idea. That is brilliant, I like that.
So, yeah, just add your white highlights. I'm not going to do all of it, but... and then, if you wanted to set some of the colour out...
See, that is so achievable. I think anybody that's watched that demonstration will have the confidence to kind of get that kind of results. Some really useful tips for that as well.
I've got blue roll. Right, so I'll just put my brush in there.
I'm intrigued as to what's happening next.
So where I did before, watch it not work for me now. So where I did before, I'm just going to, I'll do it across the T-zone here.
Okay.
And down his nose, yes. So you can see that the brown is actually coming through. And what it's doing, it's lifting that colour out.
Ah, so you're kind of lifting the colour out rather than blending it in like we saw earlier.
Yeah. So if you prefer to do it that way, by all means do it that way. It doesn't matter which way you do it. I just prefer to do it the other way because I find that's the easiest way for me to do it.
I think I'd probably prefer the other way because a bit more control maybe.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't necessarily want to get that kind of spot-on finish. You want something a little bit more organic, and I think that's the kind of result you get with it.
So you can lift the colour out as well.
It does work though, doesn't it? I like it.
And that'll work the same with all of our colours. And then if you wanted to go back in, say, and create more of a shadow, say, on the hairline,
add it back
you can go back in just where you want that, where you'd get that natural shadow.
Just those few strokes make it almost look three-dimensional then.
Down there.
I suppose you could decoupage as well, couldn't you, if you wanted to? You've got the different lines there. Isn't that effective? It's got a film style look about him as well.
So there's a few different ways to do it. I hope you found it easy enough to follow, because once you've done it a couple of times, you'll just see, oh yeah, that's... And you'll find your own way of doing it quicker. Oh.
There you go. So if you thought that you couldn't be an artist, I mean, here you go. You can take inspiration from that finished result there. Use the stencil to get yourself started, or maybe use it as a tuition element, and maybe get your pens and pencils out and have a go yourself. Simon, thank you so much. When are you due back with us again?
I'm back on the 15th.
Oh, not too long then, so a couple of weeks.
Yay.
Oh, I'm in on the 14th, so we'll be like ships in the night.
Well, if you're in on the 8th, Adam's in on the 8th.
No, I'm not. Never mind. Thank you for a fabulous hour. Thank you for tuning in, but don't go anywhere. We've got more coming up. Our last live hour of the day here at HobbyMaker, and it's going to be a cracking one, so don't go anywhere. See you the other side of this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to what is our last live hour of the day. And I have to say, we haven't had an argument. There's a trolley stood between us. It does look like we've had a bit of a falling out, doesn't it?
Just a little.
But we haven't. Now, in this hour, we are talking about a brand new addition to the Crafter's Companion family. And you may have heard us talk about mojitos earlier on. So we're not picking up a glass. We've got a fabulous die cutting machine, the Midi, which we'll be telling you about in a few moments. But I just wanted to give you a bit of a heads up for some of the additional things we're going to be chatting about, which have been very, very popular. Because, of course, lots of you have taken advantage of the deals that we've been bringing to you previously for the fabulous Midi. But I'm just going to bring these details in because lots of you have been shopping for these. These are the kind of things that people might have missed when they kind of went for their machine initially, yes, but are coming back for now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you do get all your plates that you need with your machine, but you also do need a set of spare plates.
Okay,
it's
let me move this out of the way.
It's just something that you're going to have, because you can guarantee when you need one and you come to get one, we're going to be sold out.
That's the problem.
So things like that, yeah.
Absolutely. So maybe you're wanting to take advantage of this one. Maybe you've already got a little Midi and you've not gone for the mojito colour one. Well, that's fine, because it's the same one, same plastic shim that will work with all of them. So it's only $4.99. So definitely make yourself get hold of one of those. So if you've shopped with us before, this is the other thing, and I never really thought about it. You may have shopped with us already today, taking advantage of something or other that's out there. And when you need this, and you come back to order this, you might not have placed an order for anything else that day, which means you've actually got to pay £3.95 post and packing on top of your actual item for £4.99. So if you've already shopped with us and you own a Midi already, do yourself a favour and get hold of this one, because that way you're not having to pay post and packing when you need it.
Yes, of course.
Get it in advance. That would be my top tip. So lots of you have been taking advantage of those. Lots of you have been going for this very stylish storage bag as well.
It's very stylish.
I like this.
Very stylish. I love it. It fits your Midi absolutely perfectly.
Okay.
It fits your spare place as well. Should we pop it in?
Go on, let's do it. Let's do it.
So it's going to go in absolutely perfect.
And the handle as well.
And
You haven't got to take the handle off or anything. Like that double zip, so that can come around to the front like so.
Your plates are going to go in there. There's space for other bits and bobs as well in there. So if you are going to a craft class or something like that, you can fit maybe, you know, your scissors, your bits and bobs in there. Yeah, absolutely.
Things in their paper and cloth. And also as well, sometimes we forget that people don't necessarily have a dedicated room for their crafting. So it might be that everything is kind of the premium space that you've got at home. So having to clear away everything at the end of the day from your kitchen table or wherever, then you've got literally somewhere that you can put all the components that you need. And then clear the space for whatever, dinner or whatever. So the actual little bag itself, there you go, give you that one back. Brilliant, not only for your Midi, I think you'll use it in loads of different scenarios, to be honest, because it's a very stylish look. And very affordable at £16.99. So if you fancy the idea of getting hold of one of those, then the details are on your screen. Love it. So I think those are just a couple of things that I needed to mention to you before we get into the throes of learning all about the Midi and this fabulous mojito version that we've got exclusive here at HobbyMaker.
I love this. I've got to admit. So someone messaged in the last time I was on and asked if it was like a yellow colour, because I just don't think it quite comes across.
It's funny because the different monitors, it looks quite bright and yellow on the one over there. So,
because she said on the website. So I do want to show you. It's like this beautiful. It's a mojito colour.
It is.
It's not a green. It's not a yellow. It's like literally mojito. It's the most beautiful colour. Are you not losing anything? It's a Gemini Midi. It's exactly the same as our other Gemini Midi. The difference is this is a beautiful exclusive colour for HobbyMaker. Because we love HobbyMaker so much.
Oh, we love you too. Now, the deal on your screen isn't just for your Midi. You're going to get some additional dies alongside it. Obviously, everything that you need to get started as well, so don't worry about that. But we will go through all of that. But in addition, you're going to get some bits and pieces to get you started. The last thing that you want is to get this home and not have anything to play with. So not only are you going to get additional bits and pieces that you can be able to play with, I'm just going to move that out of the way because I don't want you thinking you're going to get that as well, because you'll be disappointed. But the deal on your screen over there is not the price that you're going to be paying with this. So the price is dropping down, and this will be your price, £69.99. Now, we've had a previous deal with this one, which sold out. So this is kind of a different version. If people kind of watch the launch and thinking, well, hang on, that's a little bit different.
It is, yeah. So the launch came with a little bundle, definitely different to this one. We did say that when that bundle sold out, we would bring you another bundle. So that's what you're getting. So you're getting exactly sort of machine-wise. When your machine comes in your box, you're going to get your machine, you're going to get the manual, you're going to get your folder that you absolutely need.
Sorry to interrupt, do I have to put the handle on? Because sometimes you do, don't you? You have to kind of screw the handle in place. I'm sure that when I was working with Corinne, she said that it's automatically there. You haven't got to do anything with it.
I'm pretty sure it is. I don't recall having to put mine on. So no assembly required at all.
Get in there, didn't you?
Yes, you just get in there and get on with it. So it comes with your shim, it comes with your plates, you've got your machine, you've got your manual in your box, so all the plates that you will need. And then obviously we're giving you that lovely embossing folder because you can emboss with it, and we're giving you a die as well, so you literally can take it out of the box and start straight away.
So with the different dies that I've got, will I be able to use all the different ones from the wafer thin through to mixed media dies and things like that?
Yeah, so we're gonna have a play, of course. But yes, so all your traditional thin metal dies are going to run through here. They're all going to work beautifully. Obviously, you get things like your Sizzix Bigs dies. They're not going to go through.
Physically, they won't fit through the slot, will they?
No, definitely. I think those fit on a Sizzix, and I think nothing else. But your traditional thin metal dies are going to work. Your mixed media, your multimedia, I always mixed media, your multimedia or your deep dish dies, as I like to call them, they're going to work as well.
So that means that things like fabric dyes potentially, because I've got some dies that I use for cutting out my fabric, and they will go through this potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, all those different materials that you can die cut through, you're going to be able to die cut through your materials. Maybe not a huge wad like you can on the Gemini 2, but you're still going to be able to cut through your materials, your cork, you know, your craft cork, your craft metal. There's lots of things that you're still going to be able to cut through with this, definitely.
And with the little bag, I mean, that's the portability thing, isn't it? You might have your Gemini 2 at home, but you can't take that to the caravan or your friend's house or down to I don't know, the local church, because you're doing a little kind of crafting group. With this, you can literally pop it in there and then take it off with you. So, you can get the bag. It's on the website as well. Okay, right. I don't think I've got any more questions. I'll let you carry on for the time being.
Okay.
I will think of something.
So first of all, obviously you can see you've got those 4 suckers underneath. So that means that when you pop it down onto your desk, it's not going to be moving about when you were moving things through. In fact, it's really strong. So obviously you just rock. There's something quite satisfying about that, isn't there?
Bubble wrap, that, isn't it?
I'm just going to move my glass mat.
The thing is, I suppose, because I know what's going to happen, it's going to be the glass mat that's going to move, isn't it?
Yeah,
so,
it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a foot missing off mine, I've got to admit, so it is going to move about, but on here, it's not going to at all. You've got that manual in there. It's a teeny tiny manual because there's literally 3 instructions in there. If you've got a 2D embossing folder, you're going to run it through with this, and I'm going to do all this for you so you can see. If you've got a 3D embossing folder, you're just going to put your 3D embossing folder through. If you want to die cut, then you're going to put them in your folder. So it comes like this. So you're literally going to open it, put your card and your paper, your card and your die, or your paper and your die in there. You're going to close it and you're going to run it through. But the good thing about this is you can use all 4 sides as a plate. So when we say flip and rotate your plates on your main machine, you're going to do the same with this. You're going to flip and rotate, and you're going to use all those different sides because it is a consumable. I've got one at home that is like a banana, but it still works really well. I know lots of people messaged in and said that the hinge on theirs is snapped, but it still works because you just put it one on top of the other and it still works and it still runs through. So as long as, it doesn't matter how bent it gets, as long as when you run it through, if it's still die cutting, then that's all that matters. If it gets to a point where it's so warped you can't use it, then you're going to
I would imagine we've got those on the website if you're wanting to get extra ones as well. So, if you want to shop for those, so go and have a little look. Have we got them on the show as well? Oh, and I knew we've got the plastic shim, but I haven't got a plastic folder. So, if you wanted... This is the purple shim, but if you want another one of these, which you are going to get within the starter kit, so when you actually get yours home, you will get one. That purple bag keeps getting in the way, Miss Shot. So you are going to get one of those, which is exactly what we've just seen. And if you do want to get an extra one, $8.99, the details on your screen. Again, if you shop for something today, take advantage of your post and packing having been taken care of already, which means that rather than you having to come back and get hold of one, and I know this is plastic folder because our little Laura, bless her, she's given me a little sticky folder just in case. There you go. Welcome to our world. Don't pay additional post and packing when you need it. Get it now, and then it's kind of it's almost like it's $3.95 cheaper then, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you're not having to pay P&P.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so and also left and right-handed, because you can obviously have it either way. So I'm left-handed, so I always have mine this way. You're right-handed, you're going to have it the other way. It is so easy. Ben at head office always says it's simplicity without the electricity.
Oh,
we all say that because it's perfect, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
Right, so let me pop both of my plates to the side, because what I've just picked one of our 2D embossing folders.
Lovely.
So it's 2D because it doesn't say 3D.
Okay, fair enough.
I know that sounds daft, but if it's a 3D, it's going to say 3D on it. If it's a 2D or a cut and emboss, a lot of the time it's not going to say anything at all.
Yeah, and I suppose when the 2D came out initially, we didn't know that there was going to be a 3D, so that's why it was never on the packaging. Not that these are old designs, but
no, well, that's it, yeah.
Carried on through, I suppose.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, got my embossing folder out. We're going to let's pick a nice piece of satin mirror card.
Oh, this is nice. I like that colour.
So I always get my embossing folders the wrong way. So if you do get your embossing folder the wrong way, have a feel inside. So those raised bits, you know, are going to be on the back, and those sort of indentations are going to be on the front.
Lovely.
So you're going to pop. If it's just white card or black card, it doesn't really matter. But if you've got coloured card on one side, and it's just one-sided, then, you know, you're going to want to get it in the right way.
Okay.
If you forget every single time like I do, mark your folder with a Sharpie or one of your classiques. Just mark one or two, just a little scribble, so you know which is the front and which is the back.
And top tip from me, don't ask how I know this, but don't put labels on these.
No.
Because if you put a label on there and you actually put it through, the label will actually apply more pressure to certain areas, and you can sometimes find it come through on your cardstock as well. So, yeah. That's why I use like a little Sharpie pen or something.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a 2D embossing folder, so the only additional thing we need is the shim. So you're just going to pop it on there, and we're going to run it through. Now, I probably failed to mention that it's a 6-inch wide mouth on this, so your plates are 6x9, so they're the same as your Gemini Junior. So if I lift that, am I doing it above? Sorry.
Okay.
If we swap.
Oh, look at that. Wow.
I like to use the mirror card because it really does just show it off.
Effective.
So I love that's just your 2D embossing folder. And you saw how easy it was to go through. I didn't have to really...
We were talking about this in the past, demonstrating and saying this with Corinne. Sometimes you used to like go, yeah, it's really easy.
As you sort of bracing yourself like this.
Yeah, but it's not. It's just literally you went round so easily then.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a 2D, so let's do a 3D.
Lovely. You might have lots of different embossing folders in your stash already, because I'm guessing there are other brands you can use with regards to this as well.
Yes, absolutely. Other brands will go through. Always, again, just have a bit of a play, a bit of a check with your... Not on this, obviously, because you don't need to. That was the automatic Gemini 2 spiel coming out then, wasn't it? You don't need to have a play with your plate combination because this is it.
That's it. I love it. And obviously, if you're putting anything through and it feels as if it's a little stiff, then stop. Then, yeah.
You're going to know because you're going to get so far through and you're not going to be able to push that handle. Now, if you can't push that handle, don't. Again, our electronic machine, it's going to reverse it out. This, it isn't. This is down to you and knowing, actually,
just stop and kind of bring it back out.
You know, do that.
Fair enough.
So
now we're looking at 3D.
So we're looking at 3D. So I've picked these up, and they're 2-panel ones, because even though they're 2-panel ones, they're still going to go through. So by panel ones, I mean these thinner ones.
Okay, right.
Because we normally see a 4x6 or a 5x7. But these are still going to run through, because obviously they're going to fit through the mouth of your machine, so they're going to run through absolutely beautifully. So I'm just going to pop that on there and run it through. So it's a 3D, remember, so we don't need that extra shim. And look how easy that is going through.
And Alex has just said exactly what I was thinking. There's no noise, there's no motors or anything like that. So if you are crafting, maybe you craft in the daytime, and there's somebody who's been sleeping and, I don't know, working nights, then you're not going to disturb them at all.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Or if you've got babies at home.
That beautiful.
It just embosses absolutely stunning.
So you're not kind of scrimping on the actual pressure or anything like that. You're still getting that absolutely perfect emboss.
Still getting amazing emboss on there, amazing pressure on there, absolutely. It's not an electronic machine, so, you know, but it is, I think. I don't think you're losing.
Oh, You're getting those results, aren't you, without having to
Absolutely.
And if you're going to classes and workshops, sometimes you can't actually have a PowerPoint there, so it's not a case of that you could plug anything in anyway. So by having this, it doesn't matter where you're sitting in the room. It doesn't matter if you're at the caravan, if you're at the motor. You could even do this on the beach, couldn't you? Because you don't need any power at all. Or in the middle of a field, wherever you are.
Summer's coming up. You know, you're going to be going to festivals. Summer's coming up. You can sit at the bottom of the garden. If you do craft fairs,
this is exactly what I was just thinking.
This is going to be perfect for your stall because you can really personalise stuff for people. So if you've got those lovely floral alphabet dies that I brought you last week, you can have those alphabet dies on your stall with this. Someone can come up, they could say, could I have this name, but can I have it in that card? And you can do that because you've got this and you've got the ability to be able to do it.
It's brilliant. And even if you have got a Gemini 2 already, everything that you've been working with your Gemini 2 within the size parameters is going to work alongside this one as well, because you were saying that earlier on. So brilliant value for money. It's one of those things that I think many people will be thinking alongside, almost like a buddy, but also people that are starting from scratch as well.
Absolutely.
What would you show us next?
Right, so I've got a cutting emboss as well. So I want to show you that this is going to run through just as beautifully. So cut and emboss. So if you remember me saying, if it doesn't say 3D on it, it's a 2D. So we're going to pop this through and we're going to pop it through with that shim. But if I open it up and show you what I mean by a cut and emboss, you've got that cut element. So you've got the die embedded. You've got this foam here. You don't pick that out. That stays exactly where it is. But then you've got the die all the way down and you've got that beautiful emboss on there as well. So I'm running out of shiny paper.
I don't think it's this particular one, but I think you have actually got a cut and emboss die in the set, have we? Is that one there? The frame, the Brock frame? Oh, it's a cutting die and, sorry, it's not a combination of the two separate ones. So there you go, that's where you need grammar in a sentence, isn't it, really? A little comma and then you know that it's not all the same piece.
Absolutely. So again, you're going to, it's a 2D or it's a 3D, a cut and emboss, sorry, so it's going to go through with that extra plate. So again, let's pop that in and then just start turning that handle. And again, you can see how easy it is to go through.
And that's something that's important because if anybody's got any kind of upper body weaknesses, then again, it's something that's going to be, you could do it on your lap, couldn't you, on a lap tray, if you're perhaps in a wheelchair and you can't necessarily get to the big table, then yeah, look at that.
So let's peel it off so you can see that cut element. So that piece is going to remove.
Wow.
I love this one because you've got that lovely gate that opens. But you're not losing any emboss because you've got that cut element in there, and you're not losing out on the cut element because it's an embossing folder. It's all working absolutely beautiful, the same as the rest.
I love it. There you go. Not scrimping on anything, are you? You're still getting those results that you aspire to achieve. And the beauty is you can do it on your three-way split. So $69.99 is your price, not only for your MIDI, your limited edition Mojito colour MIDI that you've got from us here at HobbyMaker, but you've also got dies that are going to get you started. So you're going to get the folders and the shims that we've spoken of because you need those for the different combinations. But you're going to be able to get creative with this the minute it arrives because you've got a bundle of goodies to come alongside it. So you've got a die, so straight away you can start die cutting with this if you're wanting to. Get that lovely lace border, which is very effective. And I've seen that cut out. It's gorgeous. Again, and it shows that you do not scrimp on the kind of quality of the work that you're going to be able to get from your MIDI. And you've also got your embossing folder there, which is a classic style that is something that you'll be using over and over again. So if you do fancy getting involved with this one, you've got your split pay. 31st of the month, very convenient. Dave, today is payday for you because the first payment will go out of your account today, or it might go out just after midnight because of the way that they batch everything up, but it'll be the same next month, so it'll be a case of it pretty much the first of the month, just after payday, that your second payment will go out, but this will be on its way to you. No kind of credit checks, you don't have to pay any interest or any arrangement fees. It's literally you just think, yeah, I think I'll split the payments over two, and there you go. As simple as that. Love it. For anybody that's thinking about getting hold of the MIDI, maybe they're brand new to die cutting and they've seen all the different shows. I mean, we've got some fabulous dies and deals to show you in a few moments. What would you say to people if they're kind of teetering on the edge and not too sure?
I would say go for it. So the length of time that I wait, so when I was starting out crafting, the length of time I waited before I bit the bullet, I regret so much. I should have just done it because it opens up a whole world of possibilities here. I mean, crafting and all that is absolutely fine, but when you can get the dies and the embossing folders that do things like this, that you would never be able to do in a month of sun. I would never be able to do that. The embossed detail, the cut detail, but I think it's a brilliant beginner machine. I think if you are teetering, besides the fact that it's a limited edition colour.
Yes,
and
that's
true.
Yeah.
There's not many other people going to be able to. Once this is gone, it's absolutely gone. But it's just brilliant because you don't have to worry about your plate combinations. You can see those two items, and that's it. So it's keeping it simple. It's very quick to use.
And the results are perfect, as you've seen throughout the demonstrations. And you saying about that people are saying, or you saying that you wish you'd gone for it sooner. I remember somebody at one of the exhibitions saying the only regret I've got is that I didn't do it sooner because you've lost all of that kind of crafting time. And again, we all pretty much go on this same route, I think, initially when we start crafting. I remember when I kind of got started, it was those punches that you had to press down, and I had a whole array of those, and it was all a case of like there were individual letters and things like that, whereas once I'd got a die cutting machine, I was just away with myself on just sentiments, nothing else. The alphabet set you were talking about, that's going to be an amazing one to go for as well. We've actually got some sentiments that feature in some of the deals that we've got. So go for it. Go for it. It will change the way that you craft, definitely.
It definitely brings a whole new element, a whole new level of enjoyment. Because when you see the results, and you couldn't do that before, it is just... It's exciting and it's fun, isn't it? So.
And it's quite affordable. Obviously, we've got the $69.99, which you can go for all in one go. But with split pay, you can make it easier by splitting it over 2 months as well. So it might make it a bit more affordable on your pocket. Right, the dies. Which one should we start with then? The cutting in and out sentiments. That'll be this sticky note that I've got here. So these are beautiful. These are gorgeous. Now, you've got your gorgeous, graceful swans, as you can see with these. You've got your die featuring with these. Now, these, I don't know if I've come across these before. So what do these do?
I love these. So they do what they say. It says on the tin, you can either cut in with them or you can cut out. I think that one's open if you want to cheekily pull that out.
Well, it's kind of open, and it is open.
And now it is.
Well, I might pass that one to you, because you can...
Shall I run that through?
Go on, you have a run through. While I just tell everybody else about the others. So those are your swans. So you can see they're your lovely little swans there as a little couple, maybe an anniversary card or a wedding card. Then we've got another one for you again. This one is, again, a little bird theme. But it could be a bluebird, it could be a robin maybe, it could be whatever, it could be like a tropical bird if you wanted to. You can actually snip away and just use the branch if you've got other things that you're wanting to use. And then one of our favourite designs, the gorgeous butterfly as well. So this is your bold butterfly. You can never go far wrong with a butterfly, can you? So you're going to get that one in there as well. And the last one in this little bundle is this gorgeous rose as well. And that is such a usable one as well. Now, $23.96 for all four of those is brilliant, except that's not what you're going to be paying. So are we ready for this? Now, if you fancy getting hold of this and you're already... No way. That works out at £3 each. I paid more than that for the punches I was talking about earlier on.
Yes, I did. And there's 2 dies in each of these. There's 2 dies, so you've got the matte piece that allows you to cut it out of your card if you combine both dies. And then if you just have that inside die, it just cuts into your card. So hence a cut-in, cut-out.
I love that idea. So the butterfly, you've also got the little bird, you've got the swan, which we're going to see in just a few moments, and then you've got the rose as well. Classic styles that are timeless, aren't they? If you fancy getting hold of those, the details are on your screen. How are you getting on over there?
I couldn't wait. I got carried away, and I started, so I'll finish, as they say.
Okay.
So if I hold it that side for you to see, you can see how it's cut through.
Look at that, cut
perfectly.
detail.
So let's peel that off. There you go.
Oh, that is beautiful.
So if you bring in the other die, and you're going to place it round the outside, and it's going to cut that out, so you've got a lovely decorative topper then.
But you know what? I'm looking at the pieces that are left in there for your paper pieces.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely. So you've got all those pieces left in there, so if you want to paper piece, these are the most perfect
Gorgeous
things for
designs.
that, definitely.
And at $11.98, oh my goodness. I mean, this is almost like a gift price or pocket money price, isn't it? So maybe you've got a young crafter in the family or in your kind of group of friends, then this is a lovely little set for you to go for. If you fancy getting hold of these, £11.98. And of course, perfect to work with your little Gemini Midi if you're going for that as well. So there's that particular one there. Now, we're going to go for, Pearl card. Oh, I don't know if I've got that here. I don't know if I've got it. Oh, hold on. Is it here? 12 by 12 floral alphabet dies. Is that a different one? Oh, we can do that. I can do that. I can do that, is this?
I was just talking about those floral alphabet dies as well.
You were actually, weren't you? Yeah. Now, these, you've actually got, you're getting that, you're getting that. Are you getting both of the tapes? I've got nothing left in my trolley now. Need to move it out of the way a bit. Now, okay, so you are going, joking apart, you're going to get all of this. This is a bumper bundle. I don't think I can hold all of this together. You're going to get your 2 tape pens, which we know are brilliant. You've got your dotty one and your straight line. You've also got your diet brush as well as your little mat there. You've got the most incredible alphabet with this beautiful detail in there. This is so pretty.
They are absolutely gorgeous. It says floral alphabet die, but Dave and I discussed it last week, and we decided that it's a bit more folksy.
Okay, yes,
so it's not like full-on floral, so you could absolutely get away with using those for the men as well as the women, or those who aren't as florally.
Less flowery.
Well, that would be my daughter. She's not into flowers in the slightest.
Yeah.
But yet my son would love a flowery pink card.
But the thing is as well, it's not like they're big bold flowers. It's quite a subtle look, as you say in there. So you probably wouldn't even notice, to be honest. But it's coming teamed up with the most incredible 12 by 12 pad. Now, I think this has been open previously, so I'm not breaking any rules or going to get any told off for the purposes of the tape. I have just torn it on the edge page there, but never mind. So with this, you have got the most incredible, it's got like a lovely pearlescent sheen to it.
It has. It's got the most beautiful pearlescent sheen to it. It's a lovely GSM. Is it a 250? It is. It's a 250. And so it's going to be perfect for any kind of card bases, for your boxes, for your bag making. I made a beautiful, some bunting with it when I launched it a couple of weeks ago. Using, again, those floral alphabet dies. I used Happy Birthday. It's rainbow. I mean, it's just happy, isn't it?
I love a rainbow. And it's a bumper bundle. I'm thinking as well, when we saw you making the envelope boxes earlier on as well, this would be brilliant. So, getting tape pens in here as well. So all of those. Honestly, does anybody remember a Cracker Jack when they had to try and hold everything? And they gave them a was it a cabbage as well that they had to hold or something? There you go. It is going to, it's so there you go, if you fancy getting hold of that bundle, £59.99 if you're wanting to get hold of that. Split pay means you only have to pay half of that today, but everything will be sent on its way to you. So, spread the cost if you so choose as well. Like that one, but maybe you don't want your bold colours, so bring my trolley back in, fill my trolley back up again. I've got another alternative for you. Now, it's not the same bundle that we were looking at, but slightly different style, because 12 by 12 with the most incredible papers. These are beautiful, gorgeous florals. Comes with some dies as well, which I'll show you alongside it. So, brilliant value. I mean, £47.97, phenomenal. Absolutely. I mean, the detail in those.
On those dies, absolutely gorgeous. You have got such a stunning set of dies with those. They are some of my favourites. They really are. They're just beautiful. Which is what we were saying about die cutting. Without a machine, you would never be able to create a topper or a background like that for your cards.
Well, the alternative was kind of like paper cutting, wasn't it, with a craft knife?
Yeah.
And you've got little tiny circles and ovals in there. They wouldn't all look the same. And some of them would be joined up to the others, so then I'd be sticking butterflies on everything.
Yes.
Will these actually cut through? the Gemini Midi as well?
Yeah,
oh, I'm going to give you those. Are they? Oh, they're not open.
I've got some scissors. Do you want to?
Well, if I put those there and show you the paper pad, I've no idea what's going on over there, have I? But there you go.
If you can't see it, it's not happening.
Yeah, if you can't see it, it's not happened. Now, this is a brilliant pad. You wait until you see these pages, because again, that pearlescent finish that we saw a few moments ago, you're seeing with this as well. I mean, how gorgeous is that? You've obviously got your flip side of each of these. Now, again, you're looking at 12 by 12, you're looking at 250 GSM, and you have got the most incredible result. I mean, look at that. You've almost got that kind of, it almost looks like it's foiled there. So beautiful papers on both sides. So pearlized finish with regards to these, and you've got a lovely range of colours in here, and these are coming alongside those lovely dies there. Now, the price that we're sharing on the screen is the price that you'd usually be paying, but you can see the F word there, free. We like that free word, don't we? And so you can see $21.99 is going to get you all of those dies, including the one that just accidentally got open with a pair of scissors. Leave a pair of scissors lying around. We say you have to be careful of scissors, don't we? They just accidentally open up your die packet, so there you go. But I think it's important because these dies, there's an incredible amount of detail in them. And if we see these going through the Midi, well, yeah, absolutely brilliant idea. So
there is a lot of detail, and I think when you run anything through, it's always nice to see an intricate die go through, because you want to see if you're going to be spending all that money.
Look at that.
So can you pick that up? I'm going to tap and unwrap.
Look at the results there.
Obviously, that top bit's where I was holding it, so let me give it another tap. Bring that off.
Look at that.
And that is without me having to use anything on that.
Phenomenal.
Oh, I'm glad. Your Midi.
I'm glad that we saw that.
Your Midi.
Well, then this is the thing, because sometimes people might think, because it made it look so easy going through. Obviously, dies that have got a lot more pressure points, a lot more cutting edges on there, they might be a little bit more tricky to go through. But you can see in there, it has gone through, and it's cut absolutely to perfection. Yeah. And that is beautiful. That is a beautiful die. Look at that. Look at that. All those little tiny points in there. You wouldn't even entertain cutting that out with a craft knife or anything.
No.
It'd just be something you couldn't take advantage of. But take advantage, please do. So with this, you've got both of those dies. Price on your screen is worth it for both those dies.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But it's not just for those, because you're going to get your 12 by 12 alongside it. You'd normally be paying $21.99 for your card pack, so 36 sheets, as you can see there. The dies are pretty much a bit of a freebie with that one. So, yeah, phenomenal deal. And lots of you taking advantage. Classic. I just can't get over that.
How beautiful it's cut through.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Beautiful, I think it's always nice to see you're given just a random die and say, cut that through, because it's not like you've got them all prepped and planned and ready and waiting.
A stencil, isn't it? Use it in so many different ways. I love that one. Right, but let's step aside. Leave that one alone for a minute, and I'll pop that back into the pack. Now we've got. Oh, now what are these? These are embossing folders and die combinations.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've got that lovely embossing folder in there, but then you've got those separate dies as well. So this isn't a cut and emboss. This is an embossing folder with those dies. So what you're going to do is you're going to run it through and emboss it and cut it separately. So you've got the...
so you're kind of creating that and then you're cutting out the sentiment?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
So you've got the choice to create that aperture. I think you've got, I think there's 3 dies in each, isn't there?
There is, yeah. And sorry, it's not the sentiment, it's actually the square die. So that's cutting out the centre bit. Right.
The centre bit, yeah.
My mistake there. So same with this one, you're going to get that embossing folder, and then you've got your squares there, which you're going to be able to use to create. And of course, the beauty is, because you've got the multiples there, you can matinate. I don't know why I turned that round, 'cause it's on the front there as well. There you go. What can I say? It's late in the day. These are beautiful. And again, that's another one, portrait or landscape.
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing on there that says it's got to go one way or the other, which again, as crafters, we love, because we like to create all the different sizes and shapes cards.
Yeah, love it. So all 3 of those. Now, you've actually got 15 dies 15 dies for £29.97 is brilliant because they're good sized dies. I mean, these are card fronts, aren't they, instantly with regards to these. So, yeah, brilliant value for money if you wanted to take advantage, but it's not the price you're going to be paying. Sometimes I hesitate because when I see that price and I think it's a good price, I'm thinking, oh, that's got to be it.
Yes,
yeah. It can't be going anywhere, but look at that. That is amazing. So it's kind of the equivalent that one of those is going to be a freebie because they were just shy of £10 each, weren't they, for £30? Yeah. So now you're paying for 2, but you're getting sent 3.
I like that.
That is good, isn't it?
I like that deal.
That is a good deal. And 3D embossing folders, which means they'll go through your Gemini Midi as well. So there you go. Jobs are good, and I like that one. One more set of, a couple of sets of dies actually that we've got. I don't know where we're going. Did you want to go to the dies next? I don't know. Can we show you these doilies? Because these are lovely. Now, I don't know whether are these individuals, these, or are they all part? And they come with the cardstock as well. Did I leave? Oh, that's no. Did I leave that behind? But no, you get a dotted tape pen as well. And you get the cardstock as well. Or just the dies and this. Get the cardstock as well. People don't think about us poor presenters having to hold everything. When we do these bundles. Little bundles makes it so much easier. Now, with this, you've got a combination. I'm going to have to put something down in a minute because I can't show you all of the dies. But what you've got here is you've got your multi-purpose card, A4, 60 sheets, 300 GSM. That is brilliant. Construction weight, pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like
it's
that.
my go-to card, definitely.
What sort of things can you use this for then? Can you use it with your watercolours and your alcohol markers and things like that?
You can use it with your watercolours, but not a lot. So if you're just doing a little bit of watercolouring, then it's absolutely fine. It will work.
Best to go for it,
but colouring on it, absolutely, you can do that as well.
Now, you know those doilies that we saw go through your Midi? Well, if you've invested in your Midi, you're going to get your tape pen. I'm going to move that out of the way so as I can show you these in all their glory. These are incredible. Now, £95.92 is your price that's on your screen, but I've got a feeling that Alex is going to be pressing that magic button to bring that price down. And these are beautiful. Can you imagine these? And these will all go through the Midi again because of the size.
They'll all go through your Midi. I would imagine, because it's sort of the same plate size as your Junior, and Craig always says he has his Junior out on his desk all the time. So it's the same size, and he will say 96% of his dies and embossing folders will go through that. So they're going to go through your Midi as well because it's the same plate size. So like 90% of the things that you own are going to go through your Midi.
And some of these, you could actually be utilising them almost on the edge of your cards, couldn't you, with some of these? If you wanted
absolutely.
To. And I love ovals. Ovals have got such an elegant look, haven't they? And again, portrait or landscape. You've got everything there. You've got circles, rectangles, squares, they're all in there. Floral lace frames. So all of those, I'd be more than happy. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. 6 of those dies for that price, I think, is brilliant. But then you've also got your tape pen and you've got your cardstock as well. All of that. Can you imagine? I bet these would look beautiful cut out of white card.
Yes.
Because they're kind of like that doily look. Love it. So there you go. Leave the details with you on the screen. We're going to come back over to you, my lovely.
Oh, shall I run a few more things through
then?
Oh,
shall I pop that one back in there with those?
Yes. Yeah, don't
for
want to lose
housekeeping. Yeah, we'll get into trouble if we lose things.
So I'll show you in case you didn't see. We embossed a 2D embossing folder. So look how beautiful that was.
Gorgeous.
And with the 2D, you have to pop your shim in. And then we went to the cut and emboss. And again, we used the shim, but you've got that cut and emboss.
Very effective.
The 3D, so this is one of our panel ones. Again, we didn't need anything to run that through. But stencils, we can emboss our stencils. So let's emboss a stencil.
Ooh,
so I've picked this. It's just one of our stencil sets. Obviously, that large one isn't going to go through. You've got 3 in here. The large one is way too big, but those 2 smaller ones are going to go through perfectly.
Okay.
So, again, I've got some mirror card because it just shows it up so beautifully. And I think we forget that we can emboss mirror card.
Mirror card tends to get put behind things, doesn't it?
does.
When you're doing your mats and layers. And like you say, I think it's one of those ones to have out in the forefront.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right, so we're going to pop that on there. But obviously, it's not going to be enough. We're going to have to put it in this folder. So to get a little bit of extra pressure, just get a spare piece of card. So let's pop that under there.
Okay, yeah.
Pop that there, and then we're going to pop it on and we're going to run it through.
So I guess over time you kind of get used to the different combinations, and also as well it varies the thickness of your cardstock as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just going to say that. So this is mirror card, which is roughly, I think it's about a 300 GSM. That white card I've just put in is a 300 GSM. So if you're using card that's a lot thinner than that, you might need to put an extra shim of card in.
Oh, look at that! Oh my goodness! So all those stencils you've got at home that are going to fit through.
So it's even gone through just a little bit onto that one as well. So you've got that embossed detail. I don't know if you can quite
I bet if you dusted over with ink, you'd see that.
You would absolutely see it. But as for that, so that's your stencils. So you've got all those stencils in your stash that now actually you can do so much more.
Almost have turned into embossing folders overnight, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, so the other thing that I've got was an intricate die.
Okay.
Which
we kind of saw earlier.
Earlier, but we'll still do it, because what we will do is we will pop it onto some mirror card.
Oh, okay. Now, this could be quite tricky because mirror card's almost got like a coating on it.
It has. It's got that coating on it. It's almost like a plastic coating, isn't it?
Yeah, so you're making it work now.
So, let's see if... I'm going to call her... My machine at home is a she, so by default, we'll see if she works her wonders here as well. So, again, your die and your card is going to go inside that folder. We're going to run it through. And we're going to open it up, and I'm going to show you without even looking.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
So let's bring that over.
Wow.
Flick those bits out, and it's even cut through your mirror card. And it'll do the same for your glitter card. It'll cut through that absolutely beautifully.
That's a gorgeous die, that
But the last thing I do want to show you is I've got some leather. And I've just got a circle nesting die. It's one of my multimedia ones.
Okay. And as is the case quite often with things like your thicker mediums, like your leather, we would say you can't use an intricate die. And that's whatever die cutting machine you're using.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Even if you're using an electronic one, you know, it's just not going to cut through intricately. So when you are popping stuff in here to die cut, even if it's your card, when you're popping it in, don't have your card buttered right up to your hinges. Okay. It just puts too much pressure on them, or it puts more pressure on them than needs to be in there. I always bring mine down a ½ inch to 1 inch. Okay. If you're popping this on, again, because it's so thick, don't have it right up there. Bring it down a little bit and pop it on there.
Now, is this a mixed media, a multimedia die, sorry?
I've got you saying mixed media, It's a multimedia die. So I will show you. You can always tell our multimedia dies because they're a different colour.
Okay.
It's like almost a rose gold colour, isn't it? So popping that on that leather, and we're going to pop it through.
So this could be like a little key ring that you're making or something like that.
I'm going to get to there, and I'm going to have to press just a little bit harder. Did you see it there as it's gone through, as it hits it and then goes through? So you didn't see at any point this refused to move. Yeah. It still moved absolutely beautifully and smoothly, and you've got your beautiful circle.
See, that could be cut out of fabric for applique, or if you've got any of the quilting dies, some of them are smaller dies, aren't they? You could potentially be using those for just your applique or your little quilt pieces. So really is a versatile machine, and it's one that you'll be using daily.
Yeah, it's a workhorse. It's a woman. It's a workhorse.
From a little
if you're a man and you're watching, I do apologise. Just joking. But it is. You've seen all the things I've thrown at it, all the different embossing folders, the fact that you can emboss your stencils, really intricate dies that I've cut through into glitter. Well, I haven't done glitter card, but I've done it into the mirror card with that coating on the top. Yeah. And then through leather, so you know that you're going to be able to put your materials through. You know, so again, if you do sew things like that,
Definitely.
Your flower farming foam.
That's a good idea as well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring the bag in because me being your personal shopper for the hour, if you are shopping for your Midi, or maybe you've already gone for your Midi, you might not have realised that there's actually a bag available for it to go in. So this would be my suggestion. If you're investing either today or you've already got your Midi, get yourself your bag because this is going to be the perfect place for you to store everything. And that's the nice thing. When everything is together, then you don't lose bits, do you? So that will take your machine with the handle, and also you've got plenty of space in there for your plates that you're going to be working with. You've also got a little kind of pocket there which you could be having tools in. Maybe your brush, your die brush, that could go in there. But do treat yourself to those additional plates as well, because as I was saying, when you're shopping with us here, you know that at midnight we batch up all of your orders. So if you've paid your post and packing for today on a previous show, then it means that you can shop for this without having to pay any additional post and packing. So this was $4.99. Now, if you need one of these further down the road, you might not need one. You certainly won't if you've just invested in your machine. But as time goes on, you will need another one. And the thing is, then you've got to pay $3.95 if you're not shopping for something else. So if you've already ordered something today, it doesn't matter whether it's from this show or one of the previous shows today, you've got your post and packing taken care of. So that means for $4.99 you will get your shim. You won't have to pay any additional postage. Same goes for the bag, same goes for the additional folders if you're wanting to go for an additional folder. But the Midi plastic shim, the details are on your screen. If you're wanting to get yourself an additional folder, because again, as time goes on, these kind of show those little kind of signs of life, shall we say, those little wrinkles appear, don't they? And then, yes, obviously you've got this, that if you want to get hold of $8.99, it's all on the website there, so you can shop for those. Do have a little look at them. And I have to say, thank you. I've loved working with you again today on the show.
I know, I've enjoyed it.
Teacher.
I've enjoyed it.
No.
Try.
Oh, you're fabulous. I love it. Do we know when you're back again?
Tomorrow.
Oh, as soon as that, there you go.
Tomorrow.
No getting away. Yeah. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. But we're just going to throw to a short break, and I will see you the other side of this.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
To watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, my name is Hayley West and I am very pleased that I've caught you at the end of our day here at HobbyMaker, because we have got something fabulous to share with you, and it's an amazing deal which is just for you if you tuned in right till the very end. Now, the details are up on the screen for some amazing scissors which I am sure you have come across previously. Cutter B scissors. Now, these are scissors that I have had in my kind of collection. Well, I say I've had them in my collection at home. I did have them, and then they mysteriously disappeared. And I've got a feeling that I lent them to somebody and I never got them back, because that's what happens with Cutter B scissors. Everybody realises just how phenomenal they are. Now, they come beautifully packaged, as you can see. They come with a little cover, which I'll explain to you in a few moments, and these are tremendous. And I have to say, the price on your screen, I'm pretty sure I paid in the region of that price for them. Probably, oh gosh, heading for 10 years ago, because they have lasted a long, long time. They're Cutter B scissors, incredibly useful, which I'll show you in just a few moments. Really comfortable to work with, but at $12.99, not an amazing deal. They're brilliant, but it's not a deal price. And you've been with us all day today, so that's the key thing. I want to give you a fabulous deal. So as I get myself snipping away with these, that price on your screen is going to magically snip away too. Because with these scissors, obviously you've got the full length of the blade. blade, which will cut right to the tip, because that's something straight away, because sometimes scissors don't cut right to the very end, do they? But what these will also do as well is allow you to use just the tips of these. £6.99 being your price with regards to these, always a popular item, and at £6.99, phenomenal value for money. And as you can see there, and you know what, I'm doing this without my glasses on, because we had such excitement at the end of the show that I forgot to pick my glasses up. But have a look at that. That is literally fringing those elements there. So the tiniest cuts done right to the very tip. Now, the reason why these come with that little cover is because they are very sharp to the point. So the idea being is that that's going to slot over, and that's going to keep them all neat and tidy and safe as well. So if you want to get hold of your Cutter-Bee scissors for just £6.99 while we've got them available, that is the lowest ever price we've brought them to you. You need to be quick with those as well. I'm going to put these in a very safe place, never to be seen again. So if you fancy getting hold of your own pair, then the details are on your screen. Do not miss out on these. £6.99, phenomenal price. CA4683. I'll see you soon.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Just had to ask Gwen, is it Wednesday? Yes.
It's no good asking me, I don't know who I am most